Just got to this thing. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Do this. Dang, what is that? A few hours, a couple hours. Y'all get them tabs and shares going. Let's get this thing going. One of the few lies made me think about this topic. I always notice a lot of hurt people like to be in areas that talk about marriage and relationships and stuff. And they be in there to say, well, I ain't trying to be, I'm trying to be by myself. Why you in these areas? I never understood that. If you trying to be by yourself, why you worried about a live that's talking about marriage? I just never understood that. He said, what's 304 and anti 304 mean? I seen it popped up on in recent weeks. I don't know, I just made that up. You seen that before? Yeah, I just made that up. I just looked at it anti, just obviously going against, basically go against 304. Go against what the other word? 304 means like a streetwalker. The other word for that. It's Wellington again.
Hey, good to see you this morning, bro.
What's the deal, man? What you done got into now? Yeah.
I noticed your prompt, man, especially the one is lust a choice. I strongly believe that we're fooled into thinking that it isn't, but it actually is. Lust is absolutely a choice. And until you start practicing seed retention, you don't really get that. After your first month, you start getting it. Like, oh, I could have been doing this whole time. I didn't need to engage in this sin. I could have walked away from it at any point. I'm the master. My mind is a machine. I'm the master. I can control my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Most men aren't controlling their brains. All right. Not until they actually start practicing seed retention. No, no touching yourself. No smacks. No corn. Don't allow your mind to even dwell on lustful thoughts. It's not the most difficult thing to do, and it gives you all the power in the world.
Yeah.
Literally.
Mm-hmm. That's that. What up, person?
Brother-in-law. Well, pending application. So
Yeah, got to get the application going,
uh,
I'm about to do a 3-way talk or something with the other best friend, with the real best friend.
I know it's gonna have to be in person because I think
That's why you're in
even
person.
that's how I'm in person. Hey, because even over the phone though, like if you can't see my body cues and nonverbal cues, things don't
align
and often get perceived the same way as if you were to have an in-person conversation.
Yeah.
Dang, gotta be catching flights. Whatever.
And I'll add this. I used to believe that our ladies were the ones who can either walk away from smacks or not. Like I was under the impression that women really didn't have to have smacks. They weren't as smacks driven as men were. But
Mhm.
at the ripe old age of 40, I now realize I think most women are actually way more perverted than the fellas are. Like they're actual legitimate deviants. Not all, of course, but most are, and they're sexual beings.
Mm.
We're made out to be sexual beings, but I think our ladies are actually sexual beings, which isn't a bad or a good thing. It's just a thing.
Mhm.
So lust is a choice for us. It absolutely is a choice. I went overseas years ago. I went overseas and I was in West Africa. And back then, the culture was different than it is now. But uh, I noticed that I spent like maybe a week or not quite a week there. I
Yeah.
wasn't triggered at all. I wasn't sexual. I wasn't aroused. And I was like, why is that? Well, if you look at hold on one second. Yeah, if you look at the television, this is what typically happens. Everything is sexualized. A woman eating a slice of pizza on Pizza Hut advertisement, she's needlessly sensual. The women walking around you every day, they all have yoga pants on, or TikTok pants, or summer dresses. Some
Yeah.
cleavage is showing. Like you're constantly being activated. It's not natural for you
Mhm.
to be activated like this. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, I would argue that a woman that is sexually charged in that way is probably a broken woman.
Mm.
So I would definitely argue that only because I know the inner work. I don't speak for all women, preface it my statement, but I know that majority of women that I'm around that are good women, they don't just look at a ding-a-ling and be like, oh my gosh, I want it so badly. Like, you know what I mean? So if a woman has broken down a man to that level, because it does take a breakdown, because that's not usually the first things we think of when we think of men, right? So if they've gone to that point where now men have been reduced to that,
Mhm.
those are broken women. So I would debate that point, but
Yeah. Trying to see. I gotta make sure I get.
and I'm not saying that men having those urges are bad too, right? But the opposite face in fact of that is most men that are good men have discipline and self-control, and they're not out here like banging everything in the streets. So
Mm.
that it, you know, it's I see what you're saying. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, most of the time, yeah, that come from hurt or the lack of self love or something like that. I can see that. Yeah, just to even just jump on that pole, I think that's a lot of self respect, lack of that.
You know what though, Kev? I've had a guy say to me, and this is when I was like, "Oh no, I can't be around you. You dangerous."
How you say it again? Dang.
You dangerous. Like, bro, I can't. No, thank you. I choose to surround myself with men that I believe will protect me to certain capacity, right?
Yeah.
Um, so I um so I was on a panel and he didn't agree with the panel. And that's okay. As humans, we're not going to agree with everybody all the time. That's okay. Like, I want people to understand this is okay. Like, this is healthy. But what you do with
Okay.
that after the fact that determines if you're a healthy or unhealthy person. And what he chose to do with after the fact was to tell me that because I wasn't combative, because I wasn't argumentative, because I came from a place of understanding, that I was a child. I was like, wow, that is wild.
Immaturity.
Yeah, he said, you're a grown adult, be a woman. You don't have to sit here and take this. You don't have to blah, blah, blah. And I'm a mod in this stream, Kev. So mind you, I did not drop him. I did not do anything. I'm like, I know I can do whatever I want here, but I have self-control. And obviously you don't. And I don't trust men that lack self-control in any capacity. It's a dangerous game that we playing here. And I'm not gonna bypass biology where all these women are like, no, men and women, we are born the same, we're all the same. I'm like, no, well, typically, if we're talking about biologically, men are typically born with more muscle mass. What does that translate to? They are inherently physically stronger than you, right? So, and I always tell people, if you have a 200-pound man and you have a 200-pound woman and they are doing all things the same, you're not going to get the same outcome. It doesn't happen. But, whatever. I don't know nothing. I'm gonna just go back on mute.
Okay, I hear you. I hear that for sure. It is dang, what the heck? It was something I was about to That got me thinking. I'm trying to see how I'm
Actually, let me get out this box real quick because I know what's gonna happen. So let me just autocorrect real quick. I'll be right back.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah, we gotta talk about yes. I'm gonna let y'all know where this topic came from. I actually like jumping in other lives now. I like that, man. I should have been doing that. To meet some more people and all that stuff. But this topic itself, it came from because it was like two hurt women that came up there trying to get some advice. One of them was coming from a divorce, trying to give advice, don't do this and that, like, what the heck? And then you got another one that was like, oh, no, I'm not looking for no relationship now. I'm trying to focus on self and all this. It's like, hold up. Why should we even listen to y'all right now? Y'all gotta sound like y'all gotta heal. So that's why I'm like, with this first one, and that's just for anything. So that's why I'm like, with this first one, and that's just for anything, even relationships or not. But it's like why take? So with the first question though, the first one? Well, it's the first one of the topic, right? It got 50-50 in there, or traditional marriages, or ones that be like, or talk against 304 behavior and stuff, or even the passports. Passport bros. They somehow you got a new page, or did somebody steal her picture? Fitness.
No, it's my other account. I got locked out.
Okay, never mind.
No,
Okay,
I actually respect the passport. Fitness, baby. How you been?
I like somebody trying to steal her picture. Oh man,
It's happened before, but I've
Yeah, I
been
guess
good. Thank you guys.
Good deal.
I gotta follow this page. I think you said what happened to your other page? You said what happened to it?
So you guys know when they had those like updates on the TikTok ban? Apparently my information never saved on my phone, so
Oh,
yeah, I deleted the app because I was trying to transfer it over to my iPad, and I was like, all right, let me just re-download it, and I got locked out. So dumb bitch.
dang.
Yeah, but it's okay. They'll find me again. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is my 10th road. It's all good.
For sure. So, but yeah, you said he said you support the passport. Yeah. So I even look at that like, is he even you see passport bros? Now they be making me disappointed because I never understood them. So lately, like I thought the whole point was to go across seas to find you a wife, not a girlfriend. There you go. Get your passport. Go ahead, slap it down right there. There you go. But yeah, that's why I put passport. I ain't put bros at the end too. But it's just like you always see people that goes against it. But I'm pretty sure most of the time their intention is to see a new world or we're talking about the people that look for marriage. Most of the time it's supposed to be that. I didn't understand like why go over there just to sleep with somebody when you could do that home. I don't understand it. So you got to go mess up with these women that's
Or
freaking.
overseas it's legal to just purchase it outright. It's not really legal to do that here, and the women there are much more
What?
pleasant to be around. They're
Yeah.
not creating rules inside or out of the bedroom. It's kind of, whatever you want, and they're okay with submitting to you. And submission isn't like a bad word to them. Here in America, many of our women are offended by the word submit. They're triggered by it. So it still makes sense. But most passport bros are going over there to get married. Some are going over there to have fun. And that's their right. You're all consenting adults, no problem.
Wow. So they want to bring their toxic selves over there and mess them girls up. I
Yeah.
see that's an issue.
Yeah, I was gonna say I personally know. Oh God, it hurts me to even talk about this. I personally know somebody who went to DR before they got married and decided to take on some action. Yeah, I don't respect bro after that. I'm like, I can't. Like, I get it's different for single, like fully single, but like right before the wedding, mm-mm.
Oh, if he's cheated, then that's wrong. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's gross too. Fitness, what's up, Kev? How you doing, brother?
What up, man? Where you been at, man? I mean, what up,
I
though?
just been, yeah, what up, though? I just been working and working, man. Working and working
Oh
some
yeah, I
more.
can feel it. I feel
Yeah, I
it.
work in the finance markets. So, it's been a very, very busy time with all these tariffs and all of the stuff that's been happening. It's a lot of opportunity. So, I just been focused.
Is that a good thing
Um,
or a bad thing? Because I know everybody that voted Trump. I don't know if they like that though.
no, we all like it.
Okay, that was one of those a good thing.
Yeah, the media is acting like people who voted for him regret it, but that's just something they're saying that has nothing to do with reality itself. You know what I'm saying? They're just making up a narrative so that they can, try to defame him. But the tariffs are good. I'm not going to try to change the topic of your conversation to tariffs, but uh, if tariffs were bad, every other nation in the world wouldn't be tariffing the United States for the last 50 years, right?
Mm.
So, like people are like, oh, we're tariffing Canada for 25%. Like, yeah, they had a 280% tariff against dairy for us for the last 50 years. So, suck it, right? Oh, we're tariffing Vietnam. Yeah, they had an 80% tariff against us, against everything for the last, since the 40s, so, or since the 60s rather. So suck it, right? So people are just saying this stuff because they get their entire understanding of what is happening is based off what they're being told on the media and not any actual understanding they have of money or the economy, or they don't know about any of it. They're just repeating stuff they hear on the news and arguing about it online. So anyways, so to me, me. I love me some Jesus, right? So I use a biblical standard to understand the world, right? I don't think men should be sleeping around. I think men should only have sex inside of marriage, or at the very least with women they intend to marry. And I think women should be trying to save themselves for marriage, and at the very least sleeping only with men they intend to marry, right? So that's my perspective and opinion. However, one of the things that I think is crazy, right, is, there's a lot of people that criticize passport bros because that's what you guys were talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think I think a good portion of those guys are very vocal about the fact that they're going there looking for wives.
That's
Now, I'm not a passport bro, and I don't advocate for passport bros. I think that men should marry women here in the United States. I know it's more difficult to find women who are marriage minded here in the United States who have those types of values,
mhm.
right? Women all think they're wives, and they all think they're tens, and they all think they're good women, even if they are sex workers. They don't care. And every woman's a good woman in a woman's mind, right? But as men, obviously, we can't afford to think that way because, we're making a pretty big bet, on you with whatever resources we have. And women will say, oh, well, you guys are broke and you don't have any resources. But women tend to only marry men who make more than them. I'm not saying they don't ever not, but it's so uncommon that the average woman marries a man that earns about 40% more than she does.
Mm.
So even if that man only makes 50 grand, then, that the woman he's with is making 35,000. You know what I'm saying? So acting like just because he's broke by your standards, the woman that he's dealing with, earns less than him, because men as a group out earn women still. Black men as a group out earn black women still. So in any event, it's strange to me to see women tell you that body count don't matter. They can screw whoever they want. And it doesn't matter how many people they sleep with. It doesn't matter if they sell themselves. It doesn't matter if they show themselves to everybody for free for attention because it makes them feel empowered or makes them feel good, or they lie to themselves and say they don't care that other people are looking at them and it's just for themselves, whatever stupidity it is. So these same women that tell you that their chastity means nothing will shame men that want to travel to another country to deal with women who are more submissive, even if those men are only going there for sex. I thought the body count didn't matter. So if it don't matter,
Good point.
you feel me? Like if it don't matter and everybody should just be able to do whatever they want to do because they're two consenting as adults. If that's the standard that you have for women, but you don't want to apply that standard to men because you want to shame and control male behavior, because what you really want is you want to do whatever you want to do, and then you still want men to deal with you like you're like your marriage material in spite of how you behave. And so I think it's funny. I think it's weird. I think it's disingenuous. I think it's BS that you have the same women that'll sit up and tell you, I can have 3 babies by 3 different men, and that you shouldn't even think about that if you're going to marry me, right? I can sleep with 100 guys, and you shouldn't even think about that if you're going to marry me, right? But at the same time, if you're going to another country to have smegs, then you're a bad person, even though you're doing it with other consenting adults. It's a double standard where the consenting adult thing only matters when it comes to your behavior and not to men. Now, for me, everybody's doing something they ain't supposed to do because I use the Bible as a standard. None of us are supposed to be sharing our bodies with people that we don't want to share our lives with.
Mhm.
Right? But, if we're just going to be logically consistent, then, it's a BS argument for women to sit up, talk all this crap about how they can sexualize themselves all they want, and then at the same time turn around and try to shame men for going to another country to deal with women that they can deal with a more beautiful woman than they would deal with here, objectively more beautiful, right? And they can deal with because the women there are, part of the attraction matrix for women is performance. How much money do you make? And if your money is worth more in another country, then that gives you access to more beautiful women, right? Women don't like that there's a cheat code for that. So they argue against it. They're like, oh, well, you're trying to take advantage of impoverished people. Even though you'll take your broke self and deal with a man that's rich every day of the week and twice on Sunday if you could. So it doesn't make sense. You don't have a problem with, it's just like where women are like, well, a woman can date younger. So you got a woman, oh, she's 50, she got her money together, she want to deal with a 25-year-old man, that's her business. But if a guy deals with a 25-year-old woman, then you got a problem. All of a sudden, he's grooming her, right? So this is part of the reason men listen to women, and a lot of us just
Well, I
we don't
think the
have a
more
lot
we
of
listen to women, the more confused we become, brother. I don't know if you noticed
yeah.
that,
Well,
but
I ain't
they're
confused.
very
I
hypocritical.
Yeah, we know, like when we hear women make these points, we know the stuff don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? We know you can't make both points. You can't say you can't say that you can't say that it's okay that your body count don't matter, and then try to place limitations on how other people behave sexually. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. You know, and that's why one of these things, and I know I'm talking for a long time, I'm sorry for that, but like one of these things, you'll see women who will you'll see women who say, well, my body count don't matter, so it doesn't matter how many people I sleep with because sex is fun and women enjoy sex too, so I don't see what the problem is, right? But then they'll get into a relationship and they want a man who has sexual discipline and is loyal. And the woman doesn't realize that the man that thinks her body count don't matter and you can have sex with whoever you want, that's not the mindset of a sexually disciplined man. You're not a match for the guy you're asking for. So you keep attracting dudes that think it's okay for you to screw whoever you want to screw, and then they cheat on you, or they are addicted to pornography, or they're down low, and then you think that's because there's a problem with men. No, you are attracting what you are. You behave like a hoe. And even if you don't, you have the mindset and justification and value system of a hoe. So what type of man what's the male equivalent of a woman who don't think her body count matter? It's a man who has no control over his libido. They're a match to one another. And for whatever reasons, I just can't get women to understand this when I talk to them about it. This is like mind-blowing information to them. They don't see the connection. And that's a
They
lack
see
of
the
common sense
connection.
to me.
They're just narcissistic to a fault, and that's part of their nature. The worst thing you can do to a woman is hold up a mirror. Who was that one guy that women celebrated when he passed away? Kevin Samuels. All he did was hold up a mirror. He never insulted one of those women. She said she's about this, that. She says, I'm a 10 out of 10. I'm a 100 out of a 10. And he said, how much do you weigh? And everything fell apart from there. Everything fell apart from there. Just hold up a mirror to most women and they'll self-destruct. It's like the whole Medusa complex, man. That's really what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I also wanted to say, what was I gonna say? Sorry, guys. I also wanted to say, what was I gonna say? Sorry, guys. I find it very weird how women, I'm gonna say women because it's mainly, unfortunately, my own kind. Women are always talking about how men aren't good men, but I've had younger girls who I had to cut off as friends come to me and ask me, kid you not, about a month ago, some girl that I was cool with, she was like, hey, how are you so submissive? I'm like, the fuck? Like, I don't know. I was raised this way. I don't really know how to answer that question. And there was a guy she was trying to talk to approach. I guess he was like in his 30s. If that mid 30s, I don't really know, not my business, but she said he's an older guy around that age. And she wanted to know how to be submissive towards him and to him. I'm like, first of all, you don't even have it in you, respectfully, of course, because she carried this masculine trait to where even if a man tried to be, kind and soft to her, she would instantly go into like a fight or flight situation. So I had to tell her straight up, like, the only reason why you're like this is because, one, how you're raised, who your dad is, if your dad's around. Your mother, of course, has a big part of it. How your mom treats other men in front of you is a prime example of how you're going to be in the future. So that's kind of what I told them. And me and her, we're just not friends no more. Because afterwards, she had some like really weird rebuttal after that on how she thinks that younger women get manipulated by older men and how, all this weird stuff. I'm like, this is kind of why girls don't have good relationships, especially in America. I'll give it to you guys on that. American woman, I am American myself, although I get questioned if I'm Dominican, from Spain, stuff like that. I hate to say it, but my generation, older generations in America, they're cooked. All they want to do is just focus on the man's pockets, and it's more to that. When you hear provider, you hear nothing but financial stuff, and there's more to being a provider than anything else. And same thing for the girls. Like I do believe a woman can be a provider, probably not financially. That I wouldn't do that, but there is ways to be a provider in certain aspects that a man probably wouldn't take on. And I feel like in those conversations and topics, they don't really understand the real definition of a provider, what a provider is, because they're so used to what we call pimps.
Mm-hmm. BBJ, I had to let my baby up real quick. That's her spot. I had to switch it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, what you had walked in on though, this what I was talking about with the because I feel you on the passport thing though, and I do believe majority of the time when I was hearing it, I do believe it gotta be Sasuke that bought this thing. He bought this it was him, man. Good looks on the promote. I know I seen it.
Wait,
But
he bought another one?
what'd you say, babe?
He bought another one?
Yeah, I see you bought one. I was looking at that guy. I had to shot him. Um but with the passport thing, is that yes, majority of the time I did hear them talk about they going across the seas because the women not feminine here and all this other stuff or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I feel it. And I'm thinking whole time that was their intentions is like to to look for a wife, which I think that's majority of them. But then when I ain't gonna lie, I felt so disappointed when I was hearing some dudes, and I've been taking up for them passport dudes all that time. And then some of them over there talking about they just going to smash and all this other stuff and looking for. I'm like it just never made sense to me because it's like you can if you just talking about getting your stuff wet and stuff, you can do that here. Why mess up good women that's across the seas just for your little fun and pleasure? I just can't support that. You know what I'm saying? I like that you did use the comparison though, because like it makes sense though. But I don't like if it's wrong on one end, it's wrong on both ends with me. Even though they might take up for different things, but I'm like, man, nah. I think that's the only reason why I threw the passport in this topic though, because these are like more of I figured that's more of a marriage or relationship type talk or whatever. That's why I say anti 304. Because when we start talking about these 304s need to stop doing this with the kid and all the other stuff or whatever, traditional marriages and 50-50, right? You always see these ones that be in there talking about, nah, this ain't right and that ain't right. And then when you ask them, I'm not looking for a marriage. I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm not looking like, what is you in here talking for? You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna lie, me and my boo was in the live yesterday, right? It made me think about this. Like, why is so many hurt people that gotta voice their opinions in stuff that's talking about marriages and stuff? Like, if y'all stay y'all lonely selves on your own, why is y'all worried about what we talking about? Y'all said y'all good on what y'all talking about. Y'all good on being free and all this other stuff. So cool. We're not talking about being free. This is not a being free live. This is a let's get married live. This is how you move. This is what you not supposed to be in all the other stuff. So why are you in these type of relations? I never got that. Like, even if you want to be a player and all that stuff, this is not. It wouldn't be. We ain't gonna need your advice in a marriage or a relationship type
True.
lives. It just never made sense to me though. That's what I'm. So
And
that's
I
what I'm
touched
going
on that
to.
one part you just mentioned about going overseas and kind of just sleeping around. Those
Yeah.
women overseas aren't chaste. I know we like to think of them as chaste, but there's a reason why they can go overseas to sleep around. They like to sleep around, and we as American men, we just have more money, so it's a mutually beneficial situation. So it's nothing. Nothing is happening to them. Like, we're not doing anything to them.
Mm.
I do think it's always weird when you see people who don't want to be in relationships come into relationship channels.
Right.
It's
We've
so
been
weird.
doing this for years.
Yeah, I started pointing this out a couple of years ago, that you have women who are like, well, I don't date men, but they come into relationship channels where there's heterosexual men so that they can talk about heterosexual relationships. Just imagine how weird it would be if I went into LGBTQIA chats and channels and was like, power bottoms suck. You know, they like to use their doms. You know what I'm saying? And they're just bad people. They're just weirdos, you know? Like who wants to like sugar babies are the worst. You know, they just wanna, you know, what if I went in and I just started smashing and talking crap about all their weirdo relationships in their channels as if I'm in them? I don't know why they think it's appropriate for folks who are asexual, meaning you don't deal with anybody, you're not in a relationship with anybody, you don't even have sex, or people who are bisexual or lesbian or gay to come and talk crap in heterosexual channels about heterosexual relationships, about men. Like, tell me how you're proving to me that the reason you are the way that you are isn't because of a sexual preference. It's because you've experienced some type of crappy relationship and you're hurt. And so now you just giving up on dingling instead of getting some therapy. Like, go get some help for yourself instead of coming online and airing out your grievances when you don't even date dudes. Like, what is that about? Like, what is that about? Like, and then you'll have women that sit up and they're like, well, my father was a cheater and my grandfather did this and blah, 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 blah. And they don't realize it. But your grandfather still birthed your father. Your father still birthed you. So all you're telling us is you come from a line, a genetic line of weak ass men. That's all you're saying. You aren't saying anything negative about men. All you're saying is that you come from a long line of men who have no character, no integrity, no sexual discipline, ruled by their libidos, a whole bunch of humping dogs. That's where you come from. Because the men in my family, we ain't got these types of problems. My brothers are G'd up, like we're married, kids, the whole 9 yards, take care of business, houses, cars, whole nine. So you got a whole bunch of weak dudes that you come from, and that's all you do. And you think that you're dissing men because you're talking about your own daddy. Go get some help. Go get some help. It's weird.
No
I was
sheesh.
talking about this earlier, man, and I'm under the impression that this is a simulation, and that the men in the simulation are the only like real characters, like real life. But the women might be part of the matrix. They're like programs. And I only say this because almost all women seem to share this hive mind. I don't know if you notice this, but you can always predict every single thing a woman is going to say out of her mouth. It's usually a lot easier to predict what a BLK woman is going to say, but mostly all women say the same things, and when they're put in a similar situation, they do the same things. So I have a deep suspicion that these are not people, bro. I just don't think so. Or they're just vessels in like a literal sense. But they're not like living souls. Like living souls, how I don't know. Do you ever get that impression?
I think it's just programmed by the system. I kind of agree with you, but I wouldn't take it that far. And I only say that because I did a little test theory. And I went on a dating app, I went on Hinge, and I went to ChatGPT, and I just told ChatGPT to say something real nice to a lovely woman that I'm trying to talk to. And I literally was having conversations with them through ChatGPT the whole time.
I mean, wait a minute. Say that again. You said you were speaking to Chat GPT.
Yeah, I was messaging them, but I was using ChatGPT to do it. So I just asked ChatGPT, "Hey, what should I say to this woman that I'm just now talking to, that I just met? What would be a nice conversation starter?" And then
Mm.
everything that they replied back to, I just copied that, put it in ChatGPT.
Oh, I get what you're saying now. I do like Chat GPT. It. I don't know if you guys write or anything, but it makes everything easier. I swear.
Oh, hey, fitness. I ain't saying that last part. You ain't about to get me smacked.
Just say Venus. This is my other account. It's okay.
How many? What the heck? I was wondering why you other paid. That's not like that. I thought you was following. Okay. I got you. What you got on it? With the first one. What you got?
Just want to disclaim if you guys hear like any weird sounds, I am making dough.
Ew. Oh, okay. I
No,
was
I'm
about to
making
say.
bread.
Okay.
I'm making buns.
Oh, dang. I gotta hold up.
Let me read it.
Man, you have
No,
some very good videos, fitness.
thank you.
You are winning.
I do
Oh
agree.
my! I just noticed what I'm about to really get slapped. I just noticed I just tagged the wrong person. I'm getting slapped everywhere. I want to try to dodge saying the name. I just noticed who I want to try to. Wow, how the heck that even happened? I was trying to. Oh wow. But I still save me. Not what. First it was a dude. Nah.
Okay, baby. I know your heart.
I know. That was crazy. I was wondering why you ain't reply because I was like I sent the gift to my gift, you know. But you said thank you, and I'm like, oh, I was wondering why the reply ain't go. Wow.
But the first topic.
Oh, there was James in here. I'm about to blame it on him. The reason why I keep texting everybody wrong. But go ahead, fitness.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that I don't like when mainly women. I don't really hear the men talk about it, unless it's like, oh, I'm not providing for a woman unless she's doing this for me, right? It's mainly the woman who's saying they don't need men for anything, whether it's like a relationship, the 50-50 talk, traditional, and again, like as I said it before, I come on these panels and I told them straight up, like I don't do 50-50 financially, but there's still something that I'm doing, which is the housework. I keep the house at home. And to me, that's kind of equal to the 50-50. And even then, like they get mad at me, like, "Oh, you're a pick me." No, I'm not, bitch. I got picked. It's just, in a good way though. But I feel like if I don't know, I just think that if they don't want what we're talking about, relationship, marriage, kids, then it's not the topic for them. You cannot change somebody else's mind by telling somebody, "Oh, you don't need a man." Like I've been on topics where there was a group of bitter women who tried to convince me that I did not need a man. And I'm like, why don't I need a man? You need a man for sexual needs, right? And that's one thing that really gets me is like they always talk about how they don't need this from a man, how they don't.
I think a lot of those girls are kind of bi. Like I think a lot of them, not all of them, are sleeping with each other. So they're probably thinking, no, you don't need a man for smacks. I mean,
Trust me,
I'm
they
guessing
do.
you're strictly heterosexual, right? Like you're
No,
hetero.
no, I am bisexual, and even then,
You are.
yeah, I love men and women, but even then, I made it very clear because my man even asked me when we had talks, and I asked him like, "Are you?" Because some guys they feel kind of threatened by dating somebody who is into both genders, and he was like, "No, I'm not threatened by no woman. What you can't," he's like, "You can't get this from a woman. Granted, you can get company, but you can't get children from her unless you go to a clinic, and even then, you still need a man for it." And he's right, 100%. But I use my sister for example. She likes women more than I do, and she still needs men. So I don't really believe in that whole, oh, I don't need a man for nothing, because one, you still need a man to raise your children, whether it's your brother, your uncle, your cousin, your friend. You still need men to come change your tires, to come play, pretend house with you and whatnot. So I don't know. I think it's weird, and even the ones that do like only just women, they hate to say it, but some of them be slipping up and sleeping with men. So they definitely need men and want men. They just don't want to admit it. Now, as far as the passport bro stuff, I did want to speak on that part because I have been hearing lots of topics on that. I hate to say it, but a lot of the guys who have not been out the country or haven't met women from outside the country, they tend to think that those women aren't looking at men's pockets. When in reality, I hate to say it, but they are. They may not say it because it's part of their game. Not every woman out there is like that, but majority of them are. I'm speaking off of my own family who are foreigners, people I've met from outside the country who only dated men in America for their green card. I remember one time I used to work at Twin Peaks years ago, and there was this woman, I think she was either Venezuelan or from Colombia, and she was with this, white tea man who was not attractive at all. The moment she got to that bar, she was flirting with every single man there, giving her attention, and she had a ring on. And his words were, I'm not gonna marry you. You're gonna go back to your country." And she looked at him and said, "I can get another one. It's okay, no problem." So they're only here for those reasons. I mean, there are some out there who are here for good reasons, but majority of the time, it's for a better life.
I for sure know that we accept that as a man.
Oh, yeah.
It never bothered me that a woman is using me for my money. My kids use me for my money. I get it, right? But here's what bothers me: that you expect me to provide for you financially, but you don't prove your loyalty to me and you don't submit to me. What am I paying
100%.
for? Right? It doesn't make sense. And the women overseas, they typically do fully submit. They don't have the same energy that many of our American women have.
Oh yeah, 100%. I will give you credit on that. They do, like, here in America, there's it's very few that's like, I'm gonna say like me, because I don't believe in a whole I would never be a wife to a man until he does A, B, and C for me. No, you're a wife, period. And if you cannot show how you were raised and your own qualities, hence being feminine, oh, he brings the masculine out of me. I don't believe in that at all. You're just a quarter such a person. Compared to the women that's foreigners, they are very, feminine. They're feminine because they weren't raised around certain things that we have in America, such as like the bad stuff. And even then, even if they are, their mom is still around showing, and their grandmas are still showing them how it is to be a lady, and how you should be a lady. Here, we have, unfortunately, moms now telling their daughters, "You don't need a man for nothing, to get on your own, be very independent." And there's nothing wrong with being independent, but you should not be independent to block out your love life or potential love life. That's where things go wrong, and that's where they're always complaining about being lonely in their 50s and 60s, later on, probably their 80s if they make it to 80. But no, I do agree with you. They're very submissive, and even the ones that are just using men to get their, green card, they're still being submissive no matter what until they get what they want. And even when they get what they want, that's now their choice to realize, like, am I going to be a shitty person, or am I going to actually try to love this man and be fully committed? And most of the time, they do fully commit.
All right. Oh, Sasuke, we have not heard from you. Did you want to answer the prompt?
I was
Or
trying
you
to
just
hear everyone what they were saying. Well,
okay?
I was listening to make sure I understood what exactly, because just so I understand correctly, it's basically talking about, it's not about passport bros or traditional, it's all in one.
Is that a question?
Is
That
that what
it's
it is? I'm just making sure before I say something. Yeah, it was a question. Oh, okay, so the
if the
relationship thing is it about any?
it's basically about
Is it
like
what?
the people that come on these panels and they are arguing against relationships, and they don't want relationships themselves, but the question is, why are you coming in here speaking on a conversation that you don't care about, like 50-50 or traditional
Oh, okay,
marriage
I
and
got you.
mm-hmm. But okay,
Honestly,
before
man,
y'all
I
answer,
think some of them just might be trolling.
I also have a question. Why you say trolling, right? Have you guys ever encountered a woman who is using wife talking points to finesse you out your money and leave?
Uh, I think they try it, but the ones who try it, I don't believe it actually works for them. I don't honestly, man. I don't think men who's actually on their game gets giving out money anyway, unless they have a lot of money to give and they just don't care about it. So I think the weak ones is the ones who give out money that can't afford it. I think they do that, but
Yeah. So basically, oh, you cutting out? You driving?
I think you're right. I think the pro-black ones tend to do that a lot. They're very good at it too. They make everything about black empowerment and black love and black this, black that. Oh, time this woman is scandalous. She'll
Mm,
even go as far as to wear the natural hair and to present herself as this pan Africanist when really she's the same thing as the other 304s on the street. She still has 304 baby daddies. She's still only interested in the money you have in your pocket. She still only shows you the bare minimum respect, and that's just to get what she wants for that day. Like it's really, really bad. I have an aversion to pro black. I really do. Like it's not. It's really even not pro black most of the time. It's really pro woman. That's really what it is. I mean, you just say anything like queen or goddess, and that's it. Boom. They have this diarrhea of the mouth when it comes
So
to this. You know,
I have a, I have
women
a
used to
quick question.
reproduce without men thing.
A quick question. So,
yeah.
in all of these happy marriages that we think we see, right? Do you think the woman is in the marriage because she's in love with the man, or she's there for the children? Which one do you think is her
She's there for the
motivating?
money and the provision, bro. She ain't
Okay.
even there for the children.
You
It's all
wanna
about money.
you
So
wanna know
so so
something?
so if you say that, I don't understand how y'all could think that a woman telling another woman to avoid that life. Actually, this is it's a question for both, really, the man and the woman, right? Like you as an individual, like what do you what? Why would somebody want to be with you for life? Do people ever ask themselves that? Like, ask yourself that. Like, if somebody got with you, why would somebody want to be with you for life?
Well, you got to
I say
remember
you
that
want to be.
women file
I,
for 80%
Wait,
of the
I'm sorry.
divorces.
Wait, why would they want to be with you for what?
why would any human being, your
Uh-huh.
choice, why would they want to be with you as the individual who wants to be in the relationship, right? Why would they want to be with you? What about you? Do you see what is your own selling point? Like, what do you see as your selling point that would make somebody say that you think that you possess that someone would be willing to share a lifetime of experiences with you? What do you possess individually to brag on yourself? Like, if you're bragging on yourself, like you would say, like, you know, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to give you any hints. I got great for why I know why somebody would want to be with me for a lifetime. I understand me, but I'm a, whatever, male chauvinistic pig that, loves drinking my own bathwater. So I can answer the question, but can y'all answer the question why somebody would want to be
For
with you for a
sure.
lifetime?
Is that addressed to the women on the panel or everyone?
Anybody, both. But I think it's a fair question for both, right?
Hey,
Rachel,
Nikki.
do you
Oh,
wanna go first?
Nikki Kev is on the phone. Y'all, Kev is on the phone, so he's not here right now. But hey, Jane. Hey, hey, TT. Yeah, the question. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to answer that. I'm already picked. My man already know what's up. So
Yeah, I wouldn't say same, but I'll give you some points my man said for everybody else that asked him on why he's with me. One, I'm very submissive. Two, I'm not combative. Three, I'm a family person. And when I take care of him when he's sick, nobody else has ever done that except for his grandmother, his aunt, and his mom. So for him to go through other women before me, they never did that before. Not even cook for him, not even clean for him, nothing like that, or even pamper to him, show him a good time, not just some actual needs. That's why he's with me for life. We have a whole family together. So I would hope it's for life until one of us, unlives, but there's more to it, but I'll just leave it at that.
I'm a great provider. I'm
I mean,
incredibly consistent, literally. You never need to want for anything. All your needs are definitely going to be met. Maybe not all your wants, but definitely your needs will be met.
There's no right or
but
wrong
can you
answer.
just want to like them?
I'm just wondering, what is the purpose of your question? What's the point of your question? Jack?
Sorry, I'm talking. Sorry.
Hey,
So to the prompt, right? It says, if you don't want a relationship, why be in a relationship? And then talk, I don't know what that's for, but 50-50, traditional marriage, anti-304 passport. And then next, why take a relationship advice from broken people? I have always heard and understood, right? Because I've talked to them as well, that some of the best advice on a relationship comes from a 304, right? So to take it however you want, a grain of salt or with a spoon of sugar, however you want to take that. Just some of the best advice you can get on knowing a man in and out comes from a lady that knows him in and out. So I'm done with that. Next up is lust a choice?
Wait, whoa, hold on. Sorry. Over here we just go one question at a time. But
Okay.
also, did everybody get to answer why take relationship advice from broken people?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so go ahead. We'll go to Randall and then Wellington if he didn't get to answer. Go ahead, Randall.
Yeah, you never take relationship advice from broken people. You just don't, because their point of view will always be negative and coming from a hurt place. You know, you just don't do that. You know what I mean? You just don't do that. If anything, you take what they say and you do the opposite. You learn from their mistakes. You know what I mean? That's the only way I could think of it. Like, learn from their mistakes or learn from, like, ooh, I don't want that. Ooh, okay, I hear you, but I don't want that. You know what I mean? So understanding that difference, even because some people don't know they're broken, right? So they think they're giving you good advice, but it's like, dang, that's toxic in the mug. You know what I mean? So knowing who you are, knowing what works for yourself, and also plays a part in that too. And I mean, you can't be gullible. You can't just be anybody. If people talk about use discernment with like getting a relationship, but now you got to use discernment in every part of your life. You know what I mean? So knowing who you can take advice from and who you can't take advice from. And I mean, it's a big part too. So again, make sure you have a good team around you and good folks around you. And I mean that can help you and I want the best for you. And I mean, even people who want the best from you can still throw a monkey wrench in there, because that's them. That's because they love you that much. So you still got to use discernment and understand and know the difference between someone's really for you or using a benefit for them. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. That's my opinion on that. I'll land.
Yeah, I think you made a good point right there. You said do the opposite, and they don't even know they're hurt. So, hey Jane.
Hey. No, I'm ratchet.
Sorry, y'all. Okay, well, look, Kev gonna come back and be like, "What the hell's going on, guys?" All right. So, Wellington, did you already answer this question?
Sorry, I'm a little busy in the background. I apologize.
Nah, no problem. Sasuke, why take relationship advice from broken people such as yourself?
Great idea. First of all, thank you. I appreciate that. Great compliment. I think it's a great idea to take advice from them. My homeboy got a saying. He said, listen to everything but be attached to nothing. It kind of goes like something like that. Because I think when you listen to them, sometimes they actually have, some good advice because they are broken. So sometimes they've gone through things that you necessarily haven't even thought about or seen before. So when you do see it in another person, you're like, oh, you just as broken as the person I was listening to the other day. So I think some of their advice can actually be valid.
No, all right.
You know what?
What?
As a man who's been divorced, I can easily tell you that just because I've been divorced doesn't mean I don't have valid advice. The fact that I was able to get married should speak volumes about who I am as a person, at least what I'm capable of. So, someone's divorced or broken up with doesn't mean they can't give you good advice, right?
Now, here's the thing. That's a little bit different from somebody who exits a relationship and is not broken and someone who exits and is completely broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can exit a relationship and you're learning from it, right? But some people, they are bitter to relationships themselves. It's not like they're telling you anything like to get better. They're telling you from a hurt place. That I think that's the main issue that Kev is trying to point out. Getting divorced doesn't mean
sometimes everything is perceived as, this person is broken, but it's really that they're disillusioned. The illusion, the magic is gone. And at the end of the day, you realize as a man sitting in your house that it took forever for you to pay off. Love is an illusion. It's not real, right? And everything is transactional. that seems bitter, that seems negative, but it's reality. It's not negative. It's a beautiful thing once you accept it, right? So that now everything is simplified.
Okay, but we talking about the people that don't accept, like the people that don't accept their part or their responsibility for why they just walking around talking about they don't want other people to be in relationship, like because they don't want to be in a relationship anymore. We talking about the bitter people. Wait, Nikki, why you say I'm not bitter, but I don't want anything?
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, can I
Okay,
comment
well,
on that?
Nikki, come
You
on
mind?
up. Huh?
Hold on.
Can I
Wait,
answer the
okay,
first question before we open up
let's
to
let
open
Jane
panel?
All right. Okay.
Jane go, and then we'll do open panel for the first question. But go ahead, Jane.
Sure. So if you don't want a relationship, why be in relationship talk? I feel like that we can all have conversation. I don't feel like it should be limited to those that want to be in a relationship. We don't know everybody's personal situation. So somebody that doesn't choose to be in one, maybe they're doing some healing and they can see certain things within themselves and other people that other people can't see. The same as if I tell you have a booger on your nose, you're going to trust that you probably have a booger on your nose because you don't walk around with a mirror. I think some of those conversations still apply to those that don't want a relationship, or their relationships may not look like traditional marriages and things of that nature, but may look indifferent. I feel like it stops echo chambers, because an echo chamber is doing nothing because there's no solution. There's just one track minds, and that doesn't help people grow. Even if I disagree with somebody, that is still helping me grow and learning new things, because my disagreement may be that I'm just ignorant about the fact. What is this 50-50 traditional marriage, anti 304 passport? Don't care about passport rules. Please go. You need help? I got trash bags and I got boxes. Anti 304, I'm definitely a 304. Traditional, don't believe in a modern.
304?
Definitely. And 50-50, nope, 100, 50% is failing.
Oh wow. Okay, open panel. Go ahead, Randall.
Hey, I want to address what my man said. It's crazy because when I hear him say that, especially as a man, to my love is not real. As to me, that's bitter. You know what I mean? That's a very coming from a hurt place, an unhealthy place, because love is a real thing. You know what I mean? And I think that when we getting that, to me, you gave up on yourself. Like, yeah, things is transactional. The thing is, this crazy part, like, yeah, love is a transactional thing, right? Relationships are transactional. You know what I mean? But it's not, doesn't make it not a real thing. And I mean, I think that because it's so powerful and so potent that it's easier for you to be like, as a man, to logically think, oh, nah, this is just like, no, bro, it's there. Like, you know what I mean? You're just you're trying to detach yourself because you was hurt. You know what I mean? Well, I'm trying to make sense of this thing. Sometimes love don't make sense. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. But I think the older you get, the more mature you have. You understand. You can, like, you know what? I don't want to fall in love. I want to walk in love. You have more control of it, more control of your feelings about it and towards it when you grow up and you mature. Not saying what you've been through or you're immature or anything like that, brother, but I just disagree with that mindset. Like when I was a young
Well,
boy and I
can I
was in my
ask you a
20s.
clarifying question?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
What would you call love? Do you see love as like intense affection, or like what does love mean to you?
Love mean to me, love is changing. Love is powerful. I mean, love can change a person's internal, the way they think, how they feel, and how they move. And I mean, love
Okay.
love is sacrificial. You know what I mean? Love is definitely it's all of it. It's the action, it's the saying, it's the feeling. And I mean, it's a real thing, you know. And
Listen, I'm gonna tell
Right,
you when a
right.
couple is
And
no
guess
longer
what?
in love.
You really
Why?
do feel that. You feel that for her. She'll never actually feel those things that you're talking about for you. All she'll ever feel is appreciation for your provision and the fact that other women might want you. She likes that. But to love you in a manner that you love her, that's not real. Mutual love is not real, brother. And you shouldn't even look for it. She's supposed to only really love her children, the children from her body. You love her. Love is a one-way street. You love her. She loves the kids. God loves you. The only person, the only entity that loves you is going to be God.
that's wild.
Wow.
It's
That's
beautiful, bro.
wild.
Does
That's a
that mean
wild
she's
one.
incapable of love? Like for
Yeah, women are not capable of love
oh
except for their biological children. And that's only for a short amount of time when the kids aren't as cute as they used to be. The
dare
love
you
for
say
them
that to a
dwindles as
woman
well.
who's in love?
That's
I'm
that's I,
sorry.
that's wow. He believed that with his whole
Wow,
chest.
you know
Like
every
he believed
woman
that with
now.
his
Here,
You
whole
hear
chest.
every
she
word.
Rachel only love you for your
Well,
provision.
Man,
My goodness.
Dang.
my God.
I just say this.
That sounds
I
horrible.
Whatever you've been through, brother, I'm sorry. Like
Can I just
I'm
say this
sorry.
though? Can I just say this? Let's understand though. Falling in love or infatuation with the unicorn is not the same as falling in someone who doesn't have the sparkle, right? Because whatever that spark is to you, right? Intellectual, beauty, legs, hair, feet, whatever that independent feature that you gravitate to, right? Everybody doesn't have that. So that's the unicorn, right? So it's easy to say I'm in love with the unicorn. I'm not necessarily talking to the girl who says she's in love, but I understand love and I understand being in love with the unicorn, right? The way they talk, the way they walk, they have the right job, the right car, everything just seems to be right on. Like God, like I couldn't have mail ordered this. Like, how did you do this, right? And so it's easy to love the unicorn, right? It's the other people we talking about that I believe the brothers like, because remember, most people are not unicorns. Let's be honest. Most of us are not unicorns, or we were a unicorn for a very short period of time in our life, right? But the unicorn expired, right? And we became, whatever. But my point is I guess that's to the brother's point, right? Unicorn for the majority, right, will have an expiration date. And what do you do when that expiration date comes? And that's when because love is like,
Jack, you're
love is
losing.
fleeting.
You're losing me. A unicorn is something very special. You're
That's my
losing
point.
me at this point.
Well, that's
You don't fall out of being a unicorn. You are a unicorn if you say you are. You can probably fall in some stuff, but you're not falling out of being a unicorn. That is not just a lifestyle. That is how you're hot wired. Very, very nasty things. But after Jack finishes, because he was kind of losing me a little bit, because all these things about choices and things of that nature. You're hot wired that way. After Jack finishes, then AJ is going to go, and I really want you to look up, Jack, the definition of a unicorn in the sexual world.
Okay, this is what I'm saying, though. This is what I'm saying. In terms of humanity, right? I don't, even Denzel ran out of unicorn, fantasticness, right? So
Stop
the
saying
unicorn.
unicorn.
So
Unicorn is
listen.
sexual, Jack. Don't call Denzel a unicorn. That's a
You
sexual term.
only? Oh. Well, I
It's a
wasn't using it
very
in that
sexual
term. Well, we
term.
were
Well,
If you
using
brother,
it
want to
before
differently.
you
be,
We were
finish, I
using
do
it
if
want
you
to
differently.
point
want
one
to, if
thing
you want
out.
to be a
We were using it
loner,
differently.
or if
That's
you
all.
want to be an introvert, or if you want to be great on your own, or a goat. I don't know why you want to be a goat. That's different than being a unicorn. You literally
Okay.
said that
The
Denzel gets down with the get down.
So
the
maybe
lady who said she
the
was in love,
outlier,
I
the
guarantee you, the man that she's in love
Anomaly.
with is someone who makes way more money than her. It's not really love; it's always practical. He makes more money, and
You got a
the
lot
woman
going
that
on.
you're in
okay.
love with,
The,
she's actually very attractive.
the
If she lost her looks, you wouldn't be in love with her.
Yeah.
If he lost his money, she would
Wow.
not be in love with him.
the issue with
It's
his
not real.
statement, the issue with his statement
Shoot.
is that he said all, like everything he is saying is definitive. He's closed off to the idea that someone could possibly love him for more than his money and whatever, protection or
Where do y'all see that happening? Do y'all see that in
I
your
mean, there are
real
some
life? Do y'all
exceptions.
see that? Do y'all see that this
My
love thing really
marriage, me and
happens?
my
I'm
husband ate
there.
noodles
It
at
is
times.
I.
How long have y'all
Me and
been
my
married? How
husband
long have you been married?
struggled since
How long have you been?
2012 until he
Okay, so
died
10 years.
2023.
Okay, so 10 years. That's good.
Rockford
Listen,
lost.
my cousin Kim made it to 25 years, so I understand. I love you, but my cousin Kim and her best friend Maxine, two church girls, prayed for their husbands, got mail order from God. They made it to 25 years, so you're almost there. Call me
No,
when
he's
you get there.
gone. He's gone. However, you
Yeah, also
the
So sorry. Sorry
definitive
for your loss.
all, that's just Rachel loves Kev. I loved my husband. It was not about financial, it was not about provision. So that's where the all doesn't take place. So just say the people that you know, because I know a few people that would sit down and crack open oodles and noodles for their spouse because they love them.
amen.
Listen.
And we're sorry you're not, you have not seen that yet. It truly is a beautiful thing when you do find that compatibility and both people are able to be vulnerable with one another. It really is. And I'm sorry that, y'all haven't experienced that yet, but it is out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Well,
agree.
he was
Like,
married. You telling a married man he didn't experience that? That the nerve y'all have.
You're saying
yes,
that's
yes.
He no,
that's
he
Obviously,
said
your
that.
obviously, he didn't experience
He
that
said
because
he didn't experience
that's
it.
yeah, he
personal. That
He
obviously
doesn't
had
said
to have
apply.
experienced though to ask her to
nah,
marry him.
no,
No,
not
y'all don't think he
necessarily.
experienced it. It just
Nah, nah, nah,
expired.
nah,
Yeah,
nah.
Wellington,
that
I'm not.
doesn't
Wellington, come to
apply
the
to
chat.
everyone.
Mad at
Wellington,
us? Ask Wellington. How you gonna get mad at us for
I'm
what we
asking. That's why I
said?
said, Wellington, come to the chat. What was your wife missing? What was she missing?
Oh, my ex-wife was great. It's just that we understood this was money. You wanted to be provided for 100%. I got you. I want you to stay home and not go
Is
to the
that how
club and
you
stuff
met her
like
Well,
that.
though?
that sounds
Is
like,
that was that the?
wait a minute, Jack. That sounds like an agreement.
That's what it is, and
Right.
that's what
That
marriage
part.
really is. It has nothing to do with love.
No, that's
But is
Uh,
that how you came
that's
at
what
it though
I
you
in the
disagree.
beginning? Though
that's
that
what you
matters.
made your marriage. That's what
Yes,
Exactly.
your marriage
yes.
was.
That was your marriage. That was
Right.
your relationship.
And that's what you agreed upon. So another person's marriage could start from rock bottom. They have nothing. They could have came from college. At that point, where is the money coming from? Where's the provision coming from at that point? So it takes all different types of relationships, all different types of marriages. We're not
And she was a nurse. She
uh,
made good money. She just didn't make as much, and she was tired of working.
Now, see,
right.
that's the
But
problem.
saying
She's
all
a
Yeah,
nurse.
she
that,
didn't
I
want
mean,
a
she
partner.
could
She
have
wanted
been
a daddy.
she could have been a
She didn't want a
scorpion
partner. She
on the
wanted a daddy.
pole
No,
that
she had.
still
If she was a
you
nurse,
told
she didn't
wait
need
a
a
minute,
daddy.
you
She
told
made over
her
6 figures
that
herself.
wait a minute, you
There's a,
told her that you'll take care of her. So that was the agreement. It's not like it was something that wasn't agreed upon. Y'all's marriage centered around you financially taking care of her. That's
Can I
y'all's marriage.
can I say what this sounds like? And watch this. I have a pastor,
That's all
right?
marriage for her.
No, watch
So
this. No,
okay,
watch. No, watch
before
this.
you
I have a pastor, and he
go
married
ahead
a
and say
woman in
that.
the military
Jack.
that couldn't have kids
But
after 20
dang,
years.
Jack, you can't hear me? Thank you. I appreciate it. So, Jack, I'm gonna let you go ahead and say what you gotta say real quick. Then I really want to get AJ in and then Navajo.
Okay, I'm just saying this to the fella's point. Now, I had a pastor, right? And he married a woman with kids, gave her kids, and then divorced that woman, right? And then he married another woman, which was a military career woman, right? So she was high rank, making good money, and could not have kids, right? So to that point where I can't listen. To men, if you are a female. And if you have a dude that wants you for a lifetime, you need to really go in the mirror and tap yourself on the shoulder. Because y'all have a lot of competition in this world. And as men get older, we get better as we get older. So I think y'all need to really start to understand. For me, when you're a 60-year-old man, when you're sitting there with a 60-year-old woman, you really can go get a 30-year-old woman if you want to. So it really is a man giving up a lot at
Brother,
60.
you crack
I'm
me
just
up. You
saying.
make it seem like you're going to
Can
respond
we
to
let
something
AJ
someone else
go?
says,
Because
and
this
you be
sounds like
saying
a whole
random
bunch of
stuff.
malarkey. Can we
I'm
let
just saying,
AJ go?
listen, my
Because
grandpa stayed with my grandma and he had a friend that got
what
a
you're
younger
saying is
woman.
not
The man with the
factual.
younger woman
What
was
you're
happy.
saying is not factual at all. At all. Because women get better with time. Ours perk up.
That's actually
Y'all's
not
go
true. You don't
down.
get better with
There's
time,
a
ma'am.
difference.
that's not
Ma'am,
However,
no
true.
offense, but women
That's
only
not
get worse
true.
with time.
No,
You
y'all
don't
don't.
get
I
better
want to
with
hear
time
from
at
Y'all
all.
AJ
women are
too, Rachel. Wait
Cinderella.
a
Y'all
minute.
got
Wait
till
a minute.
midnight.
Wait a
Y'all got
minute.
till
I want to
midnight.
hear from AJ too.
Right.
Because
Let's
at the end of the
get
day, if
AJ.
unless you slept with a man, you would never know what it is to be with a man that is declining at 40. So go ahead, AJ. I'm tired of these men that aren't gay talking about other men. Go ahead, AJ.
How did
Sorry.
the gay come in? Where did the gay come
Hold
in?
up. Hold up. What's up, everybody? I'm sorry. um, so I was just listening. I don't know if y'all want me to answer the question or if y'all want me to chime into what y'all talking about, but from what I'm hearing, it just sounds like some of y'all is really unhealed. And some of y'all also need to take accountability because if you over there trying to date girls who you already know are trash and are looking for certain things, you keep picking up the same girl in the same place, then yes, your experience is gonna be the same.
Y'all can
Maybe
clearly.
elevate where you're picking up the girl. That's like picking up
No,
a
we're
girl in
not
clubs.
insulting any
And then
woman up here. We're not saying anything wrong with
hold
you,
up.
ladies.
Why every time I talk, like, come on, y'all. I didn't interrupt nobody. All I'm saying is that it don't make sense. That's like people who pick up women in the club and then complain that she always in the club. You picked her up in the fucking club. You want something different, pick up a different girl. I don't know, meet a girl at church.
Meet a girl that reads books. Meet a girl that y'all have shit in common with. Like, this is weird. This is fucking wild. That's all I'm saying. It just sounds like a lot of unhealed shit. What question is we on, y'all? I was trying to figure it out. We on the first one?
Yeah. You can answer the first one.
If you don't want a relationship, why be in relationship talk? 50-50 traditional marriage, anti 304 passport. I think some people do jump into these conversations that may not want relationships, either because, you know, we burn, maybe whatever else originally. And sometimes people just kind of stay there because they're, you know, trying to have a real conversation about it instead of a hypothetical. I think there's a multitude of reasons. For me, I'm not somebody looking for a relationship. I'm not really in these conversations, right? If I am jumping in the conversations, it's because my friends are having these conversations. And I want to be on a paddle and I want to talk to them. So that's just kind of where it's at. So, are we just on the first one, or am I answering all of them?
Aw. You just come on to talk to us.
Yeah, come on, 'cause I want to talk to y'all. Well, I mean, I don't know. Kev was being mean to me, you know, the other day. So
Don't
I
do
was
that.
like, "Where's Rachel?" I'm like, "I'm gonna go to Rachel. Rachel knows
No. I am a lot more gentle. Yes. All right. Well, appreciate that though. That's so nice. Okay, that's a different perspective.
Hey, hold on. What's wrong with hetero
Wait. Okay.
relationships?
Navajo, how you doing?
Oh, I'm driving right now, so.
Okay. Are you?
Hey, hold up. F1, don't say that. He's walking crickets. TikTok. He's
Oh
walking
no.
crickets. Y'all don't
Walking
say that, because
crickets.
that's how they're gonna
Yeah.
take y'all out.
Don't say you're in a vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh,
So did
I
you
said
want?
I'm walking. No, I said I'm walking. I'm walking.
Yeah, you just walking down the street,
Oh, yeah, walking your.
walking your fish.
Yo, is your
Y'all didn't
fish?
hear me. I said I'm
Is your
walking.
fish cutting the grass?
We heard you. We heard you say walking your fish and
Yo.
smoking your grass.
But why is hetero so bad though?
Wait, why is hetero so
What?
bad?
It's not. So you, I seen your comment and I told you I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to any man that says what other men can do and how they perform and how they
So a
get greater,
man can't love a woman?
where you wouldn't know about men. You would only know about a man, which means you would never know about what men can do and perform, because you have not slept with men if you're heterosexual. That's what I'm saying. So I kind of get tired of men saying all men or men get better. How would you know? You only know from one man's perspective.
That's so
Well,
interesting.
typically men do get
Are you
better.
asking me
We
how
make
would I
more money.
know?
Once again,
We're more
once
stable.
again,
We're less
you would
pleasant.
only know from one man's perspective. Now, I understand that men talk about women a great deal concerning the things that they see as flaws. Of course, because you have experienced women. But no man on this panel, from my knowledge, has ever experienced a man. Y'all have never experienced men laying on the shoulders and saying how their dingling doesn't work, or having to go and take that blue pill. Because when they hit the age of 40, the majority of them, because they didn't take care of themselves in the very beginning of life, they are not performing at that age. So unless you've experienced a man, stop talking about him. You only can experience
Does it
yourself,
offend you
not
But
other
that you
men.
hold
lose
on.
value
Let
as
me
you
help
get
you
older?
out though. But let me
I
throw
don't
this
need
in
any
there.
help. I don't need
But
any
let
help.
me.
I'm
Jack,
saying
you
it.
are
I'm
the
saying it
loudest
as
person on
being
this
with
panel,
Yeah,
men.
but this
dude.
is what I
You are
don't
I'm
think you
so
saying
funny,
it
understand
as
bro.
being
though.
with
I
men.
swear,
Y'all
Yeah,
sit
man.
but this is
around
what
and
I don't think you understand
y'all
though.
can have conversation with y'all friends, and they can sit around and lie to y'all all the time as they get in our
I do not
inboxes.
want to
Y'all would
explain to
never
men.
This is what I
experience
don't think you
men
understand though.
unless you are not walking a
I do
straight
But you
not want
line.
to
understand the
explain
pill
to
works
men.
though. Well, I'm just saying you understand the
Hold up,
pill
hold
It
up,
works
hold
brings
though.
up, hold
migraines
up.
and
Why do
pain,
you sound so
Byron.
angry, G.I. Jane? Why are you
Hold
I
on,
got
Yeah.
hold
it.
on,
what's
y'all.
Wait a
going
minute.
on?
Hold
Hold
You
on.
on,
know
Hold
the
on. Hold
hold
pill
on.
on,
Hold
y'all.
works
on.
Hold
Hold
though,
on,
on.
right?
hold on.
Hold on.
Bro,
Hold
I'm gonna
on.
mute
Hold
you. Hold
on.
on.
Hold
Yeah, but
on.
Hold on,
Hold
hold on,
on.
hold on, hold on. Yo,
So
let
this is.
Navajo
I'm
go,
sorry.
bro.
I'm
yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I just
Yeah,
gotta
because y'all
address this
gonna go
right
all
quick.
day. Like,
I'm
yeah.
let him
sorry.
talk,
I
and then
want
we
to
can go
address
open
this though,
panel.
AJ, because I'm getting tired of that too.
No,
So
you could, G.
what makes me sound angry? Is it the color of my skin? Is it the curly hair? Is it because I'm using a phone close up so y'all can hear me? How can you determine
It's
my
well,
So
it's
mood
Jane, hold
based
on.
on words?
Jane, don't get wrapped up
so
in that.
why
Hold on,
ask?
hold on.
Okay.
No. Don't get wrapped
They
up in
can't. They can't determine my mood based on a
Don't get
phone.
wrapped
No,
up in
she
that.
doesn't want me to answer your question,
Wellington.
so I'm not going
No.
to
You
answer
do
it, G.I.
not have to
Jane.
answer that because
Thank
the
you.
fact
I
that
love you, Wellington.
there's really no reason
Love
to
you too,
answer
Sugarfoot.
that. Navajo,
I'm aggressive.
go
I
ahead
am.
and finish. Go ahead and finish, Navajo.
Don't be in my inbox. I'm aggressive.
Okay, Navajo, go ahead and finish your point, or if you wanted to answer the question. The question was,
No,
uh-huh.
I don't want to experience man. Straight up.
Okay, we got you. Okay, we got you on that. So the question is, if you don't want a relationship, why be in a relationship talk? This is like in general for people who say they don't want to be in a relationship. Why are
No,
they?
you went off topic. You went off topic.
Oh, you still want to talk about men?
No, you were on the topic of men.
No, she's talking about the topic on the screen, baby. The first
Yeah,
one.
we're redirecting because we don't want to talk about men liking men. Okay, okay. He's still walking that fish.
Here, let me just say this.
Okay, Jack, say what you gotta say.
Was lusting after your partner? Is that the one we're on? Are we on number 2?
We are on if you don't want a relationship.
If you don't,
You see, I get talked over.
this is what I don't say though. It's not that necessarily people don't want a relationship. They just
I get talked over. So
go ahead, Navajo.
He keeps getting talked over. We let him talk, bruh.
So it says, why take a relationship advice from broken people?
The other one, Navajo, the one up top.
Okay. If you don't want a relationship. You said, is it like a 50-50 choice?
I was trying to explain what the question was saying, but you didn't want to listen to me. Okay. The question is to people who say they don't want a relationship. If you don't want a relationship, why be in relationship talk or conversations? Like conversations like 50-50, traditional marriage, anti-304, passport, etc.
You want the honest question?
The honest answer, yes.
Answer, my man. The only reason why they're sticking around is because they want commodity. Like, they get comfortable, and then once they're not comfortable anymore, then they leave. You get what I mean, or no?
Yeah, you're saying they want validation from other people. Like
Exactly.
they get together and they want camaraderie.
They're already over you, so the only reason why they're staying is because they need that extra penny. Am I wrong or no?
Well, it's not a right or wrong. It's just your opinion. It's all good.
That's the only reason why they stick around, right? No?
You confusing me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if everybody already answered the first question, we're gonna move on to the second question.
See, that's what happens. I come with the facts. Then if you don't want to listen, that's okay.
No,
brother, I think your audio's not really all that clear too. You might have to use headphones, or maybe it's really windy where you are. I'm not sure.
Now I'm traveling, bro.
Oh,
okay,
gotcha,
so
gotcha.
Navajo, I'm gonna put you down real quick, and I'm gonna invite somebody else up, and until you got a little bit more time to communicate all the way. All right, we appreciate you.
That's cool. Sayonara.
All right.
See you later, Navajo. Sister, is that voice better?
Nikki, where you at? Nikki, go ahead and send that request again.
I'm gonna use this voice from now on.
Yeah, stop.
Use this one.
What's up, Robbie?
Yo.
Hey,
What up, man?
hey.
What's up?
Okay.
Look at all the beauties up on the panel. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, fellas?
Who
got offended by your tone?
I was called aggressive because I smack the shit out of anybody, but I'm gonna use this tone.
But was he at least submissive?
Absolutely not. I was
Absolutely.
not submissive.
Well,
No.
he's a good man.
Hey, okay.
Yo, you know what? I think tone matters more to men than we would like to admit. You know what I mean? Because like when men are about to fight, you know what they say to each other? Yo, don't talk to me like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, bro, like tone matters. You know, we just we don't like to say that it does, but yeah.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
right.
hold on.
You
Now,
know, it's about the boys.
you're
It's
gonna call
about
out the victimhood now. You're calling out victimhood. I'm talking
it's all
shit to
about the
somebody in the comments.
masculinity up in here.
Right.
Dang,
They'd be like,
shaking the table.
I did. I'm always shaking tables around here. I bring troubles to the tables and drama.
they'd be
That's what I
like,
bring to the table. So don't be in my inbox, okay? Stay y'all soft asses out my inbox because
Now
I will
hold on.
yell at you.
Was he in your inbox?
No, oh no, I love Wellington. Wellington's
Oh, I
my
was about
buddy.
to say
Oh,
because
that's masculine.
because he got caught up last time. Somebody was he was saying that he wasn't in somebody's inbox and he was.
No, that was another lady. Remember, I came up
Uh-huh.
here because she was putting all the information on there, and I told her that's wrong to
Okay, I
do
remember.
because she put his phone number up there, and I ain't like that.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah,
when
that
that
was off the
happened. That
chain.
was wrong.
Yeah,
Who was that was him that she did it to?
yeah. I rocks with
Yeah, that was
Wellington. Wellington came
crazy
to my
work.
life, and he was very nice. But yeah, I'm
And
aggressive.
she
So
did all of that. It didn't even make no sense.
no, she didn't. See, I took up for Wellington, and I wasn't being aggressive when I took up for him.
Hi.
I didn't
Hey,
even
that's
like
true.
his
You weren't.
down though, but
So you guys, I do want to move on to the next question. I'm gonna start with Randall because I haven't heard from him in a little bit, and then we can move up if that's cool. Ooh. Oh wait, Randall already answered that question. Why take relationship advice from broken people?
Yeah, I answer that.
Okay.
is lust a choice? Ooh, I like that question.
I know Kevin and I had a great conversation about that. That's probably why he put it up there. Okay, so Nikki, why take relationship advice from broken people?
I don't know. You gotta be kind of cuckoo if you do. Why would you take advice from a broken? Let me re-emphasize that a little longer. A broken person. I wouldn't take anything from a broken person because they ain't gonna dish out nothing but negative of their experiences and what they still going through. So why would you want to take advice? Unless you want to, stay single and never want to be married and have nobody, and now you done develop the mindset like they did, then they gonna attach themselves to you so you could stay in that misery and with them because misery likes company, right? Birds of a feather also flock together. So I wouldn't recommend taking anything from nobody that has not put in the work in themselves. Listen to anything because it's always going to be this pessimistic type of mindset. They will only see bad instead of the good.
What up? Where we at, y'all?
Oh, my baby's back.
What's up, Kev? How you doing, man?
What up, Rob? How you feeling? What's up,
What's up,
babe?
chilling, man?
Good job, babe, for holding it down
We
for us.
disrespected her. We sorry.
What
We
happened?
were loud and acting like 5-year-olds up in here.
What
She
happened?
held it down though. She held down the daycare.
Yeah, that's my baby. That's what I trust her.
Yo, Kev.
What's up, Randall? How you feeling, man? You been there,
Man,
man?
been a minute, man. How you been?
AJ, what's up, AJ and Jane in the building?
Hey, we like Rachel better. Just go back on mute, play your game. Rachel can handle it.
Wish I was playing the game.
I'm sorry, but it's true though.
Was
Rachel been putting her foot down.
Baby, we were on why take relationship advice from broken people. Dang, it's raining heavy. And Nikki just answered and we was about to go to Rob.
all right. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, it's on me? Oh, my bad. I thought it was still on Nikki. Yeah. So one of my favorite scriptures is who's wise and understanding, let him first prove it by the conduct of his life. Because a lot of people, they're gonna look at your life, you know what I'm saying? And they're gonna some people might still take your words, like some people are wise enough to take wise words regardless of the vessel being used to speak, you know what I'm saying? And me personally, like I've taken this is one person in my life. I view them as a complete fool, but they said two things that I'll never forget, and it was like wise. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that I caught it, because you know, if I spent all my time like being like, "Who are you to speak?" I wouldn't have caught what they. You know what I mean? Sometimes we have such a disdain for a person, we can't hear them, even if they are saying anything sensible. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, like broken people. Yeah, like it just doesn't make sense, you know, to take life advice from a homeless person. It's like, to some degree, it's like you homeless. Like, what do you know? Like, we're gonna think that, you know what I'm saying? We might not say that, but it's like, you know so much that you're homeless. You know what I mean? Like, or you know so much that you're divorced, or you know so much about health that you're fat, or you know what I mean? So like, people are looking at that. So if your life doesn't line up with what you're saying, like for me, like I lost $30,000 gambling. So if I start talking about finances, people gonna be like, "Boy, didn't you lose 30K at the casino?" You see what I mean? So it's like, you know, I don't know, man. So it really it depends on the person, but I think on a broad scope, most people are gonna not hear you because of how your life is. You know what I mean? And like even the Bible understands that, and that's why it says, "Who's wise and understanding, let him first prove it by the conduct of his life." But yeah, I only take advice from my superiors. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody who's doing better than me, and somebody whose life I'd probably trade places with. Like those people I listen to heavy. If they write a book, I'm buying it. If they got a podcast, I'm listening. You know what I mean? So personally, but yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Real quick though. Like it's still corny people with money. Like it's still lames with money.
Randall,
It's still.
everybody gotta answer it, and
Oh,
it's
I'm
always
sorry.
me that get cut off.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah. He is right.
Alter,
He is right to what he said.
because
Yeah.
I'm aggressive.
My bad though. That's the first thing I had to say something for you. You know what I mean? My bad though. I don't
I
usually
know
cut
we
people off.
sound
I
just
promise.
alike. Both of us sound aggressive. Facts, Randall. Hey, Randall.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Over here sewing my weave.
Get it, black woman. Get it, black woman.
That part, and it's curly. Okay, can I answer?
Yeah.
Is it on me?
Yeah.
Okay. Why take relationship advice from broken people? I like what Nikki said. The word is broken, not single, right? So you can take relationship advice from single people and even divorced people, because you have to fail your way to success. And most divorced people know the right answer because they did the wrong thing. The same as when parenting happens. You know the right answer because you did the wrong thing. The same with financial literacy. Most bankruptcy people, or most that file for bankruptcy, took a financial literacy class in order for them to get a bankruptcy. Most people don't take financial literacy. That's the reason why they was in that situation. So they can teach you financial literacy even though they had a bankruptcy. But a broken person cannot teach anybody anything, because if you're broken, you are all in pieces. So yeah, the word is broken, not necessarily single.
I like that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
Yes. Good perception. And I like reading, like how you just dove into the detail of it, to the meat of it. Nice. Appreciate that.
Well, dove into the meat is kind of wild, but yeah, I agree.
I caught on. Thank you, Randall. I'm gonna dig into that meat too.
I'm over here trying to eat this food, but I had to come over here and say, okay, though, what she said. All
Yo,
the way. That was artfully said. Thank you.
You gotta stand in
That's so
there.
good.
There you go,
That
Jane.
hit different because I was taking this test and I was like, dang, I got those questions wrong. And guess what? You know why I got it right the next time? Because I failed the first time. I know the answer now.
But the sad thing is that people do take advice from broken people. You know, when you listen to a broken person, what do it sound like? What do they be saying? You know, why would you even want to take advice? It's never nothing good. And they gonna linger on relationships because they was in bad relationship. Like, why would you want any advice from anybody that's speaking ill of it?
yeah. I think the truth is, if you don't admire a
Hold on,
person,
I don't mean to cut y'all off, but when Randall tried to say a little something, we talked.
Right?
Wait, so I gotta be
We gotta
fair.
go. Y'all.
Go ahead, Sasuke. You can finish answering the question. I'm not sure if you already did, but if you want to answer, and then we'll have AJ and then Alter.
My bad, Rachel. I was gonna say something aggressively, but I'm over here sewing.
Yeah, after I heard everyone's answer from the broken people situation, yeah, I'm still the same with it. I think it's okay to take advice from broken people. I think they can actually give you sound advice. You can learn a lot from them because all the trauma that they've been through, you can see through a lot of the main things that they probably did wrong. And if you have some type of insight and wisdom on how you're looking at what they're saying, you can take that and turn it into good for your own self. So I think it's cool. Yeah, take their advice.
It's a difference between learning for someone's mistakes, you know what I mean, and taking what they say in the heart, right? So again, like I said earlier, you got to know, you got to have that discernment in that statement. You feel me, brother? So it's like, you can take their advice, but you got to know where it's coming from and the source of where it's coming from. So you know, okay, what's for me, what's not for me when they're giving you the advice. Okay, I need to learn from that mistake or learn from what they're talking about. And I mean, or is this coming from a better source? And I mean, so I think the source of it, yeah, it's cool. I mean, but knowing what you need, what works for you and what don't work for you, that's how you got to know yourself as well. And I'm just not going to butt in again. I'm sorry, y'all.
Wow. You lucky you was cooking. Cause you sure did, buddy.
I did. My bad, y'all. My bad.
AJ.
I don't be taking advice from broken people, but I do understand why people do. People are going to take advice based off of, at the end of the day, how they feel. So if you're not self-aware, you could take advice from broken people, but you have to pay attention to what part of that advice you're clinging to. If it's the bitterness, you probably need to work on that, right? Because misery loves company. So at the end of the day, kind of got to figure that out. Me personally, I'd rather just take advice from healed people, whether they be single, whether they be married, whether they be in a relationship, whether they do whatever. I think a lot of people like to think highly of themselves. We have a tendency to be in like, oh, we're smarter than everybody, or we're at this higher plane, especially when we say, oh, I can listen to a bunch of broken people talk about relationships and I can get the good out of it. You're also taking a lot of bad shit, right? Those ideas, those seeds are being planted in your brain. So at the end of the day, got to pay attention to what you're feeding your mind. At the end of the day, and if you're in a bitter and a broken, unhealed mood, you're gonna listen, and you're listening to broken, bad advice. You're gonna keep running in the same problem, because the thing that you're trying to, I guess, validate within yourself is that negativity, right? So you need somebody else to agree that, yeah, women is terrible, or men are terrible, or whoever is terrible. If that's all everybody's spewing, you're fortifying that. So you know, I'm always gonna say you need a. My best thing is, you know, I would work on it.
I like that. Yeah, because some people say, "Oh, everybody's
Sorry,
opinion is right."
Robbie. Sorry, Robbie. It's alter, and then it's going to be open panel.
Now you good, Rachel?
She there?
Is alter? You doing schoolwork?
Sorry, which one I'm at?
Wow.
Okay, but wow. Okay, before alter clicks though, y'all keep liking the live. Keep liking the live, y'all. Tap 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 tap. Share the live.
Everybody better be there. I'm gonna click on some names. Y'all better be there thousands as long as I ain't been here.
Share the live, y'all. I shared 15.
I'm not. My
They
numbers
got
ain't
3
good.
pages.
I'm sewing weave. I'm being a
Oh
304.
wow.
I'm participating, though.
That 34 was bold.
I'm
Okay.
participating.
You could at least drop 100 and then start messing with your hair.
It ain't even my hair.
That's making it worse. You making it worse. But Sasuke, he lucky because he been looking out, so I'll let him. He dropped only 800, but hey, he get away with that though because he looked out. He's in the promo, so he's good. Nikki, let's see what she got. Y'all could be sending shares too. So I only got about a half hour. This Nikki ain't got nothing. That's crazy work.
Nikki.
Do you do that?
Oh, what
Do
I
you do that too?
Fingers earlier. Her fingers don't work.
Wow.
I ain't got nothing on what.
Look at him tapping right now.
I must gotta be mirror or something. That's bold. 0.
Oh, I
Zero?
ain't tapped. Oh, that's what y'all talking.
That's
Bad.
crazy. Let's see my brother Rob. I could trust him.
No
Oh, he
need
got
to
three.
sit here and
He got
talk.
304. What type of likes is those? He got 304. That's funny. Randall. Let's see what you got, Randall. Let's see. We got this. We see his face before I'm about to look at this. Let's see what he got.
Look at that face.
I got like 400.
He just started tapping.
367. Ouch. And let's see what Twin got. I can believe in
Wait
her.
a
Let's
minute.
see.
Hold on. We got people in the chats too. And y'all need to be mother effing tapping this screen as well.
Twin got 424, man. I've been disappointed in
Got
some.
here.
We should be
I've been
ashamed for talking.
disappointed in some of my mods. And these are my mods, though. That's the crazy part.
I'm subscribed. You said when you subscribe,
Oh, you
you gotta
lucky,
tap like
right? Yeah,
that.
okay, Jane. You just found that. That's a good one. Yeah, okay. You can slide. You right. You right. Okay.
I gotta
Take it
slide
back.
in there. You know, I usually topple over
Yeah. Oh,
3,000.
yeah. I apologize. I forgot.
This is just gonna be one day I don't tap.
Nah, you can take some couple days. That you good.
No, I ain't gonna do a couple. I'm just one day.
Look at that. I got my loyal mods, man. Now it's time to tag people at the thing. Oh no, I ain't got that long. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to get everybody see everybody's stuff though.
You see, y'all see how he don't replace me? He said his loyal mods and forgot me. Oh, I'm leaving. Bye.
How's that? What?
No,
What?
Replaced you. He replaced you that fast, AJ.
No, I was
got
speaking. It
so
was a personal
replaced. I'm
thing.
so
You ain't
hyped.
chasing nothing.
It was a
Rachel,
personal.
Rachel, you see how he be doing me?
No, this is
No.
I gotta leave. I gotta
My,
AJ, don't go.
that's my strictest
go.
mod.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You know what I mean? I'm
No,
just gonna be
that's
real,
You have
real
every right
professional
to
now.
feel that
That's
way.
one of our top mods.
Man.
You have every right, AJ.
Cause AJ be like, wait a minute, wait, what did she say?
Hold on.
Hold on.
You have AJ's back. AJ has to be the glue to pull everything together. As well as Rachel. When Rachel busy and it's going too haywire, AJ just come through real smooth. Hey.
That's right.
That smooth voice too.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Hold
We're
on,
not gonna do
Like,
that.
nah, we ain't about to do that.
hold on.
And I was up here, y'all. I was up here talking and tapping and monitoring the comments, and like I don't get nothing. I don't even get a bone. He don't even bring me no chicken.
AJ be like, it's just a conversation. You don't have
It's
to
just
get
a
that loud, you
conversation. It don't
guys.
have to be that bad. It's alright.
See?
He don't.
Not bothered.
That's because he already know you holding it down, so he don't even gotta.
No,
like,
Rachel, don't make excuses. He don't
he
replace
didn't.
me.
He
It's
didn't
fine.
even bring me
Oh,
up.
It's fine. He replaced
He
me.
didn't even
He
check
told me.
my
He told me in
stats.
Mirror's Live. He told me in Mirror's Live that he replaced me. He replaced me with everybody.
Who? Where did that come from?
He did it. He was like, Bert's my mod. How he in here? And
I
then he
said
didn't
no.
say
I
nothing
said
to
that
me.
do stick. I said Bert is my number one
I
mod.
do, Robbie. I
always
do
be.
need a rose. I need a hug. I need something from somebody. I'm
Bert
gonna go
is my
cry
number
now.
one mod. He was my first mod on my ever since I started. I gotta give it to him. He my first mod. You my most strictest mod. I love all y'all. Come on, man.
Right now. Where's Bert right now?
Bert can do that. He can do whatever he wants.
Y'all, let me tell y'all about the
look.
You know what? Hold on.
He been
Since we talking
supporting me
about
even when it was
relationships.
just me and him. That's how
AJ,
long
we
I
ain't
Hold on. Since we talking about relationships, let's talk about this toxic relationship with Kev.
Oh wow!
Only people that get the let me put this in front real quick to let y'all know. So only people that can get away with not being in here for a long time and come back will be Kanai, Tone, and Bert, and somebody else, more people though. Or Miga.
Yeah, not us. Not me or Alter.
What about me? Of course, AJ quit it. No, quit it.
I
What
better
about
be
me,
able to take
Kev?
a whole vacation.
AJ is definitely one of them because you know AJ will come in like
AJ,
he's been
yeah,
here for
y'all,
10
but y'all
years.
about the same, right? You and AJ, y'all came probably later that year. Yeah. So y'all about the same. So y'all another
You
ones,
wait till I
right?
show up at the
But y'all
family
be in my
reunion.
live. I'm saying y'all be in my live more than them though. Y'all be in my live more than them. Though.
I met you last year, Kev.
Yeah. So, but they don't be in my live like that every now and then. Well, my TT at least recently started coming in, but I'm just saying she can be gone for some months and then come back. It'll be all right, you know, because she the one that started me, you know, and Bert.
That's crazy.
But y'all,
All these different level VIPs. Wow.
hey, no,
I
no.
just
What I'm
wanna.
saying, y'all can do the same thing. Hey,
What
what
about
the
the
heck you
ones
talking
who
about? That's
used to
crazy.
stay?
You part of it.
Okay, cool. I'm about to say, because what
You're a
about the ones
tier
who used to stay up
one.
late at night all day morning? Like,
No,
you
I
want to
think
sit
y'all
over here
missing
and
what
be
I'm
sleep.
saying. No, you missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that y'all already come in here already, so I can't say that about y'all because y'all come in here more often. I'm
Okay.
saying that
Yeah, but we
they,
should have been at the top of the list then.
I, I can't do
We
that.
already in here. We should
I
have been. You was
can't do
already
that.
looking at the
It's like a
screen, Kev.
seniority
You
thing.
should have immediately been like Alter, AJ. Y'all don't have like if y'all take a break, that'd be fine. And then list everybody
He
else.
said,
You
I
just
be
But
left
y'all
fine.
Alter
can take
out.
a break. AJ and Alter, y'all most definitely because and then
Dang, what about me?
He
See?
did. He
you
told me
Jane,
that.
you came in. What was the because
They
they
ain't
was
been
like
around for a
they
minute.
at least was like a couple years before you. I believe so.
Don't you
Yeah.
know what? This is bias, and
Right.
it's
Drop the
okay that
host.
I'm a
We
tier
dropping the
one.
host. How you drop the host on here? How you drop the
My
Well,
host?
Jane
feelings.
still like she may not be the earliest one, but she like a core person. You know
Look,
what I'm
but
saying?
but she older than
I know
Lala
what it
though.
is,
Let's give it
Alter.
to
It's
Lala.
because
So
I'm
let's
a
say that before Lala come
304.
in here, she gonna.
I wear lashes. That's why it
Makeup.
is. I
I'm
mess with the
done.
women
Yeah,
folk.
she a 304.
You said what,
You
Jay?
got
It's
degrees.
because I mess with the women folk. I'm a 304.
Yeah,
I
The
wear
women
you got
folk.
lashes. I'm over here
degrees.
and I argue and I'm aggressive.
Wow.
So Kev just got me
You got
dangling there. You
degrees
know what?
too.
I'm an
That
example.
Courtney. Where did that come from? You
I
almost
just
got me
want.
triggered. You almost
Education.
triggered me with that one. That was crazy.
Yeah,
I'm the
yeah.
That
example.
I was
I just want to talk
that
about.
reminded you a long time ago. I've been
I
knew
gotta
about you,
give. I
bro.
gotta give some advice real quick. I gotta
I
give
love you too,
some
brother,
broken
but
advice.
that don't mean you always got to love on your sister like that. It's okay. You
He
know?
love,
Oh
he
God,
love
I'm
I
you,
want
tired
to
of
give
you and
man.
some.
AJ now, man. Y'all better quit
I
it.
gotta give. Hold
He said,
on,
I'm gonna
hold on,
quit.
hold on, y'all. I gotta give some advice real quick. Some broken advice about
Okay.
being
Broken.
about this toxic mod relationship I'm in. Know what I'm saying? Like I be over here, like I'm telling you, man, these hosts ain't loyal. They sit there, they tell
These
you,
hoes.
you ask them, and you're like,
Wow.
hey, if I was a worm, would you love me? And they like, I'm gonna take you fishing. And then you
It's
like
okay to
hurt, and then
cry.
you forgive them, and then they forget about you.
Bruh, she said these hosts ain't loyal.
It's
I've
okay to
been
cry.
loyal. Y'all act like I done get man.
I feel replaced.
Yo,
I
that's
feel
All I
used.
funny.
said was Bert. We haven't
I
ended
don't
up
feel
talking about that
present
one thing, and
here.
I said Bert was my number one mod.
Yeah.
That wasn't. That was just meaning that because he's my first mod. He always gonna be my
No, no,
top
you
mod.
no. See. There's words in it. You could have been like, Bert, you were my first mod, not my number one mod. Now, see, you
I
started
got
the
to.
war.
But
I
I mean, he's
have to
number
do
one because
that.
he was first. Dang. That's what we trying to say.
Double
That's
double, double double, double
I
double.
guess I'm
I
number
gotta give it
40.
to him. I gotta give him the priority. Oh, I'm sorry, it's over all them other.
Oh, so he deserves it?
I'm not well because
Wow.
Oh, he deserves it? Huh.
Digging
it's
deep, Kev. You digging deep,
let
Kev.
me
Really?
just stay to myself. I'm gonna just
So
keep
he
it.
Right.
deserved to be done.
Nah, I don't like that word deserve. Nah, I don't like that.
Oh, okay, exactly. So now what you saying?
I'm saying
I'm
if
saying
he
not
was the one that was like, "Hey, y'all, I want to drop this person," I will have to choose his word over everybody else.
That sounds like too much power.
Yo.
That is a lot of power though,
Right.
That's too
but
much power for Bert. Bert can't get
that's
that
what
much power.
happened when I'm sitting here in the room by myself and just started doing lives, and he was the first mod I ever had. That's what it
Oh,
I'm
is.
that's
just saying
so
my feelings is
precious.
hurt.
That's precious, though. He
That
said the
is
That's
first
loyalty.
cute.
That's
person
loyalty.
I
No,
never
forget
had.
that. That's
Loyalty.
That's
too
he's super.
emotional.
I mean, he's seen it from the not just like y'all too. I'm not saying that, but he just got to
Okay, I feel
he
that.
been here. He
He's a
been
I
here.
feel
kiss
that.
ass.
Even when I
Bert is a veteran though.
even when I
Bert,
was sitting here farting on my lives, he was sitting
Barton.
here just listening.
He was saying
Barton.
it. He was
He
saying
almost
it
kicked out one
because,
of my farts. You know what I'm saying? So like
You
that's
said
yeah, he
fart?
was saying it because that's what Bert does. I'm not a fan of your poops. So
What?
I'll stay
Oh
at tier one.
What is
I'll
happening?
stay there.
The poo?
No, okay, this mod break,
where
this
my
mod break
male
went
mods
way
hit, man.
longer
They're
than I
gonna get
thought.
it.
That don't
Everybody
mean we
getting in their
don't love
feelings.
you, Kev. That just means you have to be accountable for your actions.
My gosh.
Nah, Kev, I
I said,
understand,
I'm
Kev.
telling
Come on,
You
Mama.
man.
understand, brother.
I'm
You the
telling
new mod.
I
Mama. I
got
said,
you. Yo, Kev,
Rachel.
as one of your one of your
You
newer
didn't
mods,
take it
bro,
no
I
way,
got you.
did you, Sasuke?
Oh my
I got you. As one of your
gosh.
newer
He
mods, I
better
will hold
not.
you
He got
down.
brownie point
You know what I'm
mods
saying? We
too.
good over here.
I keep forgetting.
You got brownie point mods too? That's crazy.
Sasuke better not say nothing because ain't he new? Ain't
I'm about to
Sasuke
say,
new?
not the brownie
Sasuke is
point.
new though.
That's
He
the
but he
newborn.
Not
he's
you
a
trying to knock
newborn.
the
Sasuke, you ain't been here
newborn.
Hey,
long
look,
enough
look,
to
I'm
know
about to
the
make it
newborn.
worse now. I'm about to make it worse. He might be new, but he the first mod that ever promoted my live.
Oh my
Bullshit. Oh, hell
god.
no.
You know what? You know what? I'm done.
Twice.
Damn, and
Knew
I'm
that
over
was gonna trigger
here.
them
I'm over
bad.
here doing mob break,
I feel
holding
hood.
people to his
I knew that was gonna burn.
head. That's fucked up.
You heard that? You heard that, AJ?
Yep.
Oh my
I
We
god.
think.
chop liver. It's
Oh
alright.
man, I
It's
ain't.
alright.
That's
Did you hear that?
crazy.
I
No,
think
that's
I'm listening.
wild.
Hey,
That's
speaking of
wild.
That's
promote,
okay. I'll just consult with Rachel about it. It's all right.
Right.
Oh
speaking of
my.
promote, you guys know that you can share it to your story.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what?
Who told us that? Somebody did.
I
Teach
don't
teach
want to
me
share
that.
it to my story because I don't need people knowing I'm being abused in here.
Right?
Oh
They come in here and be like, why would you
wow.
want to choose such
I'm kidding,
behavior?
Kev.
Or is
Wow.
she?
Where the
Or is she?
Look,
well,
I'm
my
telling
new
you, your
actually my
host
newest
ain't
mod
loyal.
is James
Okay?
Taylor. Where
Your
he at?
host ain't, you know what? I'm going to share it to my
That
story. I'm going to
sounds
put
like
your
a
host ain't
familiar
loyal.
name.
Watch.
James with the hat.
Yeah, he my newest mod actually. Well, Sasuke my second newest.
The hot man.
Sasuke.
Sasuke.
Oh,
All
so
right,
that
y'all.
we
Let's
still
let's
got a
leave it.
lane to
We
Hey,
gonna
let's.
yeah.
We trying to talk about that lust one, but go ahead.
Let's get it on. Let's get it right there.
Yeah, let's just get out of this mind stuff because I just feel away. So let's go ahead. Let's move on.
I just
Ah,
want you to know when y'all look at my story later, it's going to have Kev's live, and at the very top, it's going to say, these hosts ain't loyal.
If you want to
these
see how
hoes
he
ain't
is, just
loyal.
come on to his live when you see him.
Let a old mod show you.
Cause really, to be for real, your number one mod is Rachel. To be honest, so really, I'm only talking about Bert.
Not
Really
you
don't
going
count.
to the heart now. I
Yeah.
thought that was
I'm messing this
messed
up.
up.
So you want to put us all in
I
different
thought you
places?
supposed to be my twin, and you talk.
Okay, let me
Wow,
stop.
that's crazy.
Her name is Alter
She been
Ego.
acting up these
He
past
will
couple
let
months.
Alter
I
That's
Ego
haven't
come out.
crazy. I thought we had better love
That's
than
not
this. And then
Rachel's
she
not a
gonna go to my
mod.
heart.
She
That's
is the
crazy.
COO. She's not a mod.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
And
there you
that's
okay,
why
all
that's
right.
why Alter
Okay,
and AJ, we gonna
okay.
talk to Rachel about it because Kev
Okay, you
tripping.
right, you right, you right.
Kev
you
is up
see,
there
you
You the
tripping.
see,
SCHR.
where my
Okay,
mail?
yeah.
Where's Shine at? I need some of my
Email
mail
Oh
me.
mods.
heck
We
no.
know
You
who
see
to
what
talk
they do,
to.
man? They want to go. They want to put you. Oh
Is that
my!
crazy? That's wild.
Only that's
Forward all your
crazy.
complaints to
HR.
me, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna inbox you. I don't know if you. What's
Understanding
quicker,
Rachel
inboxing or
is
mailing to you?
you see her
Yeah.
understanding tone. You understand, don't you, Rachel? You will never put us on tears.
Right,
Absolutely.
on tears. Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny.
But we
You're
must
going to talk to
also
us nice.
understand. We must also understand that this can be a very stressful job. You know, for the
I
host.
like her. She HR.
I feel so seen.
Oh, that's so funny.
Now I understand. Thank you.
I
Thank
feel so
you.
seen right now. Thank you, Rachel. I feel so seen.
Rachel gonna send out all our messages back to sender, like, cause it's still my baby. I don't care what y'all talk about. He ain't doing nothing wrong. Y'all just need to chill.
Yeah. Okay.
Nah, Kevin's awesome. We love you, Kev. Thank you for letting us back.
Yeah, love you, Kev.
I love you, big head.
You
No
better
matter
be
what
lucky.
level you have us
I
at.
ain't being on the grill for the family reunion because I burn your chicken. I sure
Oh
would.
dang.
I
Oh
burn
my.
your pieces. And I give you the thigh.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's what happens when you're not seen.
Oh wait, I thought you were seen. No, I didn't do my job.
Rachel seen me. Thank you, Rachel.
Sasuke, good looks on the promote again.
I,
I think he also.
Rubbing it is crazy.
second time.
He sent another one. He tried to,
Okay. Did you hear this?
I didn't say nothing. I was
Oh,
just.
that is
I gotta
crazy.
congratulate him because he. I gotta say it.
What'd he do?
Was
He
that
on
the
some
word
more.
one?
He gonna do that the right time when it dies down. Then he want to
Come
send a
on.
promo. because he knew I could not say nothing.
Yo, that promo's expensive
Yeah,
too.
that junk is expensive though. I don't know. He got
You
too much.
can't buy his love. That's not
His
what we
last
do.
name is Fame.
Hey, there's about to be all types of people hopping in here though, because of the promo.
Oh, that's what happened when I was going. I was hearing all type of stuff. I was like, "What's going on?" I always, every time stuff go down, I be always missing it. All right,
Alert number 2.
I
Okay.
ain't gonna lie. This second question, it was inspired by my baby. Me and my baby was talking about this morning. I was like, I gotta make this a question. Is lust a choice? Ooh.
Who first?
I don't think I heard. Did you say did everybody really go through that first one? Because I feel like that first one was like a kind of deep one. You know,
The one at the top?
the top.
Yeah, everybody went through that one.
We
Man, I
went
feel
through
like
it, but
that's
you know,
deep.
it's kind of different. It's kind of different when you go through it because you'll ask them like real good questions.
I
Me,
didn't
I was
answer
just
anything actually.
oh yeah, ultimately.
I didn't answer that first one, but it's okay, Vito.
All right. Go ahead. So let y'all get this first. Then we can go to the list right after that. Then. Oh, no, well, we just got Carlos. So go ahead, Twin, and then Randall.
Randall. I thought it's not just Randall, but okay. If you don't want a relationship, why be in the relationship talk? I asked this question myself, actually, so really haven't found the answer. But hold on, you got extra 50 traditional marriage anti. To argue though, it's really to argue. Because I know we was in this one conversation, and the girl was like, it was about men and women clearly, and she was like, "Well, I'm not even dating men. I'm not dating anybody, so I don't really care." I'm like, "Well, then why are you in a conversation where they're trying to build it up?" So it's really just to, like, I think just cause mayhem.
Macaroni and cheese.
I think it's just to cause mayhem. So
You
I
could have
think
just called me out, y'all. That's crazy.
you be doing that, AJ.
Hell yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, y'all. I'm kidding. I'm just shit.
I'm like, cause what? Cause like just the cause. I think it's just the cause mayhem. That's all I can think about. Or to just, what's the word? It's almost like, when you go through something, you go into a live where you're just like, hey, y'all need to either you want people to agree with where you stand in something that people are coming together on, and you want to continue to get that support of why you're not contributing to the coming together or something. It's one thing to be like, no, I've been there, done that. I want to see the better aspect of this, but yeah, I've been burning this, so I move like this. That's fine. That's fine to express why you think something different, but to go into a life like that ain't gonna work. Marriages don't work. I've been married I'm married 3 times. And they don't, I'm like, but that's crazy. Why do you? That's you one out of how many people? That's crazy to tell somebody who marriages are working for them, who and still wants it and haven't had any of the burdens that you had in yours. They're starting out. Why give them the worst advice because you had that? It's one thing like, hey, if you want this, I'm just gonna give you some advice, things that I went through that, I'm just letting you know, something like that, but not just sit there and
Say this real quick though. I'm gonna put her on spot though. Remember, I call her Miley.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we was in a live, and I was telling my baby I knew about her though. She was. This one has got inspired from. Why I knew that she was gonna end up breaking up with her boyfriend, because it's like she be always at other people's spots, and I'm like, how the heck she got so much? And I thought she was married. Come and find out she about to get a divorce. I'm like, wow.
You said Mila?
Yeah, or Miley, whatever her name. Yeah, the light skinned girl that be. Yeah, when I found out I know she was hanging with the divesting crew and stuff. That's when we kind of first stopped. When I first unfriended her the last time, but I try to give her a chance. But whatever. But yeah, she in there talking about, yeah, my husband was a predator and all that. I'm like, dog, what? So it took you that many years. But my thing is, she tried to give advice from
a broken place.
Yeah, I'm like, I had to tell her, I wish she ain't lead too fast. I'm like, dog, this is not your time to be speaking on no panel right now. You got to do some healing. You ain't even finalized your divorce yet. You trying to give some advice. So this kind of what his angle coming from. And another one was like, yeah, it's emotional intelligence and all that stuff. You just they lack emotional intelligence. I'm like, all right, so why you not getting married? Well, I still got to work on my emotional intelligence. Like, what? What? It makes no sense. Like, and I had to question her, like, what is that then? Tell me what your, because everybody got their own little version, I guess, or whatever it is. I'm like, how many years have you been working on it? Well, that's a continuous thing. So that means you're going to be single for the rest of your life. So why is you up here giving relationship advice? You know what I'm saying? You talking about I'm good by myself, I need to be myself. Why is you giving your advice is pointless? You know, so it be like stuff like that. I be like, a lot of these people, we keep taking broken advice from these type of people, or just like the topic, right? 50-50, you see them in there, right? Traditional marriages, we don't want that. Okay, cool. You said you don't want no marriage. Why'd you in here? You know what I'm saying? Anti-304, because we're going to talk against it, right? Because we want marriages. So we're going to be safe, stay away from 304 over here. So we ain't tell your booty clapping stuff to come in here and talk about, so we, no, that's cool. We talking about marriage right now. Y'all got a whole nother thing I want to do. Whatever. Cool. Passport bros, right? Passport bros or whoever passport. Most of the time they supposed to be fixed on kind of marriage and all that stuff. Why you mad at them? They're trying to look for a wife. And then when we ask y'all, what do okay, cool, what'll be better? Well, I'm being alone anyways. I'm good to myself. Why you ain't here? You know what I'm saying? I just never understood that though. So that's what that first one. So I really ain't got no option here for this. I feel like I got to do this topic again though, because that's what I'm really looking for this photo. So that's my angle I'm coming from with that. Somebody left. Oh, they ain't get to make it then. So go ahead, AJ.
I just want to say the reason why people do shit like that is because people need shit to complain about. People need something to be upset about. Let's be real. We live in a time and age where people need to find something to be upset about. It don't matter what the hell it is. They're going to move the goalpost, blame something, do everything. I'm not saying, now before y'all come for me, okay? Not all. If it didn't apply, let it fly. Shut the hell up. I don't do that, not all shit. Okay? The end of the day. But that's the thing. People need something to be upset about. That's what it is. Right? It's the same concept why you could be hosting, you can go into a live and they can be talking about, for example, the Bible. Right? And there's a bunch of people in there and they rapping about God and the Bible and everything else. And you get that one atheist that's in there that's got to come in there and talk about how God is this, God is that. But the moment you tell them to go to hell, they're upset. How are you upset if you don't believe in that?
AJ, I have been. That's another question I can't get an answer to. Like, why you keep asking, why is God sending you to hell? How he sending you somewhere you don't believe that exists? I don't understand that. That's crazy.
That's my point, because people need shit to complain about. Like, that's what it is. We live in a world where people are so entitled, they have to be upset about something, even if it don't make sense. Even if it don't make sense. I'm just going to be upset. That's what it is. Go ahead, Randall. I see you.
All right. Can I add to that? I think because they failed at it. I mean, I think the problem is it's an ego thing, and they failed at it. They failed at being in a relationship. They failed at being in love. They failed at it. So now it's almost like you said earlier, misery loves company. And I mean, a lot of times when people fail at something, they don't understand how they failed at it. They don't understand, since I couldn't do it, how come you can do it? How come it works for you? So now they got to pay. Well, no, it doesn't work. I think my man was in your spot earlier when you talking about how love was transactional. I'm like, bro, you failed at it. And I mean, you had your foundation of it was wrong. And I mean, your base of it was wrong. It was built on the wrong thing. And now you see that it didn't work. Now you think it doesn't work for everybody. Like, no, man, it's just you. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of people can't get over themselves. And they're like, oh my God, they come in a situation, but they want no, they just curious. And at the end of the day, we're not meant to be alone. And I mean, we need company, we need community, we need that connection. And people act like they don't. I mean, some people are genuinely are introverts, but they still have people to connect with. I mean, whether it be siblings or an animal. You know what I'm trying to say? They still have something they connect with. And I mean, whether it can talk back to them or not. And I mean, I think humans, we need that connection, period, point blank, period. And when people can't get the way they connected, the way they thought it should be, or way they think that it should work for them, it doesn't work, they get upset. And they want to pit, they get upset and they get bitter. And I mean, it's a lot of bitterness on this app and in this world, a lot of bitterness. And when you hear people speak, I mean, they think there's not bitterness, or they think it's not, well, nah, I'm just like, no, homie, you bitter. Nah, sis, you bitter, you hurt. And I mean, and when you understand, when you start accepting that you're bitter or it didn't work for you or try to change, so you do want that. A lot of times people fail at something and they don't know how to fix it or they don't know how to make it better. And I mean, they don't know how to correct their behavior, so they just sit in it. And I mean, instead of trying to figure out, instead of trying to do the growth and the self evaluation, they rather just sit here. And I mean, because they really want that, they really want to be in a relationship, they really want the connection, but it didn't work for them the first time, and they don't know how to overcome that. They don't know how to overcome their failures. They don't know how to overcome their misfortune. And I mean, so that's how I see.
Let's just sit in that answer real quick. Let's just sit in that answer. Because that was woo, that is so like profound. I'm telling you, that's real, because that's really what a lot of it is. It's like, because I failed at it, because I saw the worst parts of it. There is no, this person is lying that it can be like this, or that that I need to work on myself. I ain't gotta work on me. It was marriage that was the problem. It's just dating that's the issue. You never count yourself. Like, in all those, issues that you failed in, the only person that was it is you. So you can't say something don't work because you were a part of the something that didn't work. So now if it's working, like, just like saying, this machine, this gas pump don't work, right? Now, if somebody else, you went there, you went off on everybody because it don't work. Then somebody else pulls up to that same gas station and it works. So now you got to wonder, is it broken or did I just not understand? So it was something that I didn't do correctly that caused that to be a problem. It's not, the machine is not the issue. It's how I'm going about it. It's my understanding about it. And it's my ignorance about it. So I can't tell you that something don't work when what? If it works for others, that means it does work. It may not be for you for the time. It may not be for you at all. But to say that something don't work is really arrogant. That's crazy to say when it has worked for many people. It's just you didn't go about it right. Maybe the person that you brought into it with, it didn't work right. But to just put an issue on it, make it seem like that's the problem in itself, when it's been beneficial for a lot of people, you have to go and see, like, what is it about me that can't see this as a good thing?
Well, you wasn't taught right. You wasn't taught the right thing.
Yeah, you weren't taught how to do it.
You wasn't taught how to do it.
I want to
You had
touch
no
on
example
what
on how to do it. You didn't have the right. You didn't have the right upbringing. You didn't have the right example. You was taught wrong from a bitter person. Think about that, right? So that's how this generational trauma keeps going. I know I took it to another level, but when you were talking, that's what first thing that came to mind. You wasn't taught how to use the gas pump. I'm gonna keep it real. I was from Jersey, right? We pumped our own gas my whole life, right? I got my gas when I went to Philly, Pennsylvania, across the bridge. When I moved here, I didn't know how to pump my own gas because I wasn't used to it, right? Had to learn that. I had to learn that thing because I was in a different environment or a different situation. It's crazy how much that was real because there's only 2 other states in the world that don't pump their own gas. It's like Jersey and like somewhere else, like I Rhode Island, something crazy, whatever, right? But those examples happen because if I don't know how to use it, I don't even know how to open my gas cap because I didn't know how to use it. I'm putting myself out there, don't judge me, but it's a true thing. It's a real thing. It's a real example. And I mean, so I had to learn, I had to adapt because I wanted to pump gas. I needed to go to work. So I had to learn that. I had to figure that out. Had to ask a question like, yo, brother, how you do this? How you open it? Like, nah, you got to turn it till you hear the click. So that's a real example. If you're not taught something or you used to a certain way of being a certain thing, you go to a new environment and you're like, damn, I don't know how, it's not working for me. You don't get mad about it. You just learn how to do it. That's called maturity and self-awareness and growing up. A lot of people don't want to grow.
That's true. And generational curses is what people call it. They just, at some point in your life, you do learn from other people in your society, in your environment, and what you're around. And, to date it back to, my childhood and all of that, once you become a certain age and you surround yourself around people like work, if you go to school or whatever environment you're in, you learn from other people, to where it's no longer considered of you blaming it anymore. And now you gain the knowledge, you wasn't taught this, you didn't learn this. Oh, you learned something new. That's what part of wisdom is. Wisdom is what you experience in life. And at this point, when you become of age, 30 to 40 to 50s to 60s, your parents is out the equation at that point of your life.
Let me get Justice in.
1 second, boss.
You already know what the password is before you speak.
I just wanted to say real quick because I might have to jump off here soon. I might have to jump off here soon, but I just wanted to say the number one thing with a lot of people is we as human beings tend to see things as we are, and we forget that other people have their own perspectives. So if you failed or whatever, you were in a it's the same. It kind of goes back to like why you shouldn't listen to like a broken person, right? You're gonna find people who are gonna resonate and validate the things that you went through, right? When you heard, we all do it to some degree, whether you're doing it with your friends, whether you're doing it and you're listening to certain things, that's fine. There's a time for that, right? But there's gotta be a time limit. You know what I mean? You can't just live in that, right? And that's the thing. So yeah, if you went through a marriage and it was terrible, then yeah, that's all you're gonna spew because you're assuming every other. I'm not gonna say everybody, but a lot of people are gonna assume that every other marriage is shit. Every other relationship has to be shit because it was shit for me, so therefore it's got to be shit for Altair, got to be shit for Rando, got to be shit for everybody on the panel. That don't make sense, right? And that's the thing about becoming an adult is understanding that everybody has their own thing, right? We have to stop looking at marriages and looking at each other and looking at situations and not understanding that you're really looking at an iceberg. You're only seeing 10% of whatever the hell you think you're seeing. So just because somebody's sitting there and it looks like they're in a house, you don't necessarily know that, but you don't know that it's shit either because you don't know what their individual issues are. That's the thing. That's the reason why I'm just like, I don't always understand a lot of the conversations when we have conversations like things have to look this way. Things have to be this way. My whole thing is find the relationship, or if you have a friend and they have that, the relationship that you kind of want or you want to mirror, and go get advice from them. Because that's the thing that you want. You know what I mean? Getting advice, just random ass advice from random ass people on the internet, and it may not even be something that you want, is going to set you up to fail. You're going to be bitter. And then it's going to continue the cycle where now you're hurting other people because you was bitter, because you got the wrong advice, because you didn't think for yourself. You didn't take the time, the due diligence to learn how to be single and figure out what you needed to figure out. You didn't do the time, the diligence to fucking heal yourself. Now you're bleeding and hurting everybody else around you. And then it's a continuous cycle. That's the vicious cycle all of us single people are in. You've got some of us that are ready to just throw in the towel and say, fuck it, we don't want a relationship. All of y'all are defunct, right? You got people on that side. You got some people that are like, hey, I'm just going to work for me. Figure it out. I'm just going to go be healthy. You got some people who are jumping into relationship, not healing, not doing anything else and spewing the hate and listening to broken people and putting that bullshit in their lives because they need something to complain about. Now they've absorbed a problem that's probably not even a problem in their relationship. But that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go ahead and land though.
Yeah. What was the question, Kill? I came in on the what question you on.
I thought that you was already heard something. So we're gonna start off with is lust a choice?
Lust is just a strong sexual desire. I don't know. I guess it depends on the situation. I wouldn't call it a choice though. I mean, because a strong sexual desire, that's just, if that's all lust is, people have it. I think it's just a matter of acting on that desire, I think that's that when it comes to play, because we all have our desires, we're human. But I think where the problem comes is we act on it. But I don't just think it's necessarily a choice, It just depends because when you a child and you having these dreams, you know what type of dream I'm talking about when you're going through puberty. You didn't choose to dream about that person, but it kind of just happened, So I don't think it's necessarily a choice,
Okay.
I wouldn't know how to answer that.
So what's the difference between a sexual desire and a strong sexual desire?
I mean, you just have to, strong means it's more intense than anything. It's more intense. You just may have the desire, you're like, oh. And I think when you're looking at a strong sexual desire, I think it's more like, I think we're looking at it from a more, I think we're just putting a word back on it, like when we're saying like, oh, it's strong. When you have a strong sexual desire, you just have a very strong attraction for that person in that way, and every human do it. Well, if it works. But more times than not, everybody do it. I don't think it's necessarily a choice. If we're just going by the pure definition of what that word means, I don't think it's a choice. I don't think so.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have an answer. Can I go?
You don't need coffee, you need Kev, y'all.
There you go, no, but there you go. That's my boy. Hey, he called me off guard when he came in the room and said, "Oh my God." I said, somebody been watching my video.
Hey man, I'm a supporter.
My boy Sean be on there too though.
Yeah, man. That's a dope quote. I like it, man. It's dope. It's dope.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the question. So, is less a choice? Absolutely not. So we're talking about biology. Less is not a choice. Less is something that's natural and voluntary. And it also is dealing with the mind. So it's a chemical response and reaction, whether it's testosterone or whether it's estrogen. And then it's an emotional response. What you do with that response to your brain is built on morals, also religion, or whatever type of practice that you have. That is what you do with it. So is having a lustful action a choice? Yes. Having a lustful moment where you're thinking, no, that's something that is within us and it is biological.
Okay.
Perfect. Jane finna go at the end of the line every
That's
day.
all y'all answers? Okay, I want to see this.
Perfect. That's it. That's what she said it all. That's perfect. That's
Okay, do all y'all agree?
No, yeah, I do because that's exactly what I was gonna say on that part. Like, lust, because lust itself,
I
like that's
actually agree. I agree with her. I do agree with her.
the only one that disagrees. The
I
action.
agree.
No, I
She
said,
said
I
for
guess
the
it's the only
only
one
thing I
that
wanted to
disagrees.
add to it is like a question. So do you feel like you can change what your desire or preference is over time?
I think, let me answer that. I think with the more you resist, the more it will persist. I think you just don't act on it, and nature has run its course. Attraction fades sooner or later. But I think the woman broke it down absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, she's pretty
Because
straightforward. I was
it's a
just
biology
asking like,
thing.
does it move?
I think
but
you can. Sexuality. So can I ask you something? Did yours move?
No, I wasn't talking about. I'm talking about what your think like. Some guys like.
Oh, you mean sexual choice or like sexual preference?
Yeah, kind of like what you like on this side. Like I used to be about melons, now you about now guys
Yeah,
more
I
about
definitely
women.
love women. But I've always loved women. Did yours move? Have you ever thought about liking a man?
Ma'am.
That's what I'm hearing the
That's not
question
what I
to
was
be.
saying.
When he said move, and I said sexual,
I just wrote down what I was
encounters,
saying.
meaning what you're interested in, right? Sexual preference.
Big
If someone
box and
was to
little
ask
box.
someone that likes, I like women, right? So if somebody
Who
was
got
to
the
ask
hot
you
seat?
straight, their question from me would be, has yours ever moved?
Who got the hot seat?
I don't remember. Was that your question, D?
I would give it here. Let me change
No,
that
man,
question
that
for
was
you.
not my
Like
Okay, thank
Somebody
you.
in the
Thank
hot
you,
seat.
when
Randall.
I was younger,
Can
I
we
like
just hear D?
light skinned women. When I got older, I started appreciating dark skinned women. Right. So that my
That's
desire,
what I was
my
saying. I
interest
wasn't
changed.
saying
Okay, because it sounds like sexual orientation.
no, ma'am. That's not what I was
So
saying.
the preference of liking like a different complexion or something like that.
Yeah, and it says
Yeah, I said
As you
some
grow
guys when
as
you
you
used to
grow
be all
older,
about
yeah.
one thing, now you all about something else.
But I mean, like,
That's all
so
I
I
was
mean,
saying.
because the way I took it when you said it, like in an aspect of lust, you can lust after many things about a
Okay, I'll
person
be
that
quiet
you
this time.
in what? Okay, you can
Oh my God.
you can be you can lust after something about a person that you already have like attraction to, but you're not. Just like some people, like some men think like, I mean, shoot, I'm a man. If I see somebody, like you don't
I
have to
can
be like
lust,
out.
yeah. You
You
can
can't.
lust after somebody's tone of voice. Like I like a deep baritone. So I can literally, you can have no camera on up here, and if you have a deep baritone, I might lust after. I might even think about it in my sleep because I
How
ain't
you know
had none in
that?
years. Child.
No, just
I
But I
might.
feel like people can grow from like as far as just like letting well again, because then you're going from the idea of it to action, right? That's also a thing. Like, do I react the same way after seeing the same thing? I may still think the same thing is attractive. I might still be you know,
reactive to it mentally. But I'm not so big on like,
So that's
dang,
just
my
like
body finna flip out.
there's porn that you would watch, but you wouldn't like. There's some things that you would watch, but you wouldn't do. You feel me?
Yeah, I watch male on male sometimes.
So that's
I
a
knew she was
choice.
gonna
I
jump.
wouldn't want to do it
I
because I
knew she was
physically
gonna jump out
can't,
the box.
but
That's
it's
a
just
choice.
interesting.
So I,
No, I knew she was going because
Yeah,
most
it's
people. I was trying to be
interesting. I
real
just
PG.
discovered it, and it's interesting.
I knew she was gonna jump out the box.
I'm sorry, D.
I knew she was gonna
When you
jump out the
said
box.
that,
But I was trying to be
it popped up. It's just like, yeah,
I
it's
was trying.
things that I
Yeah, I
do
was trying to be as
watch.
PG as possible with it. She jumped. She just jumped out the box. Like, okay,
Yeah,
there we
my
go.
search bar crazy.
I think in the beginning, you may have a lust for something, but I believe you can train yourself for that strong sexual desire to
right.
slowly, diminish to the point where you.
Did Sasuke go before we answer this before? Because you already know me. Did Sasuke go?
He's
You
a favorite.
Oh.
Ha
Yeah, go ahead, Sas.
yeah, because I already know. Yeah. Go ahead, Sasuke.
We don't know.
I don't. I think that lusting is a choice because you have a chance to
What?
decide.
Don't even listen.
I thought he would have opposed. No, I'm trying to
Don't
get
listen
me
to
and my
him.
baby
He
only.
be a
Nah,
devil's
it's him.
There's his favorite. Go ahead, Saska. Show him how you're a favorite.
Don't listen to him. Not him trying
No,
to
it
take
is.
Bert's place, but go ahead.
Not lusting is a choice. It's not lusting like you can choose to do that because when the feeling starts coming in, you can deny it. You can stop it. You don't have to like no. Whoa, the lust is coming. Let's calm this down. Let's not do this because we know where this could take us, and that's not a place where we want to go. I'm not lying, Rachel. Stop it. I'm telling
Saska, did you
the
just hear
truth.
what you said?
Exactly.
When the emotions
Exactly.
come in,
Thank you.
stop
Thank
it.
you. Because I sure was for the check that I was like, you
Nah,
just
but you
act on it.
You just prove that it's not.
He
Prove
don't
really believe
There, that's what you get
That's
trying to
all.
be on his side, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Getting on them promotions. Look at you.
I'm trying to figure
Listen,
out.
No refunds.
I don't know what y'all referring to. So
When you said that when the emotions or the thoughts come in, you stop it. So that's controlling the action, not controlling the lust. The lust automatically happen, which means it's not a choice.
that's not you can't automatically lust. Like
Yes,
emotion
that's
is
why
an emotion.
biologically.
Can I
Even
yeah.
someone that may have a disability can lust.
Exactly.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you
like,
go-
yeah, I'm like, yeah.
Let me ask y'all this
I know
real
you
quick
can
to be on the
lust.
same page. I'm gonna give y'all a chance real quick because I about to say I agree with Sasuke and babe, did you want to say yours too?
Okay. Well, what I was saying is that I believe that it can start off as something that you can't control because you're not aware of how to control it. You may not have the practice or the ability, whatever. But you can, the willpower. But you can. I believe you can train yourself to bring that level of lust down to such a minimum that it doesn't have that effect on your mind, that you have that strong sexual desire. And so, I do believe that you can make it a.
I just want to make a point that we all said the same thing. So anyway,
No.
period.
No, y'all not,
We're
'cause
all on your side.
If
We're
y'all
all,
did not,
we
if y'all all did say the whole thing, I'm gonna say the opposite. Even though I think Sasuke said something different too. I think Sasuke said something different, and I kind of know. I know my baby answer already though. But so what Sasuke said, right? That's why I asked the question earlier, right? Because you don't just jump into lust. That I don't know why we think that. So that's why I'm gonna ask y'all this, right? What's the difference between having a sexual desire and lust?
I think it's the same, right?
No, not the same. I want to hear this one.
Now I want to see where they coming from because it seems like it's. Go ahead.
Can I say something? I'm gonna sum all that up. You ready?
Go ahead.
I think the problem, like the thing is, when you grow up a certain way, I grew up Christian, whatever, right? And
That's not my answer, man.
I can give you an answer.
I said, what's the difference between a sexual desire and lust?
So,
the
sexual
definition is
desires,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
having a sexual
Sexual
desire
desire.
is more natural, right? It
Right.
has more of a longing as far as the physical and as far as the emotional. It's more of a
Yeah.
longing sensation, where lust is more intense. It's often sudden
Yeah.
because that's where that, oh, I like this, right? I'm lusting after this, like lusting after items or even people, because you can lust after cars too.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
those things are just instant.
Yeah, I can
Where
see
when you
that.
have a sexual desire, there's more to it. There's more emotional. It seems and feels more natural than being lustful.
Because I think lust is on the same level like covet. Like it's like what I want what my eyes see.
But no, but still,
Like
that's
items,
that,
you can
that's
Oh,
lust
the
a
after a
attraction. That's
shoe.
just a regular
no,
attraction.
no.
So,
It's a little more intense, and sometimes
exactly.
you can
I just said that.
no,
I
no,
said intent.
I'm not pushing against you.
Yeah,
I'm
gosh,
I'm
Justice.
no, I'm sorry. I'm on your
That
side.
part.
The
Justice.
difference,
Let me
right,
go and
for
get your
this one,
follow.
No,
the
I'm on your side.
difference with sexual desire is that could be matched, right? That could be matched. The person can actually desire you just as much. When you lust after a thing or an object, it's one-sided. But when it's a sexual desire, it can be matched. It can
Clock
be
it, Randall.
it can be matched. You know
It
what I
can
mean?
even be a
So
fantasy if it's
yeah, it could
lust.
be a
Now,
marriage. You can make
I'm
that
about to tell
happen.
you what Daddy
It
told
can
me.
be matched. Now that object with a thing, a feeling, when someone touches you back, that's the desire. That's it. I yearn for this. I desire this. They're fulfilling a need of mine physically, and I'm doing it for them. You know what I mean? It's a thing. It's a reaction.
It's
All
still
right,
not a
I don't
listen,
know.
let's
but
I'm gonna say
according
no.
That just sounds
Since
like less to
we
me.
know that y'all said, just like y'all said that y'all can't control us. All right, cool, right? So I'm gonna say my angle, right? It's three of us that don't. Well, I know Rachel and then Sasuke said it too. So I'm gonna explain. Because I was this morning, right? So if you can control it, that means it's a choice. Well, I meant to say control. I mean it's a choice. So that I'm gonna get to it's a choice, right? I believe it's a choice, right? Because this morning, right, I was talking to my baby buddy, and I was like, and I had to think deeper because I was like, hold up, everybody can slip up and do it on that stuff, and I'm like, whatever. Then I thought about it. I'm like, hold up, lust is like almost like the next step because you can have a sexual desire for something, you can like something or whatever, but then just like she said, like you gotta sit there and force yourself to lust after something. Like if I see a fat booty or something like that, I will have to force myself to just sit there and lust after it to that would be my choice. Otherwise, I can avoid looking at a fat booty. I can avoid talking, listening to whatever. I can really avoid all these things. I don't have to sit there and lust after somebody. That's the reason why lust is like when God say
It's a
once you
sin.
lust after somebody that's dang near like that's
It's
dang
a
near.
sin. It's just like it's not a sin, but it's already in your
Man,
mind
can
though.
I
Even
finish,
oh,
man?
sorry.
Dang. I'm saying this the reason why, like, because you know, none of us don't have to lust after something. Like the thing is, it's the reason why he said it's almost like you dang near committing adultery. He said that's even in scripture. Because yes, that means you're going out your just like it's the difference between drunk and drinking, right? You can get or anger and wrath, right? Or whatever. It's like you can stop right before you get to wrath. You can get angry. You jumped the ref, like from that point, you just sat in your anger so long that you just wanted to be it go ref. So you can stop yourself, or or basically like it's like it get to a point where it becomes a choice because you don't have to sit there and be mesmerized by that fat booty. You don't have to be sitting there thinking about sleeping with somebody else because like it almost got normalized when I was younger, right? I thought it was a normal thing where you could just sit there and just talk about. And I was talking to my baby about this tomorrow. I was like, dang, I thought it was normal. Like I heard, somebody I knew was like, hey man, they used to do this with their wife, right? It was like, man, she fine, all that stuff, right? That's lusting, right? He did not have to do that. You know what I'm saying? He made it seem like that's normal. Some men act like they just got to look at, but I'm like, no. If you avoid it, you choosing to say, she's good and I want that. You're choosing to do that. You know what I'm saying? So
But like you
otherwise,
say, I think in certain places you're taught different things.
No, I
yes,
don't.
but if
I don't agree
you
with
don't
that.
have to jump straight to lust. That's a freaking choice. You could have a sexual desire towards somebody. Somebody can be fine. You could be attracted, which is normal. But lust is like it's something that you dang near. You do have control of that. You can walk away. You can walk away. You can not look at something. You don't have to think about I want to do this and that to that person or whatever. Because it's like it get to a different level of just a sexual desire, or thinking that you like whatever. It get to a different.
That's not true, Kev. That's
Wait
not
one
true.
second. Wait. Okay, so I think that we're trying to convey lust into the action when it's our animalistic, it's our animalistic instinct. It's just like defending yourself. It's just in there. It's not, you don't have to stare hard to lust. There are nuns that lust. That's probably why it's a sin, because it's your animalistic instincts to do these things. Now, the action behind it, you can continue to stare at it. That is a choice, the action behind it. Now, if you react with the action, then that's the problem. But for something to be like an intrusive thought, all of us have intrusive thoughts, every last one of us. What makes it a problem is continuous intrusive thoughts, and then what you do with these intrusive thoughts. But having lust, now sexual desire is a buildup. That is something that can be acquired later on. That can also be something that's instant. That also includes cuddling. That also includes having smacks. That also includes kissing. That also includes having shoulders touched and things of that nature. That requires for you to do the action of two. That's like a connection. But if you're lusting, like Randall said, you don't have to have a response to that. That is personal. That is, oh my God, she found him. You don't even have to say it out loud. That is an action. The problem is that it's in your mind, and it's also in your emotion, and it's tied and tethered to your it's tied and tethered to you having testosterone or me having estrogen. It's tied. It's biological. It's nothing that we can remove.
Let me get a
Hey,
piece of
hey,
that real quick. Hold on.
before everybody go, you know what I love though, and you know what I love. Even though I didn't even have to look this up, but I decided to look something up. I love when I look up stuff, and I know that my spirit be telling me something that's right before I even look it up.
Guys, really quick, I came up here to tell you don't yell at my friend.
Who that?
Oh my.
She was yelling at Alta, and you told her to let her. You said, can I finish? Dang, and you had too much bass in your voice when you was talking to my friend.
Kev, I know you like looking stuff up, but I went and looked something up too. So,
We can look it up. Yeah, we can look some things up.
I already, yeah, I did.
Please do.
And I'm after Kev, just like
I looked something up and I put it on.
We
my
got the
screen.
team lust heads against the people that, but we can get this going though. All right, go ahead. Right.
Yeah, I put it on my screen, and
I got you next. I'm gonna help see if y'all help yourselves out. Yeah, I still disagree. No matter what y'all talking about, I still disagree. I already know.
Babe, you were done? I thought you were finishing.
It's on you. It's on you.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying is, I heard Jane said that the thought that comes in your head, right? That
Right.
is,
That's it's tethered
so
to
those,
to testosterone. It's also tethered to
that's
your
fine. That's
emotions.
fine. Those thoughts came from somewhere, right?
Your emotions, and it came from your from your
No, you can have
biology.
a feeling. No, you can have a feeling.
Right.
Your biology can make you feel something,
Right.
right?
That's lust is a feeling.
But there's an attachment to it. It's a sexual desire, right?
No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
Hold on, wait.
You
It
can
is.
lust an item. It's not the same thing.
Hold on, wait. No.
It's
the same
Sexual desire and
But
lust
it's
is not the
attached to
same
what your
thing.
thoughts. You have to think about the thing to lust about it.
Right.
Like I said, biology tells you that someone that does not think can literally lust. You can literally feel something down there.
But
If
you
you
need
have
something
someone,
to lust.
if you have someone that literally has no thought process concerning being able to count, they will still wake up with a hard on if they're a male.
But yeah,
That's not attached to it.
Hey, y'all know about the
Desire
win today,
anything.
buddy.
It's
I'm
just-
sorry.
It's just your body reacting. You're not desiring.
It's your body because it's
Y'all want to
biology.
normalize lusting.
It's your
For
body
you to
because
lust over something, there needs to be the thought of that something. Like what does that? What? I'm
so
sorry.
it's a dopamine. It lives in your brain, just like we have other dopamines that
Honey,
gets us excited, right?
Okay, let me
And then
continue.
that also is tethered to our hormones. With the dopamine being tethered to our hormones, that creates lust.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So, all right. So even the things that we look at, right? So let's say the peaches I put up, right? If nobody told you that represents booty, it would just be a peach.
Okay, let me say this. Let me.
Let Rachel finish.
No, it would just be a peach, right? Now, if you think that represents booty and you're like, ooh, that's a fatty. The longer you look at it, the more you've turned it into a lustful thing. You have turned it into a desire, something that you now the thought of it has turned from a peach to a booty, to you grabbing the booty, to you doing things with the booty. The initial, like, your thought, right? You can control that, how it escalates.
No, let me come in, and
You
this is why I put it. This is why I put it up on the big screen.
can I just respond right quick?
Go ahead.
So women, us as women, we have the most lustful thoughts, right? Because we create our partners in our mind, and then we believe and have these fantasies concerning our partners in our mind that don't even exist. The lustful thoughts, like I said, is a dopamine that is brain. That's all brain, and then that's also connected to either estrogen for women or testosterone for men, and that's what creates the lustful response. It is animalistic. So remove us from being thought-provoking people. First, we're mammals. That is just it. First, we're mammals. All of us are mammals. So with that being said, that dopamine lives in all of our minds. Those intrusive thoughts live within all of us. It doesn't matter whether you are able to think and count to
Can I ask you a
10 or whether
question?
you're not.
Hold on, let me get
Everybody
this.
has
Let
that
me
dopamine,
let me
and
get this out
everybody is
real.
able to respond as a mammal.
Let me
Just like animals, their response to those reactions is to just do it. But I think that we as humans believe that we don't have animalistic characteristics that are just there. They are just there.
let me
Now,
say
what
this
we do as
before.
an
Hold on.
action
Let me.
behind it is completely controlled. But because we're humans, we have the choice of action. But with us being mammals, we don't have the choice of changing into an alien. We're still going to be mammals that do mammal and animalistic shit.
Let me say this.
Hey,
Let me say
Jane
this.
ain't about to
Hold on.
save y'all. I don't care.
Jane, have you ever had anything
Let me.
suppressed?
Can I please say this so I can get off the big screen?
Like,
Now, I was saying this to Kev. Kev said that you could just walk away and not lust. But I wanted to show that, it said you don't just have to physically look at something to lust for it. Love is like a desire, craving, and I'm just reading from it. It could be triggered by thoughts, fantasies, or just memories of something. It's
I
an
like
eternal
that.
state, intense desire that can be
And
directed
that's
towards
what, and I
various
feel like
things,
that's why you're supposed to have your V
not
card when
just
you get married, so
physical.
you don't have all these thoughts.
Hold on,
Hey,
not
I
just
agree. I agree with
physical,
that.
not just physical objects.
Still not gonna
It's
save
it's
you.
more it's more than just looking. You could just have fantasies, and the biology thing that what G.I. Jane was talking about. That can literally come from something internalized. Even sometimes people hormone, you got to factor in that people hormones are different. You got some people that got to take medicine for this stuff. It's not necessarily a choice when we factor it down to that. It's more than just looking at something.
It's a
Yeah.
craving though. It's
Hey,
a
look, I
craving and
agree. I
yearning
agree
though.
with that. I agree with that, my brother Justice. But it's still not gonna save you. So
it's
I
a
go. I
No, you
desire,
understand.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go
not
ahead.
lust. You can
Yeah.
desire
Yeah.
something.
So I'm glad
Oh,
you got that up there though, because
Exactly
at
what
the end of
lust
the day,
is.
Can I
y'all lust
answer?
heads ain't about to win
Can I answer your
today.
wife's question,
I
aka
really
my
did.
sister's question? Because she asked me if I ever suppressed anything.
no, disregard that. I'm saying people can suppress things to the point
Right.
where they don't even remember. Like, there's been victims, right, who don't even remember it happened. You can suppress things.
But just 'cause suppressing
But
don't make it go away though. Suppressing does not make
suppression
something go
means to
away.
restrain. And when I worked in geriatrics, a lot of those people that suppressed when they had dementia, they remember everything. That's the only memory they had because they suppressed it for so long. So it's a lot of things that we want our brains to do, but unfortunately, because we're mammals, they're just gonna do it. It's just gonna happen that way.
It happened because you're saying it happened because they had dementia. What?
No, because they suppressed it. So that just means to restrain. It's an action, right? I don't have to. It's. I'm not saying that you're wrong about anybody that is restraining from having such thoughts. That doesn't mean that they're going to not happen because you say I'm suppressing it. But when I worked in geriatrics, those that suppressed for so long, the only memory they had was their trauma. That's the only thing they remembered
And
was
me
their father
and,
touching them,
and me
their
working in
mama
mental health,
touching them, because they
suppression.
suppressed it so long, it stayed in their subconscious and it manifested itself.
But okay.
The suppression don't make the memory go anywhere. Like suppression leads to repression. Like let's say for instance, you might not know why you having these sexual desires. But something like what you said, something could have happened to you that the brain, see, you can look this up, it's called repression, where the brain's defense mechanism may not make you like remember it, but you will still have certain triggers. You don't know why you seen this mouse running across the floor and it triggered you so bad. You don't know why you have your phobias, but at the same time, it's something that triggered that phobia. So you can literally have these things. Suppression just leads to depression, but it does not really
But
go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere.
But do y'all
Yeah,
think
you're
that
talking
people
about
have
what
less than-
happens, but you're talking about what happens when you actually do it, but you're not saying that you can't do it.
But my
No,
so
what
are
I'm saying,
y'all okay.
you can't. I'm sorry about that. I promise I'm gonna get right to you. Yeah, but what she's saying is just because you suppress something, that doesn't mean it makes it go away. You might forget the memory, but the amygdala part of the brain, when you see something similar to it, will still send that fight or flight to your nervous system to make your body react to it. Because the subconscious don't forget, but you may have pushed it so far back in
It
your
works the
mind
same way as the
where
tummy.
you
It works the same way
exactly.
as your stomach. You may not eat, but your esophagus is going to remove and release acid so you can eat. That's the gurgling in your stomach. Regardless of whether you want to eat or not, your body's telling you from your mind that you need to eat. That's the same way it goes as far as us having lusting actions. It's animalistic and it's biology. Like regardless of whether you
It
want
doesn't
to,
change
they're
the
gonna
fact
pop
that
up.
you can
And a lot of
control
the
it.
times, even when it comes down to pediatrics, because I had to look into it, right? There's also certain stimulants because that's just what that is. It's a stimulant. There are children that stimulate with
Right.
blankets on
Okay.
their inner thighs, and they say that that is fine because it's animalistic. Doesn't mean that they have even attractions to anyone. It's a stimulant, the same way that another animal could be a puppy and get around another puppy. It's a stimulant. Your brain is just responding and
Yeah.
reacting.
Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna say this though, real quick. I gotta get Lala. Well, I gotta get Twin, and I see she try to say something, but I just find that's just wild that some people can be out here, got a whole relationship, and still thinking about sucking another man's Peter. That's crazy. Where I guess that's so natural. But hey, we gonna rock with that then. But go ahead.
You know that's a strong
Twin.
man, right?
Yeah.
Hey, no, that's what you say. You can't control that. So I mean, you
No,
can't.
I,
You can't
Just
choose.
strong
You
man.
don't make that choice though. Hello.
I was just trying to see, are we saying, are we now saying, because now I'm just trying to understand. The
Jane,
less, and then I want Lala, I knew Lala need to get in. Sorry, Lala.
it's
That
okay. We have the same
less,
brain. Whatever you say is what I was gonna say. So go ahead.
I'm sick of it. Lala gonna break it down something different. But I was saying, when it comes to like lesson and stuff, I think we kind of like went different directions in a sense because we were speaking about the thought and the action and all these different things. I guess we're compiling it. But to say, I hope we're not saying that when it comes to lust itself, that you can, once you lust over something, that you can't get to a point of no longer lusting after that. Are we? That's what we're saying? Because if
I don't think nobody said. I said
okay.
Oh no, no.
that's
So you
something that
can.
everybody has done before. So I know better not to say nothing like that. Everybody has probably at some point in their life have lust.
right.
No,
But if you're in a
I'm saying,
relationship and you're choosing to lust after somebody, that to me, and I'm sticking to that. You choose to lust after somebody, that's your choice. So people
No,
somehow
that's
ain't got
not.
control over that. So that'll be y'all weak.
hey,
That's not true, Kev. You know that
Wait,
because
let
you know
Ultra
some
finish because
people.
I don't think that was
Let her
her
finish.
point.
Go
I
ahead, let her
don't think
finish.
that was
yeah,
her point.
no, because okay, so now I don't know. That's what it sounded like. I don't know. It was being said in some sense like that. If it's something that you lust over, that you can't just stop lusting over it, and that's why I want to make sure that we're not saying that. Because yes, there's something that you will lust over, you no longer will lust over it or have to lust over you, and then like Rachel was saying too, that you can control it. That it doesn't have to be a place of suppression. It's just something I just don't care to do no more. I don't care to lust over it. I don't want to do that. It's not something I am sexually. I don't have the high sexual desire to do that. I don't have the desire to do it at all. So I don't think that. That's what I'm saying. Because that is something I'm not saying. I want to make sure we're
Let's
clear
put
about
it to
that.
the let's put it to the test. Let's put it
Yes,
to the
that's
test right now.
well. Hold
Let's,
on. Can we answer her question? Because if that's what people were saying on the panel,
Yeah, I
oh, I
definitely
was,
wasn't saying that. I feel like lust is like a slow burning fire, and you can definitely have control to put it out.
attraction
Yeah.
fades, but I'm just saying let's put it to the test. And let's be honest.
Or
Do
it could be a
any one of
fast
y'all
one.
ladies on this panel, hold on, do any one of y'all ladies on this panel have a strong sexual desire against somebody other than your partner? Be
To be with
honest.
Idris Elba? Absolutely. Ask me
Stop.
again.
Okay.
And
G.I.
that's your
Jane.
choice, right?
Now listen. No.
Exactly.
G.I. Jane.
exactly.
Stop it right now.
Okay.
Stop it right now.
I'm still gonna like Idris Elba,
All
but
right, that's what I thought.
I'm still
And that's
gonna.
what I'm saying. This is the
But
angle we
but
coming
see, you're
from. That's
making
what.
it, but see, you're making it seem as though like if you're dealing with something at the time, like say you have a sexual desire for, because okay, now I'm just trying to get it. You're saying with the sexual desire, do you lust after something that you shouldn't lust after because you should only be lust after this person or this thing, whatever the case is, or you? Because what my point was, there can be things that you no longer lust over because it's just something that you have either trained yourself to not do, or that God has had to help you to no longer feel that or react to that, even think about it. Not to say that it's
Or that lust,
It comes
lust
down to
itself is
biology. Hold on, it
lust
comes
itself
down
is
to
short lived. Lust
hold on, wait.
doesn't last long
It
for
comes
the
down to
most part. It's
biology.
like
Hold on, it comes down to biology because when you say no longer, like I say, attraction phase, it has been somebody who have the desire that don't have it no more. But if I tell you right now, give up your sexual desires, that's easier said than done. You're not going to give up that desire because it's a
right
biology
It's
until
thing.
so rare,
right. So
but
can
that's
I
what I'm
say this
saying.
right
Y'all keep
quick? I'm
mixing
sorry.
sexual desires with lust. Those are two different
Right, those
things.
are
They are
two
not the
different
same.
things.
They
And
are literally the
can I
same
say this
thing.
right quick? Lust is short lived and it can come sporadic. It's almost like being happy when people be like, "I'm seeking to be happy." Well, that's a short lived moment. Most of the time, you're just contented or you have content. You're
Mhm.
not happy, right? So with lust, that's like a spark. It's like, yeah, okay. And then after that, and people get married and stuff and then realize, I don't even like you. I don't even love you. It was just lust.
One
That's
more
what
time
happens
on
for
the
the most part, right? Because that's
Right.
our animalistic mindset saying, like Kev said, their booty fat. Yeah, you lusted right quick. And then when you got with that woman and realized that she had no vocabulary, the lust
Yeah.
was
That
gone
was a long
because
aspect of
that was
lust, though.
just the
Yo,
booty.
Yeah,
Kev,
That
let me get
lust
your
wasn't
big
that
lust
screen one
wasn't
more
lust
her
is
in
time.
built
general.
off lust,
So
though.
if you
That's what
like
I'm.
her though, that lust turns into a sexual desire where you want to spend time with her and be intimate with them. But as far
Yep.
as like, oh, she got fat booty, then you go over there and her teeth jacked up, all of a sudden you're gonna stop thinking about the booty,
Yeah.
you're gonna look at the teeth and you
Yo,
don't have that attraction no more.
Okay,
yo,
after
Kev, give me
God
the big.
justice,
Hold on,
after
Kev, give me
God
the big
justice,
screen
though,
one
we
more
gotta get
time.
Lala in, y'all.
Just one more time. Because you said it, what you say, Kev, you said is not a sexual desire. That's exactly
I
what
never
lust
said it
is.
wasn't. What the heck did
No,
you
that's
have
why I
me
thought
on this on?
maybe because everybody was talking over you and the stage was
Oh,
calm, but
no,
listen.
I wouldn't say that. I said no.
Oh,
I said
okay.
it's a difference between sexual desire and lust. It's a difference between those two.
But this,
Because you can have an
what?
attraction towards somebody, you don't have to lust after them. You can have a sexual desire towards somebody, you don't have to lust after them.
But that's the definition of it. You
No,
said it was
look up.
scripture.
It's a very strong. So look up sexual desire. Look up sex. So you saying sex is lusting all the time? When you want to have
Sexual
sex with your
desire
partner,
is
that's
makes no.
lusting.
What I'm saying
Let's
is
let's ask Lala because
What
she
I'm
ain't spoke
saying
yet. Lala,
was
do
what I'm
you think
saying
sexual
is
desire is different from lust?
Oh, hey. Yeah, most definitely. So lust is it involves a choice and an act of the will, meaning it involves a overindulgence of what you want sexually or entertaining your sexual thoughts. So an overindulgence means it's gone past the idea of wow, she's cute
Right.
or whatever, and it's completely disregarded the effects of the decisions you're about to make, even in how you're viewing another woman. You've completely disregarded how it affects them, and now you're in a position of what's called trying to possess what you see. So you're trying to overtake that thing regardless of how it makes the other person feel, regardless of how it might affect you. You don't care anymore. You're either completely indulging in it or you're regardless of the consequences. And so yes, a natural attraction is not a problem. Oh, did I say what I say? Oh, I gotta say schmicks. Okay, schmicks. I'm a grown up. All right, anyways. So um it's an overpowering desire. So you just having an attraction to a person is not the same thing as now throwing away consequences for you staring at her in a copious and over sexualizing her or him in that way. You've gone past caring about them and trying to possess them. And this is why I know all y'all don't like Jesus like that, but this is why there's two types of lust that is described in scripture. There's the lust of the eyes and then there's the lust of the flesh. He categorizes these things because lust of the eyes does not have to mean it's related to sex in any way. It has to do with seeing something and wanting it at all costs. So it's this idea, it's pleasing to your eyes, people having money, people having jobs, people having it's that's why what falls into that category is something like envy or covetous or all of those things that falls into the category of lust of the eyes. And you have lust of the flesh, obviously that's directly linked to sexual desire. So yes,
I like her
thanks for
breakdown.
coming to my TED Talk.
I think I missed some of that because I got a phone call. What she say? Did she say they was the same?
Yeah, I actually said
Heard
they're
that
exactly
whole
the same. I was
thing.
kidding. No, I said they were different.
I'ma whip him, Lala. It's okay.
I'm not
That's because I got
listening.
a phone call. But
Listen, you wanted attention immediately.
Can I say something? Can I say something though, real quick?
Yeah.
I think between G and
that's why I say
Lala's
everybody stuff
definition,
jump straight to lunch every time. That's why I'm like, dog, it's different.
bro, it's the same. The answers are both right. I think that how
Nope,
you
I ain't
it's a
helping them. They wrong.
thing and a spiritual thing is they're both
Am
right.
I wrong?
I don't care what they
They're
talking about.
both right. It's crazy. If you
I
think
ain't
they're
gonna
wrong,
lose.
then
I made my question
they're
specific.
both right. They're both right, yo. They're both right. Lust is a natural thing, but when
Of
you
course, it's
choose to
natural.
continue, it could be a detrimental thing to you too. But when you don't grow and you mature from that, understanding like, okay, that's not going to get me nowhere, or it's going to be a detriment. It's not beneficial to anything or anyone. That's when it becomes a problem. But it's a natural thing. That's why we have to control little things. We just grow up and mature, and you got to control yourself, control your actions. And I mean, but it's who you are. It's who you are is naturally in you. It's something that you choose to control. I understand how you can see it's a choice, but it's something you got to grow and mature. When you're a little kid and you like somebody or you desire somebody, you don't understand those feelings. But when you get older, you understand those feelings. You understand, oh dang, that's not good for me. You know what I mean? And again, it's maturity and experience and how you was taught. Both answers to me explain lust and desire perfectly. You know what I mean? Naturally and spiritually, if you want to take it that way. But it is what it is. Like, yeah, you see a natural booty, you might look at it, you glance, but you don't have to lust at it. That's a choice. But when you're a young boy, you can't control your feelings or your emotions.
Well,
Then
that's the
boom.
thing, Randall. Even that,
Wait,
right?
you
Like,
just
if you
said
see
choice?
somebody, if you see a woman, let's say you are looking at her hind parts. Let's say you are looking at a woman's hind parts. You're not even at once you're at a point where you don't care how she feels about how you're looking at you, how you're looking at her. You don't care how she might react to that. You just gonna keep looking anyway. You're not thinking about how you've made her feel. We're talking about possession now. We're talking about you're over. It's past. I think she's cute. It's past that. You're imposing
Right.
yourself onto another human being
Right.
because you want them.
But Kev also agreed that it is natural, right? Just like it's natural to eat, right? So we naturally eat, however, we choose what we eat and put in our bodies. I mean,
Yes.
the
So I
body itself is
agree.
going to say, I'm hungry. But then you say, well, it may behoove me to eat a salad today. Or I can suppress it all the way and I could just starve myself. So, you know what I'm saying? But regardless, I can suppress it all the way and I could just starve myself. So, you know what I'm saying? But regardless, the body's going to signal that you're hungry.
Yeah, so
Now
what
I don't know. I don't know
mean,
how far
Your
we'll
body's
go
not
into
telling you.
this.
dang, what the heck? So
I'm sorry.
I was about to say, even though, yeah, I like that she did the natural thing, right? So of course that mean like a natural feeling, right? But dang, it was something. I was trying to hurry and get it out real quick. Dang, everybody was like, but it's a freak. It's over. Dang.
We'll be quiet. We'll be quiet for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I'm just kidding.
Maybe Lala can trigger it. Go ahead, Lala.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't disagree that it's I don't disagree that it's natural to well, again,
I was
at my
agreeing
house,
with Lala.
as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Right.
So here's the thing. To a certain extent, there is a natural thing about it because the flesh is in direct opposition to God, right? So the flesh is a desire that in
Right.
some regard without Christ is insatiable, right? And so you will find that you have a lot of blurred lines when you can't determine the difference between your flesh and your spiritual well-being.
Yeah.
So
But
I'm
we
about to
said
say,
the same thing though, Lala. We literally said the same thing. I just said that you have it's either gonna be a choice after the fact, and that's what you can control, but the actual feeling, right? Because it's emotions and it's because you're human. That's gonna happen. So you have to learn how to control it. So if KFC a fat butt, he got to control to not look at it and not
Gotta walk
stare at
away.
it for long.
Yeah,
Gotta walk
so
off.
yeah, that's all I'm about to say, right? So the natural part is the lust itself, right? Like envy, wrath, all that stuff. This
The
is it's a
attraction.
natural feeling, right? But then we can still choose to lust. It's not the same as like love, right? Sometimes you could be in love with somebody and then by whatever, off the feeling, whatever, or just whatever. You could just be love, or sometimes some people be envious, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. So lust is like it's like literally you really go out your way. It don't just pop up out of nowhere. You literally most of the time you go out your way to see, because that's why I said that the way we making it seem like lust is just, if we want to put it in if it was so natural, that means that people dang near what I'm trying to get to. Basically, we saying like soon as we look at somebody, we be like, man, I want to tap that, I want to do this, and they just automatically in their mind doing it. But no, you choosing to say it because like if just like somebody said earlier, you ain't gonna see no, if a dude is not attracted to a big girls or another man or something like that, he's not gonna be like, I'm gonna tap that, I'm gonna lick that, he's not thinking that, right? He's choosing who he wanted to do this with. You know what I'm saying? He basically making this choice like, all right, now I know I'm attracted to this person, now it's time to lust type situation. Now that she got these curves and stuff, because it's like nobody don't lust that. Let's make it worse and more weirder, right? Say if he lust after chest, right? And his mother got big chest. He's not about to lust after his mama. He want, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all get it.
Some people be a little. I'm just playing.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not trying to throw their brain off. I'm not trying to throw their brain off, but I'm saying that's where it shows where the choice is at. Because you could say that, oh well, he's naturally lust after big chest, but when he comes to his mama, no, he's not lusting after it.
Come to his mama, he redirects. You have to redirect your mind.
But he don't start off saying, it don't. He don't go
No,
with that. He
the
don't go
first
with
thing.
the lust.
Well, that's the main reason why parents get dressed in the room and they don't get dressed in front of their kids after a certain age or possibly at all. Because if you continuously do that, then you're setting a different example, because we know as humans that human nature is going to be human nature. But if that situation happens where, like you said earlier, you're going to redirect your mind to, I got a girl. You redirect the mind, but you can't direct what's natural. You have to redirect.
Right.
Yeah, Kev, I rock with you, but
You ever see how many people are like, they see their
Hey,
mama,
look,
they
I'm
like,
hitting
oh
it too
hell no,
bad
I don't
today.
want
Nah,
They can't take
Kev, that was a bad example, Kev. You know that. I rock with you. But
No,
you know
y'all
that was
hate it.
bad.
Y'all not about to win today. I already know.
Because if you got children,
That
what
is
we do when we
not. That's
got
a straw
kids, we
man.
get dressed
No,
in
it's
the
not a
room,
strong man. That was a perfect
because
example.
when they're younger,
Who's
they
choice
don't
right
know
there?
any better, right? So we get dressed in the room, so we do not give them those mindsets when it comes down to it, because that's not what we're trying to perpetuate, because we know that we gave birth to mammals. We're
I
not
think you
saying
miss. I think you
automatically
missed my
daughter
this
point.
baby that's 3
You
is
right,
gonna know
Jane. You
I'm
right, Jane. Because
mama.
Y'all,
sometimes my daughter
I'm-
be like, "Look at your boobies," and I'll be like, "Please leave me
Because
alone.
it's
You're bullying me."
That's not the point. Oh my gosh, you
I
missed.
know what
That
you
wasn't even the
you're
whole
trying to
entire
say,
point.
but that's
I'm just saying.
trained though. We trained
Not even
them
the
to
train
not.
part. Not even the train part. What I'm saying is we do pick and choose what, like say okay.
I get what you're saying. We pick and choose who we left, who we and what we
Get
left
what you're
out.
nah, they
saying.
just submit. They don't
Right.
agree with
That's
that. They
what
just
make
submit
me
to
Because
it.
you can have
Okay, so
a very
if a
attractive
parent, can I
sister.
go back to this
agree.
example?
I keep hearing choice, and I feel like we've already agreed. There's a point where you can choose what to lust after.
Yes,
Nah,
what
that's
we
not
doing.
true.
I'm saying it's a
We do
point
not
where you
agree
can
with
But
that.
choose
some
what
people
to
saying
have an
that you
action
don't. That's a
behind.
natural thing to
Okay, let's
automatically
try
lust
this.
at
Who
something.
You
is
don't have
saying you
to
don't
act
have?
on your lust.
Let's try this. Who is saying that we don't have a choice?
I'm saying it.
I'm
Majority,
saying
like
that,
three, four people.
based on the human body being a mammal, that it
It's
is
not a
innate
choice.
for us to have lust. It is innate.
Exactly. It's a natural
So
part of your body
do y'all
function.
think attract? Okay, so this is my thing.
But
Do
the
y'all think
choice
attract?
of what Kev said earlier, the choice, right? So if a child is around their parent and they're doing inappropriate things and they're getting dressed in front of this child is going to grow up believing that's fine. If you get dressed in your room, not around your children, they do not see your body at all, and then they're growing and you're teaching them things, they're automatically going to say, that's my mama or that's my daddy. You see
So
what I'm
Jane,
saying?
I'm gonna present you with an alternative then. See if you can track what I'm saying, right? Because If we're talking, I think sexual attraction is what's natural. That makes sense.
Attraction is natural.
Attraction is natural. That looks good to me. I am attracted to that thing.
Right.
Now we have to talk about people who might not, because if this is going to be true, it's going to be true for all of humanity. So when we start to look at the lust of the eyes or the lust of the flesh, whichever one, what if someone falls into the category of being asexual? They're not attracted sexually to anything.
And here go another one.
That's
I got one more.
that's what you call
that
it.
was a
Oh, go
good
ahead.
No. Y'all hear my voice. When I hear my voice, no.
What?
I got one more. I got one more to put the dagger in. I'm done torturing them because I know they ain't got really much to say.
I'm gonna tackle both of them.
Because everything I say is straw, man, because I tearing them up so bad. So I got one more. What about this another one, how I know it's lust, right? I mean, how you could choose who you lust, right? Now it's so hard for men, right? Because now they got men dressing up as women now, right? So they everything they trying to see a big booty or something like that, they think it's a woman, right? So now I realize that now men have, you can say train, whatever it is though. I realize that they're not, dang, I'm trying to put it in a way, because even I had to realize that, because I realized I was just lusting at the shaking booties and all that stuff. And now, no, yeah, of course you look, but it's got to a point now that I'm not making that choice just to look at these, because someone could be a man. It could be a man shaking a booty and stuff. So I'm like, no, I'm not about to lust at the booty no more, because especially no shaking booties until I see it's a girl first. Now that I see it's a girl first. Now I see that it's y'all missed. I know y'all want to miss the point on purpose. Now that I see it's a girl first.
Let me attack it.
Now that I see now that I see it's a girl first, then I choose to lust after it. But I'm not about to lust.
Yeah, you choose.
That's cool. That's cool.
Okay, I got a question. Wait, God, Justice. Wait 1 second.
That's hilarious.
Dang, she trying to go out with a fight. She the main one.
Yeah, I am, brother.
No, she
because you shouldn't have put me on a tier 1. Now, I have a question. When it comes to lust, now we talking about the lust as far as religious, because I want to touch on what Lala said, right, about asexual, I'm sorry. So the philosophy behind lust just means any intense craving or longing, but the original is a sexual craving, right? So what about the metaphorical, when you're lusting after a car? Or when you're lusting after being rich?
Envy. That's called envy.
No, that is lust. That is a metaphysical.
That's why in my example... Yeah,
and
that's
that is
why
also the
example,
modern term, because that means an intense craving. That is the baseline meaning for lust, is an intense craving for or a longing for. So if somebody's asexual, if people say they've never lusted behind anything, or that's something that's not within us, when you see something you like and you say, dang, I want that car, you lusting.
This is why,
you look in the dictionary, don't say nothing about items. When it deal with items, it say envy.
But it also,
it just say sexual,
I'm saying it's
desire.
also metaphorical. It's not just one thing. It's going by definition on Google, because it derives from it being spirituality and religion. Can I finish? So it's going based off of what's Google, is because it's a religion based, right? It started with religion. But when you talk about it being a metaphor,
things like they're doing today,
it's not changed. It's not changed, because those, if they would say that, then just like Lala pointed out, for people that are asexual, that would not apply. To be able to understand that it's still something that's innate, people can lust after things as well.
That's called, what's envy called? What's envy?
That's not envy. That's lust.
What is envy then? If that's not lust, then what is
being
envy?
envious means that you have a strong hatred towards something and you want it that badly.
No,
but
envy.
We are not going
back.
Not
just because you like something and say I really want that, don't mean that you'll do anything to get it. You can just really want it.
Okay, go ahead, Lala.
But that's not envy.
I just want to go. I want to take a couple steps back, because I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit lost. Real quick. When I made the distinction when I asked you my question, I made a distinction between, I said it again, the lust of the eyes and the lust of the flesh. We're talking about the lust of the flesh, which is what was initially, and correct me if I'm wrong, which is what was initially being presented, that we are animals and that we have this innate sexual desire, or y'all probably gonna drop me a minute, sexual desire to be with people or to be with other humans or whatever. It was completely rooted in the conversation we were having. If I'm staying on track with the conversation we were having, we were talking about sexual desire, which is why I brought up sexual people is because they don't have this innate natural sexual desire to be with people. So it can't be that natural. From outside, not outside of the flesh perspective, it can't just be like you can't ever stop it because of it.
But that's not true for
clapping does not make
asexual
her
people.
right.
Wait a minute.
Hold
That's
on.
not true for asexual people because
Let-
asexual means that you don't experience the sexual attraction to others, but that does not mean you don't feel desire to have sex or intimacy.
And let me cut
It
in there
just
real
means that
quick.
you may not be attracted to any human out here, but
Let me
it doesn't mean you're not making up one in your mind.
Y'all use some bad examples. Let me
Yeah,
start off with this.
asexuality is the core of somebody that doesn't want to
Y'all use some bad.
experience the
Let's
sex.
hear the best example.
It's different for all. Like,
No, y'all. This first of all,
Let's hear the
asexual
God
people.
It's a
example. Go ahead.
spectrum,
The
but
asexual is not that's not a huge population of people. That's number one. That's like a very small population on
and it
Earth.
does not mean that they don't
And
feel a desire
yeah,
or have
agreed,
sex either. They still
agreed.
desire things. They still
And
desire people. It just may
and
not be any person on earth.
and Kev, your example was bad because some people will find out that
But
it's
they
a man
don't
on the
lust
pole
though.
and still
So by
go through with it.
They do
definition,
still
So
love.
I'm sorry, by
It's just
definition,
it
an
may not be anyone
asexual
around.
person, hold on real quick. Asexual people have little to no sexual attraction toward other people of any gender at all.
okay, and
Yes,
even if
but
we do
that
grant
does not
you,
mean that they do not have a desire
hold on,
or
let me do
have
some
sex or
talking.
enjoy intimacy. So yes, they still lust, and it may be somebody that they created in their mind.
Even if that is the case, that's still a very small population on the planet. That's not the majority. We know that's not the majority.
And so
And
that would mean
Kev,
God's
you
justice. Are you
know,
positing that
you
something
know,
is
They
wrong
they
with them?
literally they could have
no,
sex by themselves and literally
Yeah,
still
I'm just.
that's you can listen to
Give me a
yourself.
have a
That's
second.
cool.
Give me a
desire.
second. Give me a second. I'm asking now. You're saying that these people are in the minority, but we made a broad brush statement saying that everyone has a natural
They still
sexual
I
do.
didn't say
lust.
everyone. I didn't say
They
everyone.
still do.
But even
It
so,
Y'all
just
want
even if
them.
doesn't
that's the
look
Y'all
the
want
case,
everybody to
same as
lust so
no,
everybody
bad.
else.
there are conditions where people don't have
uh,
a sexual desire at all.
and Kev, I ain't gonna let you
That's
get
a
away with that
fact.
example you use
Wait,
because that
Lala, were you
person on
done?
that
I
person.
don't know anymore.
Okay.
Kev, I ain't gonna let you get away with that example because some people will see that person on the pole, find out
But
it's a man, and still go through with it.
okay, but if
So I
there
ain't gonna
was,
let you.
I have a question.
Still
So
choosing
if they
holy.
have none, then what is the repulsion?
What is the repulsion to intercourse? Are you
That's
asking me to look?
when that innate feeling of biology kicks in, a lot of them that don't have any attraction to it, then therefore there's still that innate understanding that sexual idea is still going to come up in their mind.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying to you, Jane, is that people who fall into this category, according to like the DSM-5, they don't have, depending on, it's obviously a spectrum, as we were just saying, right? But in the most extreme cases, they don't have that biological drive to have intercourse at all. They're not interested, not just because they're not mentally interested, their body does not physically react to that type of stimuli.
I put it in the chat.
Yeah. So their body doesn't react to that type of stimuli, meaning they don't want it, nor do
What you
they
put in the
feel
chat?
ever that they want it. And so it's fine if you're saying that they're the minority and now they're abnormal. If that's going to be your posit, they're abnormal. That's why they don't want it, and so they don't count. But then that's where my question is coming from, is that now you can't say that it's just because, again, because from my perspective, as you know, Jane, we believe that everyone has certain things that they struggle with, right?
Right.
You can't paint a broad brush and say everybody struggles with lust, because that might not be their struggle. Their struggle might be dishonesty. Their struggle might be just something else. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I put a broad spectrum and said that lust does not always fall into a category of sex either. But when we're
Yeah,
talking
that's
religious
fine. No,
based,
and I agree
it
with that
does.
part. I agree with the
Right.
lust of the eyes part, right? Like different things that you can lust after. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just
Right.
communicating specifically from a sexual desire standpoint that can't just solely be chalked up to everyone struggles with this issue with sexual desire, because everyone doesn't.
I'm glad you brought
Let
that
me
up because I never really thought about asexual people
let me see
as
if I
far
get
as
one
like the
more, a couple more
conversation right
scriptures.
now. I'm glad
Also,
you, Lala, you're so smart.
some women have a lower
That's
libido.
period.
Some people do. Some people honestly do not care about sex like that.
You're right, Rachel. They just completely are unfazed by it. It doesn't mean anything to them.
Yeah.
But that still don't negate the fact that I'm playing.
You want I'm about to say though, you want them to have these lust
Well,
heads
I
and stuff.
mean, to be honest with you, if we're talking about the majority, that still doesn't
Mhm.
negate the fact of what we've been up here talking about. Because I do
No,
believe
I
that
will say an
everybody agreed
overwhelming
that
majority of people struggle with struggle with the point of sexual desire moving into lust. A
I
lot
can
of
see
people
that.
deal with that for
I can
sure.
see that. Yeah, I think majority of people's relationships is like that. They lust after their own partners. All right, so
that's why they
let
be
me say,
divorced.
let,
Oh, here you go, Kev, again.
yeah, yep, remember that one. I know you remember that one. But
Stop
let me get one more.
speaking.
Let's see if
Stop
I get one
speaking
more
this
fish
stuff in
real
there.
quick.
I
So
lust
Right.
my
TT,
husband. I
and oh
lust.
yeah, and, and I seen I'm gonna make sure. No, Cece, I seen her put her answer down, but you can say yours out loud because I think you part of the team. Is lust a choice, or it just happens? TC.
Oh, I thought you said this kind of.
Are you talking to me?
Okay.
You talking to
No,
me?
no, not TT. It's CC.
Um.
You next. You right next.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's a choice.
No,
Yeah.
don't run, nah, Jane. Nah, ain't no much love. You gotta much love your head back
Right.
up here,
No,
boy.
come back. Come back.
Don't try to run when it get hot up in these seats. I'm holding all y'all little lust heads accountable.
What's that? Lust
Yeah.
head is crazy.
I know Jane didn't leave out of here without saying hi to me. And that's just
Trying
made
to
my feelings
leave.
Hi,
She
hurt. And
don't.
Kanai.
that's all
She,
right.
hey, she done talked the whole entire night. Then want to run as
Hi.
soon as we want to
Hi,
get our
hey,
point.
Alta.
That's crazy work. Nah,
I didn't even
bring
see
yourself
Alta up there.
back.
Hey, Alta, Lala.
Hi.
Miss
Don't do me like
Tanya.
that.
G.I. Jane.
Bring your.
Hi. Hi, beautiful ladies.
Hello.
Miss Kanai.
What's up?
Good to see you again.
Hello. Hello. Huh?
No, I said good to see you again.
I know. Look, now I ain't gonna have both of y'all wearing me out, okay? Now I done been on your live all day. Now I got to come. Let me move my mic and get ready to just hold my breath.
So CC,
Yes, sir. I
is
said
lust a choice?
I believe it's a choice. Yes, I think it's a choice. Um, what Miss Lala was basically saying a whole lot of things that I was thinking. So yeah, like I think I believe it's a lusting after someone is a choice. I think the way that it's used these days, yeah, most definitely it's a choice. It's not used in a loving way. It's not you. I can't even say it is in a loving way because it's gonna kind of contradict what I'm trying to say, but yeah. What Miss Lala was saying, I totally agree with how she broke it down wonderfully the way she did. Like yes, like she said, for me and my household, we should serve the Lord. So yeah, lust is definitely a choice, and I think that like the Bible says, it's also sin. But anyways, I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Let's see. Hope. I gotta see if my TT. How you feel about this, TT? Is lust?
Tie, 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 tie.
Is
Is
lust
less
a
what?
choice or people just
What is?
naturally do
Huh?
it? Is lust a choice or people just naturally do it? And you got 2 bars.
You say it's less a choice. It's natural and it is a choice. Both.
Okay. I like how you kind of put that though.
It's both. There's nature.
You just can't do no wrong.
Yeah, that's
That's
a
what that is.
that's a
Kanai, see if you can move
you
around your
agree with
bars.
You got 1 bar, TT. You got
Galatians
1 bar.
chapter.
Go ahead, say that, Galatians.
Yes, ma'am.
We
That
can't
was
even
my
hear the
Galoosh.
Galatians because our
We
stuff
can't hear you,
is glitching.
TT.
It's glitching bad. She only got 1 bar.
I wanted this one she got to bring up the let's pray y'all because
Leave it.
this
Hold
is
on.
crazy.
Oh, y'all.
Jabril let go of her signal.
Lala on me right now.
Is this
I'm
Please.
glad she's part of the choice crew.
Oh
hello?
my gosh.
Can
We
y'all
just
hear
can't
me?
Yeah,
Partial.
now we can hear you.
There you go.
Oh,
There
there
you
I
go. You
go.
back. There
There
you
I
go.
go. So did you hear what I said?
No, you
I
gotta
said
say it
it's
all over
natural.
again.
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah, it's natural, and it is a choice. It's part of your sinful nature. So you can't
Mm-hmm.
take it away out the flesh. And the flesh dwelleth no good thing. Chapter 5 of Galatians
Mm-hmm.
says that these are the things, the fruits of the flesh, right? The things that dwell in the flesh: fornication, lasciviousness, lust, witchcraft, murder, all that kind of stuff. So when people say the devil made me do it, that's a lie, because those things already dwell in the flesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, it's already there.
That's why
It's
I'm
it's a
okay. I
part of
get that
our, it's
natural part. That's why I was saying I was trying to explain. That's what I meant by that's a natural thing because it's in us. But
it's
yeah,
already
explain
there.
more on the choice part. That's what I want you to
That's
get.
crazy that you act like we didn't say that, Kim.
It's
No, I mean, I got
now
that though.
see the thing of,
Go ahead.
huh?
Go ahead.
Notice the thing about it is you have a choice to act on it. Just because you
Yeah.
have lust, you could have lust, but lust demonstrative. It's a demonstration of something that is present in the flesh,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you ain't got to let everybody know you're going through it, unless you with your partner. But you don't know when the person is lusting. It could be somebody up here lusting right now after Kevin. You don't know. You don't know.
We
It
do
could be
know.
somebody
We
lusting.
do know.
It could be a
Tonight,
woman up
in
here
the top quarter.
lusting after
Oh,
another
there you
woman.
go.
You don't know.
There you go. I'm lusting right now. There you go. I'm
You could be
listening.
lusting. You
It's
could be
my
lusting
booty,
for
baby.
food. You could be lusting for food. You could be lusting for money. You greed, lust, lies, deceit, all that stuff. It's a choice. Yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice to act on it, but it's definitely there. It exists.
I see a lot of
You hear that,
confirmation
Kev?
biases going on up here.
You hear that, Kev? You hear that, Kev? You can lust after your spouse. Okay,
Y'all
wait.
are stretching it. What y'all doing? Y'all are
Nah,
stretching the
no, that's the
definition. You
one
think
we
it's just a strong
disagree. Me and
desire?
TT
That's
been
it.
disagree with that a long time
The
ago.
idea.
That's
I don't
all it
care
is.
what you
It
talking
doesn't
about. I'll
say
talk.
it. The definition. Oh, now you don't care what I'm talking.
No, I
The
was talking about you. It
definition
was
of love
something
is
that
not
me
to
because
act upon.
me.
Oh, okay. Oh no, my bad.
Oh, we was all both talking the same time. That's crazy. But now
That
that's
I
one thing
definitely
that
want to
me and
lobster.
TT didn't agree on a while ago, and then I think me and
Yeah,
Archie. So
that was a long
yeah, I
time
remember
ago.
that.
Yeah,
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 it was a
yeah.
lot of time. And
Because see,
that's
people
and
like
she the one that
because
made me
see,
look up. Look, twin. She the one that made me look up them people when I showed you that other day when I said the
Yeah.
difference between lust is can't wait to get
Oh, that's what
and
she
love is
said.
can't wait to give. Oh yeah, because I said our
Mm.
whole thing we supposed to love each other, not lust after each other. That's what I'm like.
oh,
So the
you
reason
can
why.
love each other just because that love is not the absence of lust.
Yeah,
Mm.
and you know the
Just
And
reason, only
that
reason
doesn't
why I
mean it's
dis,
not present.
yeah, the
yeah,
reason
that's why I
why I
say with the
disagree,
weight.
the only reason I'm probably gonna stick disagreeing with lusting after your partner is
Mm-hmm.
because because God, I don't think God not about to contradict what He says. Like if He said it's a sin, it's just a sin. He's not about to tell
He
us
didn't say lust
to
was a
do it.
sin. He
Oh, I
said
see
if
what
you
this
lust
is.
after another woman, if you
Yeah,
look at another woman
Mm-hmm.
in lust
He told
after
you
He
them,
another
didn't.
while
woman.
you're married, that's why he called it adultery.
He didn't say lust was a sin.
No, he
No,
Mm.
didn't. He didn't.
no,
Mm.
he didn't say
Oh,
he. What he's talking about is sexual immorality. He's talking about the act of adultery that starts in the mind when you're a
With someone
married
else.
man.
With someone
When you're a
else.
married man, when you're married, and you're looking at a woman, so it Rachel's your woman, and you lusting after somebody else. See that you didn't
Okay.
touch her. You didn't touch her. You don't have her number. You ain't at her house, but you lusting after her. He's saying that is the act of a lustful act. Even though
Okay,
you didn't touch her,
you
you
win.
just committed adultery.
Okay, you win. Because the more I keep thinking about that, I'm like, dang, I don't think I actually
But
heard it unless
passion
I
and
gotta look at the scripture.
sensuality
Thank you,
and
We've
Kanai.
been,
all of all,
hey, we've
all
been going
those
back and forth
things,
so much,
you
and then
know,
I ain't never think about it that way. I was like, oh dang, he didn't. I
because
don't think he even
yeah.
specified lust itself. I thought he said. Now you got me want to look
This
this up.
whole
I could have
time you've been
sworn.
fighting back lust.
I've been fighting that all that time. I've been
Oh,
swearing
okay.
that
Never
shit
mind.
because
What he meant, what she meant. I say. Think
nah,
like,
I gotta confirm though. But it sounds like they can be right though. Because I was like, how could that sound so
he is
hard? But I
right.
think now this would be my
But
problem. No, this is my problem.
you gotta watch what Yeshaya said. He was you gotta understand what the Pharisees was asking him, and you gotta understand what he was answering. What he was answering is, so if a woman, if what is adultery, they were asking, and he said it's not the act. This starts in the mind. He said the lusting after them and adultery starts in the mind. So if you look upon a woman and lust after her, you just created the sin, adultery. But he didn't say lust was the sin. He said you committed adultery.
Okay, I'm trying to look up. Okay, dang. So we been.
It said
You
anybody
supposed
who
to be
looks
keeping
I
your
upon.
thought
eyes.
lust itself
You
as a
supposed
whole
to be
was the
keeping
sin.
your
That's
eyes on
crazy.
your wife. You
Yeah,
supposed to
that's
be looking at your wife. You supposed
Sasuke
to be.
like that one. Look at
It's
it.
it's in
You're
Matthew.
right.
It's
Oh,
it's
yeah, I
in
like that one.
Matthew 5:22 when he talks about the lusting, looking at another with
Yeah,
lust.
you supposed to
Yeah.
be
Okay,
looking
okay.
at your
It's
I
wife.
guess
527,
I
y'all.
take that back. I take it back then, because
It's
I mean,
527.
I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm
No, you're
right,
not
but
wrong.
I'm
No,
just.
you're right. No, you're right. You're not
of
wrong.
course
You're right.
Sasuke don't want that to be wrong.
Nah, she is
I
right
could
though.
be
She's
wrong.
100%
I'm just saying he
Yeah,
didn't
because
say
you
that.
got me thinking. You got me thinking. I don't think I ever seen a verse that actually just flat out just said lust itself was a sin. And every time I did see that, it
Yeah.
was talking about don't do it to somebody outside your,
Right.
so I
Yeah.
can see that then. Because I was like, that's kind of hard to not lust after your partner. But this what my issue is, right? I
Mm,
believe, and this what this prompt is at. Your lust shouldn't overpower your love for that person, and I think that's what everybody problem is today, because they
mm.
lusting after each other, but they don't have the love to match it. You know what I'm
But
saying?
when you're married, the Bible says in Hebrews 13:4 that you keep the bed undefiled, right?
Yeah,
So me and my husband, we could do that together. The Bible
yeah,
says that every man, if you, he said it, Paul said, if you burn with passion, if you lust, if whatever, he said, let every man have his wife so
yeah,
that you could save yourself, right? From the consequences of, the punishment, right? Because the
yeah,
wages of sin is death. So he's saying that if you got that feeling, he didn't say it was a bad thing. He's just
Mm-hmm.
saying in order for you to take care of this, you need a wife. You need
yeah.
somebody that you
I
can
get
lay
that.
with
That makes
and
sense.
carry out these desires.
It's
Yeah.
directed to
So I
something because
don't
he
look. I
didn't
don't want you
mention
to
it
miss
like
that
that.
part, because I mean I agree with that part. But I was about to see.
Hmm.
Can you agree that today, right? People
Hmm.
lust is outweighing their love, and I think
Oh,
that's what the issue is.
absolutely. Oh,
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
absolutely.
to.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's what I'm getting to
absolutely.
about
But
that.
those are
Yeah,
normally people who are very promiscuous, that are very promiscuous and just live a lifestyle. They're
yeah,
not bound by the word. They're not their spirit in they're problem. They have a lust problem. Yeah, that's
and
a
I also
they have a spirit on them that's causing them to act out. But that means that they're burning. That's the burning
yeah,
passion that Paul is talking about, and that's why he said if you are like that, if you feeling like that, then you need to go get somebody, and then you
yeah,
got to make sure it ain't no problem, because then you get in the marriage and you still be overly, you know.
Because marriage ain't gonna save you from lust.
yeah. This
Right, that's
another
true.
part too,
The
though.
heart
No,
does.
no, if
That
you got a
Heart.
problem.
this another problem. I mean, this another thing. You got me say, bro. But this another thing too. It's like today, how
Okay.
people look at relationships, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of wrong too. Where
Mm-hmm.
they sit there, they will leave because the smecks ain't good, and they not getting their back blew out. I'm like,
Well,
that's
these
not,
people are
that's
not
Yeah,
not
these
that's not
love.
people,
love.
but these people are
No.
not committed. These people are not
Yeah,
committed.
yeah.
They're a slave to their,
Their
to
flesh,
that.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I got a
yes.
question.
They're
Definitely.
not they love the
Oh
sex. They
shoot.
don't love each other.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
I got
And
a.
I always tell people that you should love your partner so much that you add that to it. That shouldn't be the
Hmm.
whole cake. You know what I'm saying? So that's
That's
why I
right.
believe people's issue, they make that the cake for real. They like, well, if you're
Right.
not doing this, that's why people cheating on each other. That's why all that stuff is
Right.
happening.
But you
So
got
that's
to
why I always
That's
push
understand,
true.
more
Kevin,
love than lust.
some people only know sex as a form of love. They can't relate
Yeah.
to it any
And
other kind
that's
of way. And usually those people are people who have been abused. And that's just the way it is.
okay.
That's why
Mm.
when you go into those children's homes and they have those children in there, and I hate that happened to them and anybody in here if that happened to you. But those kids, they tell you don't touch those children. Don't let them get close to you because they've already been touched, right? Unfortunately, they've already been violated. So these type of people, a lot of those people are like that because they've already been violated. So they think sex is love. They think that because
Yeah.
somebody touched them too early for them to be able to differentiate what is love versus what is lust.
yeah, yep, yep,
If
yep.
I just want to say, if the sex ain't good, but you still love your partner, how's it still going to continue to work? Well, what do you mean by that, Kev, when you say that?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be with the person for who they are, not what they do for you. That's the
What I'm
thing.
saying, but I'm saying in general, like if this okay, so
Right back, y'all.
if you love your partner, right, and you really enjoy their time you spend together, cool. I understand that part. But if the sex isn't good and you're trying everything you can to make it good and it still isn't good at all, you wouldn't see that as a problem. That needs to be that because if that person, male or woman, don't enjoy the sex ever, do they just keep enjoying life with that partner without enjoying the sex?
I think, but don't y'all feel like when it comes to that, that it's something deeper if you're not physically being able to enjoy your spouse like that? Like that's
Right. That's what I
it's
was
not
gonna
even, it's
say.
not just like a physical problem because you can go and let somebody blow your back out. Now, what you feel better, you feel fulfilled or something. Like it's not gonna be the same. You want to be able to connect with the person that you're with. So if you having an issue physically, either you guys have not yet learned each other's bodies and taken the time to do so. Some of y'all quiet. Y'all don't tell the person what y'all like. No doggone way. You like he still ain't putting the right hole. Y'all both stupid.
Whoa!
It's like it's like that, or you have,
I came
or
back at
you
the
just
wrong
haven't,
time.
or you just haven't, really
I
just.
can't believe Arthur said
I'm sorry.
that.
Or you just
I just
haven't.
got done talking to my
Sorry.
mama for a second and came back to this.
Or
What's
you
going
just, or you just not have expressed to them what you really desire and what you like, and or you just instantly have not connected to them in some type of way. So I think if that's an issue, there's something deeper. If you shouldn't have to go your whole marriage being physically unfulfilled. I don't believe that's a thing. I think you should just something that's some work that needs to be done.
on? Do y'all got to stick it in each other to be physically unfulfilled? I mean, fulfilled?
Police.
You are police. Look.
Do people know the difference between intimacy and sex? No, that's all I wanted. We
No,
got to
I'm
teach
saying,
people.
but even if still, like, just to piggyback off that argument real quick, what if they do express themselves to each other and they each one of them tell them what it is and it's still not done correctly and they keep talking about it and it's still not working? Let's say they actually are working on it, but
They
it's
got too
still
much on their mind then.
Well, I will say this. This is why it's best when both people have no sexual
Experience.
experience
Yep.
because it allows for the exploration of this entire experience to be between two people who are just trying to please one another and not actually, this is where lust becomes a problem even within your marriage is because like if I'm having intercourse, right? And all of my intercourse is geared towards self-centered things. What can I get, right? And you start to fantasize and demand or like use your spouse to fulfill urges for yourself, not considering their heart, not considering their needs, not considering where they're at or their well-being, then this is not a healthy, godly situation. Now we've moved into you using your partner like an item. Right, and we're in momentarily, like in moment, you know what I'm saying? Like in moments, it's not always a problem, but if it's consistently how you guys engage with one another in this very intimate act, then that's not what God has put in there. Because God, when you say God doesn't contradict Himself, now we're talking about how He says to treat your partner.
There you go.
So that's when you're like, okay, yeah, you can lust after your partner, but when it gets to the point where like you don't even care about if she's had this horrible day, you like, girl, you ain't even been over for me today, right? That's
You ain't been. If you love, you better bend it over. That's messed up.
All you had to do was bend over, girl. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a part of that that's a little odd. But like I said, if you've never had sexual experience, it's something that you get to explore together without expectation and with openness and vulnerability. Once you've had intercourse, you've even tainted your view of intercourse before you even had a lifetime partner yet.
That's true, but can you just not like someone anymore? Like, because I see people talk about it all the time, and I see people stay together and they don't even like each other anymore.
Yeah, that's what you do in family sometimes. Sure, y'all love keep y'all together, and y'all might not like each other. It's people that's like that though.
But I personally don't think that's healthy to stay with someone just for the simple fact of the kids. If that's what we're talking about, right?
No, not that.
We're not talking about that.
I would say this.
I'm just saying because they might not, the dude or the woman might not like that person anymore. But
Are you talking about that's just toxic though? I'm talking about. I thought you were just saying like not if you don't like a person, you can still love somebody and not like them.
Right.
You know, but you talking about trying to stick out in a situation that's not healthy, probably for the kids or you.
I don't know. I might be in the minority. I might be in the minority now because
I just brought that up because she brought up the whole thing about being with one person. I agree with what she said. So I just
No,
add
no,
up.
no. Oh, no. That's fine. That what you said about that is fine. I'm just hinting when you say they have to stay. When you say that people say they're staying for the children. So here's what I think. Outside of obviously clearly abusive and extremely toxic situations, right? I think that that's a valid reason to stay together because if you went out of the way to make children with this person and now you separating is not just an effect on your life, it's an effect on the children's lives.
Yeah.
As people who are married, when you say forever, we can't just back out. This is why I keep saying, look,
Right.
guys, if y'all don't want to be a part of said covenant, just don't make it. Like, don't say forever and ever. Don't say I'm gonna try everything in my willpower when you know you're not. Does that make sense? Like, unless you're being abused, like I said, and this like severe, I mean, actually toxic, not this weird version of everybody calling everything toxic now.
My feelings are hurt.
Right.
Yeah,
Unless it's
because
actually
It's
toxic
emotionally
to the point where
abusive.
you guys. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say I agree, like what Miss Lala was saying. I feel like when you get married, that's more than you're supposed to love this person. Not liking
Man,
them
I missed the
sometimes,
CC
you'll get
name,
over
man.
that. You know, like you just said, Mr. Kevin, I'm sorry.
What you say?
No, I said I missed the CC name, man. What you gonna give us the
Oh,
full
I saw
name
too
out,
many
man?
CCs, and then people kept
Man,
CC. I was
forget
like, I
all
don't
them.
know.
Forget them.
I saw
Forget
too
them.
many CCs. I was like, I don't want to be confused with no other CCs. So
But
let
go
me do
ahead.
something I ain't seen. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, when
Marriage is a covenant.
yeah, marriage is you make those vows for a reason. And I don't like when people like I've had people that I've known in my life that simply got divorced because of simple things. But yeah, they've regretted it. They look back and it's simple. It's crazy things. There's no violence. There's the things that you would think, okay, I understand that. So it's like just because you don't like someone temporarily because of something they've done, like you can always find love again. You can always go back. You should always, let me say that. You should always be able to find love again. Heck, that's
Oh
not
my
always
God,
me and my
marriages
spouse
are
like each
like
other,
roller coasters.
but we
You're so
love each
right.
other.
Marriages are like roller coasters. This is why your foundation should have been friendship, silly people, because when y'all get together and there's going to come a moment, whether you like it or not, where you don't like him or she don't like you, and y'all are upset because y'all are in a closed space together. That's when you can fall back on your friendship. It just happens. It's not a bad thing. We're human beings. So there's going to be times where you don't like him and you love them and they're your friend. And so
Right.
that
That's
will
true.
have the baseline for your relationship because you're going to, when we grow, we change, and you get the opportunity to fall in love with a new person. You start effing up when you try to force them to stay the same person the whole time you're married, and you didn't mean forever. You meant how you are right now, not who you might grow to be.
Right.
I mean,
And you
I'll
should
stay
be able to
forever
grow
with this
together.
person. Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
wishful
And so,
thinking.
I'm about to say, I'm about
mhm,
to say, Kev, like, wait, what? Like, hold on,
you
like,
should be growing together. That's the
You
idea. It's
should.
like
That's why she said
as in
should. Yeah.
at new, yeah,
yeah,
should.
Yep.
but
But new
but I married
stages,
like
you
if,
find a
if I
new
marry
person.
someone and I marry that person, they just gonna change on me. Like, not now you
It should
change.
change for the better.
Yeah,
Like
Probably,
if
but
y'all
are you
still,
the
for the
same person you
better.
were? Are you the same person you were in middle school? I hope not.
some
That
people
was that was
worse.
that was middle school. If I marry someone, if I chose a girl and I'm marrying her, I'm like, yo, so you're changing to be somebody different? I didn't marry this person.
Physically.
But then
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
also
here's the
too, as
thing:
a
do you truly
partner, you're
believe that
supposed
humans? You believe humans don't ever change?
I think you reach a plateau where you do things differently from time to time, but you don't change as a person. Like I'm not about to I marry you as a person. Like I like this
So
Change
individual.
every day.
So
yeah, we
what
definitely
if your
change around.
partner, let's say your partner, because a lot of the times we settle. So when I say settle, I say this very like flexibly, right? But we settle for certain things. When I marry somebody or I say I love somebody, I love you in spite of the things, not because of the things, right? So there are things that you do that I do not like, but I'm willing to still be in this long term relationship with you because I love you for the other things, right? And these things are not cutoffs for me. If that's the
Mm.
case, let's say your wife has a problem with being disrespectful. She speaks to you in a negative way, right?
Uh-huh.
And You're used to her reacting in an explosive negative way, and then after 15 years, maybe that explosiveness, maybe she says, you know what, this is bad, I shouldn't be this way, I don't want to be this way, and she changes that thing about her. And now you can't really predict how she'll react to things because you don't know. This is now a new version of herself. Are you saying that that's a problem and she should stay exactly the same? Or are you saying she should only change the things that you want her to change and not the things that she wants to change about herself?
No, that's a great thing. So I'll raise you one. Let's say I marry someone and she wants to decide to gain an extra 150 pounds on top.
About physical.
Yeah, I'm bringing physical in now. Now I'm bringing in physical because I like how she put that. That was cool. So with that standpoint, I agree with that one. That's fine. That's a good thing.
I think that was the whole point that she was getting to. And I get what you was about to get to too, though. I don't think that you don't want to see
Well, someone gaining pounds is an obvious indicator that they're having mental health crisis.
And
that too can change.
I am so sick of this mental. Everything is mental
a
health.
lack of self-discipline.
Yeah, I'm so sick of
That's
that.
a mental hello, that's a mental health problem.
But it can change.
We ain't about to use that one though.
But that can change.
You know what?
Laziness is not a mental health problem.
Stop. A mental health issue does not mean that she's crazy. It means
I said
that she's
lazy.
lacking a social. It means she's lacking a social. Right, laziness is a
Lazy is not a mental health. That's a natural base.
It does fall into the mental health category.
I can't use that one.
No,
if
what
you
does
are,
it? Like,
hold
what
on. What is
I
responsibility?
was lazy yesterday when I got mental health.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like, what?
Yeah, this is what I meant. This is why I tried to help you before you said it, because now you're not making any sense. A mental health crisis is not a mental health disorder. They're different.
It could be a symptom, Rachel. Really, is what we doing? So she gained 150 pounds and now a symptom.
No.
She never had this
A symptom
No.
of a bigger problem.
Rachel is following me.
A symptom of a bigger problem. That's it.
Yes, it's an
Bro, no.
Nancy, oh my God, I'm not saying people should be. Damn.
I don't know what they're hearing.
Gotta learn something new.
Obviously-
Laziness equals
He's
mental
obviously
health
crazy.
symptoms.
No one is saying that. What we're communicating to you.
That's some funny stuff. I had to learn something today.
Maybe it's just
I've been mentally unhealthy all this time. That's crazy.
It's just when you look at a
Well, you want my honest
depression.
diagnosis, Kev? No, I'm sorry, messing with him. Go ahead.
No, like I think he's just saying, like, if you look at someone that may be suffering from depression, right? There may be so many symptoms where they don't have the mental capacity to get up and do stuff, whatever. But it's just a symptom of a bigger problem.
Or it's a simple lack of, for instance, you brought up lack of self-discipline. But you know what responsibility, respect, integrity, these all fall into the mental health category. This has to do with your mental strength.
But then I want to add too that if this is your partner and this is your wife, you need to go in, like you should, as the other partner, go in and help that with that.
You didn't say 6 pounds. You said 100.
Let me get to use all these things.
150 pounds. Yes.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
And how long? That's a lot.
Yes.
That's crazy.
But still, that's still your wife. You still make vows.
If my husband,
man, the face hurt mentally.
No, because she did.
Let me tell you something.
But if I get lazy,
She care about my feelings. She care about my mental health.
No. Stop.
No real woman gonna talk like that.
This is what we're talking about. Y'all have to educate yourself.
Nah, we ain't
all
doing
of these things fall into mental health. Does not mean you're either crazy or you're not. That is such a narrow way of understanding the topic.
Crazy. That's
what it was crazy.
Nobody said crazy. You said
laziness. So working on laziness means they need to work on what? They need to work on responsibility. They need to work on something needs to be worked on in their social emotional life so that they get up and do what they need to do. Wow. As a partner, a person gaining 150 pounds, which is not an overnight thing.
It's not.
A person gaining 150 pounds, your initial reaction should be, hey, babe, you're gaining weight. Even if it was my husband, my husband's a gym rat. So if he gains 150 pounds, I'm going to automatically understand something is going on.
Right.
tell me what's
Before
going
I'm
on
saying,
with
but
you.
before that conversation happened, you've been talking to that individual before it was 150 because you saw 15, then you saw 25, then
At
you
least we
saw
got
30, but they
we
keep
got an
going
escape card we
anyway.
can use now.
And so you're saying they keep going in as far as the fact that they don't care anymore about what you think
Yes,
as a partner.
that's what I'm
Well, if
saying.
I
Yes,
start eating sloppy, it's a mental. I feel
that's what
like
I'm
Cardi
saying.
said, you
If
can't eat
if they
that.
keep going, even though you're having a conversation, I wouldn't stay with someone that's going to keep doing it, even though I'm trying to work with you.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
there's nothing that someone's asked you not to do, right? That you just every time someone asks you to stop doing
See,
something, you
you're
just
not
stop
doing it.
doing
You
it.
trying you're deflecting it back
No,
somewhere
no,
else.
ask Saskia. I want you to stick with me. Is there
Okay.
some? I'm not saying anyone has to stay in a relationship. I'm just not that type of person. I think it's wise if you've chosen to make vows before God to have your word actually be your word and value that. However, right? If you let's say there's something that you do, I'm sure there is because you're a human, right? Something you've been trying to change for a copious amount of time. Is are you do you want the person to help you work on that thing or should they just walk away from you?
They should help me work on that thing. Just like I said that I will be willing to help that my spouse to help on that. But if she just not listening, what I'm supposed to do with that? If you're not listening to my suggestions, you're not trying to work out with me, you just keep on eating, you're not doing anything that we're talking about.
So
No.
I'm gonna ask now. Then this is when I ask you if you see that this is not happening. What are you saying is going on with your partner? Do you automatically just go to she just doesn't want to listen to you? That's why
If
she's not
she
doing it.
if she reaches the 150-pound point, she listening to nothing because it takes a long time to get
But
there.
listen to what I'm saying. Have you already gone to the category of she doesn't want to listen to you? That's why she did it. It's about you and not wanting to listen to
At
you.
150 pounds, it was not about me at all. It was only about her. If she got to the 150, she got to the 150. It wasn't
Is
that 30.
something wrong? That's my question to you.
Okay, maybe something is wrong. At that point in time, if there's something wrong, we would have discovered it by then. But she's not trying to fix it. That's what I'm saying. She got to the 150, is what I'm saying. Through that time, there was talk, there was discussions, there was helping, they was trying to figure it out, and you still did it anyway.
So if you're saying you're gonna exhaust all efforts, and then if she doesn't do whatever, if she doesn't lose it, she continues to gain at that point. You're saying you've reached your limit of being with her, so you have to leave.
Yeah, if she gets to the 150, bro, it's over. I'm not doing that no more. I tried with you. We're not doing it.
Well, she gets well. Okay.
Some people look. This is another thing. Some people tend to eat the same way they had, and then their hormones, right?
Their
So
body change.
they can't burn. Can I say the word?
The
They
fat.
can't burn weight.
I'm
They
sorry.
can't burn weight as quick as they could before. So they looking at it like, dang, what the heck? I never had to work out before or something like that. So I'm like, so they choose not to because they never did it all that time. They've been late. Look, the thing is, they've been lazy all that time, but then they just
Why are you
gain weight. So they
laughing?
choose. Huh?
This is why you laughing because I think I bust out the word and I'm like, oops, my bad. I think that's why you laughing.
That's what I was saying. Me and Sasuke, we had this conversation plenty of times, and I remember asking if before you even got with this person, what told you that they were actually into fitness and taking care of their body,
Right.
eating right.
If you're with someone and you meet them, I'm not saying they can't gain any weight. That's not the issue.
No, but I'm saying though, it's not just about gaining weight because if you have a mentality that like, yeah, I care about my mental health, I care about my physical health. I know how important eating healthy is. It doesn't like you may gain maybe 20 pounds or whatever, but you ain't never gonna get to that 150.
You should, but that was just
That's crazy.
I just use an extreme because I want to hear. I like to observe people's conversation, so I just wanted to hear.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm just saying it's the mindset. I'm just saying before you got with that person, what told you that I'm just saying don't be surprised because you didn't look deep.
Yeah, the mindset. I can see that though.
I
Too.
mean, damn, like so. Wait. You're telling me that you get with someone, and let's say they're at an average weight, right? So they're at average weight. They gain like 10, 15, 20 pounds as the years go by. That's normal. Okay, I understand that. But after about 10 years, you're supposed to know in 10 years' time that they might gain 150 pounds.
No, but if they don't have a disciplined mindset,
Yeah, they have to have a
Look,
they gotta have a
discipline.
disciplined mindset. That's what that
yeah,
is.
like Kev said, right? Maybe when they were younger, they could afford to just sit around and eat and not exercise. Maybe exercise once every once in a while, whatever. So they were betting on that, right? They already have poor habits,
Right. That's true
and
too.
then their metabolism slowed down, and now they don't know what to do with themselves.
It's like God damn, like that's true. Some people don't like look up and be like, golly, I ain't have to do
Yep.
that.
So basically, people really don't change that.
I mean, yeah, because
If
I'm
that's the
definitely
case,
You
if
ain't
that's the
gotta
case,
go
people don't
run
change.
though, so stop complaining. I say.
yeah, because my husband is in where he was when we first met, and I'm not where I was when we first met. But at the same time, I understand, and he understands. But I'm working on me, and sometimes we work on him. But I'm not about to leave him because of that. That's craziness.
That's
I'm not
what
gonna
happens in
pass up my
like
good
when you get in
man.
relationships. A
Mhm.
lot of people, if you don't got that discipline thing, they just because they get you still get called cute and all this stuff, and they ain't even thinking about exercising or anything. They just get and then you notice they get
Stop, y'all.
bigger and
Stop.
bigger and bigger and all that stuff because.
But
But
that's
like I
where
said, huh?
self-evaluation comes in.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be able to look in the mirror and say, all right, even if it's not for that spouse or whatever, you have to look at yourself and say, I'm not happy here. Because getting all that weight, okay, baby, getting all that weight on yourself will cause you to go in a depression state and have mental issues
Yeah,
and
but
things
they
like that.
depressed heads. It's funny though. The opposite way happened though. They so called depressed heads. As soon as they break up, then they want to look cold. Then
You know
they
what I'm
start
saying?
working on and
Thank
losing
you.
weight.
You know what I'm saying,
Well,
man?
because y'all be in a
I'm
relationship
not an
ain't thinking about
eater.
it.
I stop eating when I'm feeling some type of way. So that's how my husband knows. He's like, did you eat
They
today?
don't
And I'm
get
like,
bigger when they by themselves. They trying to look
You know what I'm
snatched.
saying?
I want to look snatched.
That's because y'all didn't
Blow,
care when I was
yeah,
together.
blow it up, do all types of shit. Crazy, man.
Yeah. Let that stuff slide.
Oh,
Uh,
babe,
yeah.
we ten.
This is why I say all good skills are they're developed over time. We
Yeah.
learn how to be respectful. We learn how to be responsible. We learn how to combat laziness. We learn how to do all those things. So things usually fall into two categories: needs to be right, needs to be met, or what's called a lagging skill. And so a lagging skill could be anything from, difficulty with transitions to difficulty initiating tasks. And so you make a plan to work on that. I mean, that's just, I don't know, that's just like basic development. I don't know how to explain it outside of that. But
It is
if a
basic.
person is lacking a skill, doesn't mean they're crazy. It just means they're
Yeah.
lacking a skill and it was never taught to them. And so if you're talking about a person, for instance, who's lazy because they've always been small, and so that hadn't been an issue for them, then they're lacking basic developmental skills and that they should have learned during childhood or during adolescence, and they didn't learn it. They didn't learn to still get up and move. They learned, they became lazy, which is a negative skill and a negative trait. So just understanding how the brain works, I guess.
I think
and
that's
on too,
almost
they
like
don't even
that's
listen
a
to their
natural
doctors.
human trait.
Because your doctor can tell you to slow down. What is she doing?
Everybody want to be
Then
lazy.
imagine. My doctor be like, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Everybody want to be lazy though. That's the thing. Anybody want to be lazy. If we can have food just get delivered to us, we probably wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, but
I
there's
don't know
some,
a
I
person
will
that
say
actually
this.
enjoy
There
working.
are actually some mental health disorders that laziness, quote unquote, is a lack of initiation. And and exactly what Rachel was saying, it's a symptom of their mental health issue. They can't initiate activity. Like mentally, they literally can't get up and do what they're supposed to do.
It's like
Yeah.
everything. It's like
You ever go to a
every.
disabled person out of nowhere? That's crazy.
No,
Yeah,
no,
like,
you
it's like
see,
everything
No,
see
it's
is
what
a
I mean?
mentally
mental,
different. Yeah.
it's like a spiritual
Yeah,
attack, the
I'm
way
pretty
I
sure
look
they
at
out
it,
there.
Miss Lala, a
I'm pretty
spiritual
sure
attack.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure they out there. But every last pair built bubble looking self is not have no mental issues
Yeah.
though. So I can't let that slide. I was
They have a
like,
if
they
someone
just got
is
a
built
lack
like
of
a bubble, they have
discipline
a
because
developmental issue at best, which has to do with their laziness, or if you're saying that's why, because we're still painting a broad brush. But let's say they're chunky because they're lazy, then
they
they're
lack
still
self. They're just
missing,
like men when
or lack self discipline. Right?
when they have
They're
mental
still
issues, they
missing.
just lack
They're
self
still
discipline.
missing, but they're
Yeah.
missing developmental skills that they should
Why
have already
can't
gotten.
lazy? But why can't lazy just be lazy? Like why can't?
What about people with bad hygiene? What about them? Some
Yeah,
people
they
got
do
That
that.
is
That's
Call them
nasty.
lazy. Call them
Yeah,
lazy.
Cannot
that's
stand
also that's
that.
a
Fundamental
call that
mental
needs to be
issues.
met. So
Oh
also,
my
But
gosh,
look
this is
though, but look though, I
They
wouldn't
ain't
even
washing
say
their booty
that
today. They got messed
because
with.
when I was working the
well,
little job
because
that I
when
was
you just
previously
say
working,
lazy, because when you just say lazy is lazy, you're painting a broad brush.
this is
It's
lazy.
intellectually dishonest. That's
no,
It's
why.
because
lazy.
when I was working the
Lazy.
job that I was previously working, and this girl, and she looked like she was younger than I was. When I tell
Hmm.
you she smelled like a whole bag of onions, I never understood why. I think the manager had to talk to her about it or something because
Hmm.
Mental issues to say
eventually
you
she
don't
stopped. Because
stink.
I'm like eyes watering, I'm looking around, everybody looking at me, I'm looking at them. Like, are we not going? I mean, it's a whole manager right here. We not going to address this. We just gonna act like it don't stink. We just gonna keep on going. But she like she maybe was
Hmm.
Irish or something. I don't know. But she
I
was
need
a
that Irish
YT with red
Spring.
hair. And I was like, yeah,
Nah,
baby,
please,
go with
Irish
your
Spring is
outfit
crazy.
and get you some of that good. Cause baby, go get up in the arms real good. Like, cause how you at the time I was working overnight at Walmart. So I'm like, how are you working at Walmart and you smell like a bag of onions? Baby, go get some soap over there and get in that bathroom right quick with a little wash rag that costs 50 cents to $1 and get up on them arms real good. You smell real fine.
You know why I
Because
don't.
ma'am.
You know why I don't be liking that term though. The reason I'm on it so heavy because especially the women today, right? That's they famous go to. They be like, I have mental issues. That's the reason why I
Yeah,
can't do
man.
this stuff. And you just don't know what's going on and all this other stuff. I ain't got no sympathy. I really don't have no sympathy because every last woman that I know of, well, not all of them, right? But they come with that same exact thing because they just don't want to. They don't want to do the work. They want to come with something. Well, it's my stuff that's going on that's making me be this way. No, y'all don't have no
How
sympathy for
can
these.
you honestly
They don't
say,
have no
how can you
sympathy
be
for these other
honest,
dudes.
Kev? How
Huh?
can you be honest and say that they all have the same issue? How can you be honest and say they all have the same issue in the same sentence?
Well, I don't know
I,
if you have here. I didn't say all. I just said that not. I just said literally said not all. I said a lot of. I said, all right, but what I'm getting to is that yes, it be so many. It's a lot of women that get away with saying stuff like that. They get to be like, well, you just don't know, and that's why a lot of marriages failing now because they be like, well, it's my mental health. I just couldn't take it and all the other stuff. Like I'm just kind of tired of people using that same excuse for a reason
but
why they can't be better in life.
I will say
Everybody in
this:
this world
mental
got
health
mental
is not
issues
an
now.
excuse for succeeding and for not succeeding because you do have access to help for your mental health. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you have access to getting help for it or getting the tools you need to still be functional.
Everybody don't have
yeah, I
mental
think
issues. People just love their desires more than anything, and that's what it
That's
is.
true.
That's just a cap out. I mean, that's just a what's that word? That's just a like a getaway free card, just so people can feel sad for them, so they don't have to do nothing else, so they can use it as a victim card, basically. So I
yeah,
can't what the heck? Oh, I
that
can't
was me. I'm
keep
sorry.
letting people rock with that. I just can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but
think
you not letting them don't mean they don't have the issue.
yeah,
Lala.
I was gonna say I just think that it's a symptom of godless people because I feel like
I
even
agree.
in my times where I feel low and sometimes I might feel like I'm overwhelmed, I don't feel like getting
Hmm.
out of bed. I take time out to pray to God and
Right.
I try
Hmm.
about like my whatever is going on. I pray to him about that.
Hmm.
And I'm like, Lord, take this away from me. Whatever. I pray and I take time to pray. And I just wait on the Lord that, do we gonna do. But in the meantime, I do what I'm supposed to do. I get up out of bed, even if I don't feel like it. I do what I have to do, even if I don't feel like it, even if it's a little bit.
That's back when we were
I
spiritual.
thank God for the little bit that I did do and continue to
We
pray
in
that I
America now. Everybody got issues.
Yeah, man. I just want to ask Lala a quick question. Lala, is there anything that's not a mental issue?
That's not a mental issue,
Yeah,
as
anything.
in mentally insane or mentally have a disorder.
Anything like you get a disorder, insane, whatever. Is there anything
Well,
that's
that's why I made the statement I made. The question you're asking me is loaded because are you asking me if there are things that are not a mental disorder? Of course. If there are things, but are what we do attached to how we feel and how we think? Absolutely. And the
so
skills
so
that we have therein.
so just out of curiosity, just for myself, I just want to know, can you just give me one thing that you would that's not a mental issue that's harmful?
It's not a mental issue like an illness.
Yeah, can you give me
Yeah,
anything, one
laziness.
thing that bothers you
Laziness
so
is
we
not
can
a mental illness. Laziness is not a mental illness.
Okay, cool, fair enough. All right, that's all I wanted to hear.
It's a developmental problem.
What?
Yeah, development. Yeah, your emotional. Okay, so humans have multiple areas where they need to develop when growing.
That means everybody in this world got that then.
Everyone, yes, everyone has areas of unmet needs and lagging skills.
So you
Yes.
can't. So right now you just
Everybody,
can't be you just can't be lazy anymore.
everybody have a developmental problem in this world, I guess. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
So
you have skills
Yeah.
that you have to develop. Kev, is all of your skills at top tier?
that's all I'm about to say. That's the point. No, none of us gonna be top tier. So that
Exactly.
means, according to what you're saying, that means everybody has a problem.
Everybody
Development.
has something they have to work on. Yes, unless you're like God and you don't have any issues. Everyone has
Why is
something
it
they
a
have to work
problem
on.
though? I don't even get it. Why is it? Why the keyword in there a problem? Why
Why is
not
it a
just being a
problem?
human? Why is it not being a human? Are we gonna ever meet top tier? Why is that a problem? That's what I'm trying to see. Why is
Because
it
well,
considered
the
a problem?
problem. This is because if you're going to be self-aware. Okay, Rachel, I heard you about to answer.
No, no, no. I was gonna say same reason sin is a problem, but go ahead.
Sin
No,
is not
literally,
really,
literally.
sin is not really a problem anymore, actually. But I know why
What
you
you
would say
say?
that.
What?
Sin is not a problem anymore, but I know why you would say that. But no, it's not
What?
actually a problem.
Wait a minute.
How does that even make sense?
You said it makes sense. Let's
Sin is
offer
no
what?
longer a
It does
problem.
make sense. Sin is not a problem anymore. It's not a problem.
What does
Sin
that
is
even
not a.
mean?
What does that mean,
Yeah, because I don't
Cynthia? When
No,
you
understand.
like
say
what does that
sin is
actually
not
mean
a
though?
problem, what does
It
that
means
mean?
What is it a problem towards though?
it means that Jesus died for all our sins, so it's no longer a problem. So it's easy, it's simple.
Huh?
I want to
Okay.
die. See, y'all not gonna set me up tonight.
You said what now?
My Sasha, he choose when he want to sin and when he don't. That's why.
No, that's not
Okay.
it. No, it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter because sin is no longer sin was a
That's
problem.
why you
But it's
think
Wait a
your
minute,
sins
huh?
don't matter. You just choose when to do it, when to.
no,
So
it's
okay,
not
okay,
even
okay.
that.
So
I
wait,
just
my
want. Let me
question
answer. I
is,
don't
It's
want
not
to
even
skip
that
over
though.
Kev's question because I'm
Sin
coming
can't
back
be.
to what you just said. Scott, I'm coming back, but I don't want to skip over
because
what Kev
okay,
asked. When he
but
said, "Why is it
but
a problem?" I was saying because just because we know that everyone has issues does not mean we shouldn't work on those issues or help them to work on those issues. And the only way to do that
Get
is to
down.
acknowledge what the issue
Get down.
is. Now
so
we coming
okay.
back to you, Sasha.
Yes, we're
What
coming
does
back
that
because
mean?
what? Because wait a minute. Because okay, so you said that Jesus, because Jesus died for all of our sins, sins is no longer a problem. So in a sense, are you saying that because he died for our sins, nobody? I mean, because the way it played in my head, that means that nobody's going to double hockey sticks because there's no sin. Because I don't understand. It doesn't make sense because we were told not to do certain things for a reason, or we would go to double hockey sticks. But if you're saying that sin is no longer a problem or it's no longer a thing because Jesus died for our sins. I'm not understanding. It's
because
not
So
clicking.
let
because what it is that the only way you go to the house stick if you don't believe in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. It's not the sin that sends you there. It's you not believing in the Son and our Savior who
yeah.
came
So
for us.
let me say this though. So all right, right. So y'all was talking about the all right. So the problem, right? All right. So the angle. This what threw me off though, right? This what threw me off is that it just sounds weird. If it's say if it is an average thing, everybody has a problem, right? Why would a person that have develop? Hello, you said what?
She's
Sorry,
not
sorry.
talking to you.
Huh? Y'all both talking at the
She's
same
talking
She's
time?
to
talking.
her
I was
kid.
talking to my
She's just
background. My
talking
bad.
in your
He's like an
background.
old man. So like,
Right.
go
What?
ahead.
Yeah. So I think the part that threw me off because it's like you said we could be. It's like can we? What threw me off, right? Because I don't think I ever heard that term before. You said because that person have a developmental problem. So if everybody have it, right? How could a person that have a developmental problem say that the other person's reason because they have a developmental problem? So that's like a weird timing to
Well,
say
because
something like that. If it's an
developmental.
average thing, if
Okay.
that's an average thing, why would that be a reason?
Uh-huh.
That's what's throwing I think that's what threw my whole brain off because that's like me saying, well, that's because he's a sinner when I'm a sinner.
Okay.
So that can't be a ultimate reason why this person, might have gained weight or something like that. So that's
Well,
what threw
no.
my brain
So
off.
okay.
It's like the other
Okay.
person
So what
don't
I'm
have
saying
developmental
is,
problems.
when
Huh?
I, so for instance, if Kev, let's say that you, I don't know. I wouldn't be tolerant of this, but let's say you find like you guys are you're with Rachel now, so that's perfect, right? Mommy? So you're dating. Yes, 1 second, baby. So you're dating Rachel, and you find out that Rachel is severely disorganized to her detriment. She's so disorganized that she's consistently having anxiety around it, right? Like you see her running around, she can't get her stuff together, she's missing appointments because she's so disorganized because no one taught her at any point, or she didn't learn it or develop the skill of being responsible, right? That might not be your issue, but because you know this is Rachel's issue, then you are so, and this is like the idea of having a partnership. You are to help her develop that issue. That's her problem. That's something she's working on, and you help her do it. Now, Saska is saying that once it gets to a certain point, and he has full autonomy to do this, once it gets to a certain point, he doesn't want to help anymore. He's just going to leave, right? But what I'm saying is, it's just because I have an issue doesn't mean I can't be strong where you're weak. So if Rachel's disorganized and you're not, but you're a liar and she's not, that means you guys can help one another.
I agree with that. Like I
You
said,
get what I'm saying?
yeah, I get you on that, but I was just saying, like, that's kind of broad though. Like for that to be the response or the answer, you saying right after somebody, like after Sasuke said, she gained this many pounds, whatever, right? And then you say, well,
The
that's because she got a
150 was
developmental
the
problem. And I'm
indicator
like,
for
hold up,
me.
huh?
Yeah, the number he used was my indicator. When he said 150 pounds, that's a whole nother person. Somebody gaining that much weight, something is either medically wrong with them or mentally wrong with them.
Okay,
So go back to that. That's all I was about to say. That's all I was about to say. Right.
That's a lot of
So,
weight. You know what I'm saying?
and I feel that too. Yeah. So now we back. That's because I was like the other part that was getting me, because I can get That's why I said even when Rachel used it about the sin thing, right? That's why I said that's why I use that's like calling a sinner calling another person a sinner. That's because you're a sinner. That's the reason why you do that. That's just so broad. I can't use because you're a sinner is the reason why that you can't keep a relationship. So that's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? All of us
No,
sinners.
it's not broad. It's
So,
only broad because we don't know what the individual issue is. But once we know what the individual issue is, then we're like, hey, yo, you be lying. Like, you got a problem with that. You got to work on that, right? Like, that's not gonna work. I don't know anybody who would stay with a liar. I can't do it, but people do. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's all I was saying. Once he said 150, that's a lot of weight. So I'm like, that's a mental health issue. Something wrong. That's a crisis, and a strong indicator of a mental health crisis. You know what I mean?
So is being a liar a mental health crisis too?
Being a liar?
A pathological liar is.
No.
The reason why I can't say, and I would say that would be like a 50-50 thing, because that's not ultimate. Because like I said, go back to that other thing where if you dated somebody that was not used to working out, and they just grew and didn't do anything because they're not used to doing anything, they can gain, and it ain't got to do with a mental thing. You know what I'm saying? That it's just like they just kept being what they was being, but they didn't realize that their body changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you're right. So that it could be one or the other, which is why we keep it so open. This is why I was saying be open. What I'm communicating is to be open to the idea as someone's partner that that's why I said I would ask, right? I said something might be wrong here. That's the point of being open and not just assuming, they're not doing it because they don't want to. Communicate with your partner and be sure that there's not something wrong, because these are strong indicators. They're just indicators of mental health crisis. That doesn't mean they're necessarily having one. It could be exactly what you're saying, and they don't have discipline that they need to figure out how to have. One of those things, developmental things they need to work on. But you, as a partner, if you love them, you want to be sure that what's going on with them. Not just be like, you're doing too much. You don't want to listen to me. Kick rocks. Like, because that's insane to me. But this is me.
I've heard of some people like growing stones in their stomachs, or I don't know, something growing inside of them.
Whoa.
For real.
Yeah.
So where they
have tumors and stuff like that.
Yeah, where they gain weight and you just don't know that's what.
Top. Let me lay it down.
Yeah, that's not what was happening.
Lay it down, twin.
No, what Allah was saying is that because you don't know exactly, you're gonna exhaust all the reasons. It's just like in any relationship, you're gonna try everything that you can, exhaust all options, and then once if you have done everything that you can, I mean, what else can you say?
Yep, fair enough. That's all I'm saying.
And I just say that if somebody, I don't know, me personally, I can't imagine the 150 pounds. I'm not looking in the mirror already beforehand and saying, "Oh my goodness, I need to do something. I need to make a change." That is insane to me. Like I'm not even. No, I can't.
I
I
think
look at myself in the mirror often.
Yeah, I was about to say when you get I can see you get to a certain weight and you still think you small or something like. Nah, I do believe that's like a mental type thing. You know, some people just like when if somebody's stinking and stuff, and then everybody else smelling you stinking, and you don't think you stinking. You know, you clear as day that you just let it rip and everything, and then you talking about nah, ain't no stink behind that. I think that would be like a mental type thing. I could see that, or whatever. I could see that. But these people that be letting their legs down there, crushing in their chest and all this other stuff and breathing hard every time they walk up the stairs, yeah, I believe that's a issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that you think you still small. Like that one girl they had on there with the taxi or with the Uber, and
Oh
she ended up
yeah,
getting famous
yeah,
off that junk.
yeah.
Like, she still thinks she's small. That would be a mental issue. I can see that.
And if I'm rolling out of bed, my birthday is this month. Yay, me, Taurus.
Hey,
But anyways,
see in the beer. I drank a
but
beer
yeah,
with you.
all right now. But
I don't drink the
no,
heavy liquor though.
yeah, that's true. Me neither.
I,
But
I don't even believe. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say that now that it's like my 35th birthday is coming up, I now understand when people start talking about the bones, the crickle and cracking and everything. I told my husband, I was like, babe, I'm gonna need a full body
Man,
because
you
you're
got
gonna
me
have
by
to
some
do
months.
something. The back is cracking, the knees is popping. You said stairs. I'm like, I walk up the stairs and my knees like pop, pop. I'm like, oh no. See, yeah. But that's me recognizing the flaws within myself and saying, okay, I might need a little bit more vitamin D or iron, or need to go to see my physician and let them do some blood work on me and check up on my vitamin levels, make sure that everything is okay. Because even though, yes, I'm getting older, I don't want that because of the conditions I stand under. I don't want my bones and stuff to start deteriorating because I'm getting
Your
older with
balls.
And to be
my
honest,
bones.
Oh,
and to be honest, weight plays a big part in the
Yes,
like your
ma'am.
pain level. You know, it plays.
yeah.
Like this one of my friends, 'cause she has like lower back pains. She has an actual issue with her spine, but if she gains too much weight is added, it puts more pressure on those more sensitive areas, your joints and stuff like that.
Yep.
And so definitely sometimes it could be like other issues like internal, like you're saying, but for
Yep.
sure just extra weight, it can just really cause
Yeah,
like I
but
don't
Miss
feel like you
Arthur,
can go ahead.
but you're right though, because I stepped on the scale and I gained a couple of extra pounds. So I also know that's a problem, which I'm working on now. I'm cutting
Mhm.
back on the things that I was overly. I was happy. I was over. Oh, da, da, da.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Like cut back. So I've
Right,
been now cutting back, but
right.
and that what you just said, I noticed I'm having sharp pains in my left foot. But I'm always used to standing up, even like I stand up all the time. But now it's like it's because of the weight that my weight is going up, the weight is wearing on my foot. So I see that and I understand that. But like I said, I'm checking it for myself.
That
Like,
little 1 pound did that?
huh?
That little 1 pound got your feet hurt?
Man, I wish it was 1 pound. Look,
Yeah,
I
we did.
stood
Yeah,
on
we
that
got
scale. My
That's
scale had a
okay.
question mark because I hooked it up to my phone. The scale had a question mark. He said, "Is
yeah.
this you?" I said, "Now look, I ain't stepped on the scale in a month. Don't do me like that, little
Miss
5 pounds."
Accountability in the building. We ain't seen her in 1,000 years. What up, kitty? Pop.
Oh, all
Get it
right, Miss
pop
Kitty.
from there.
She the one that made the accountability shirts for us and all that.
Oh,
She was back with the Omega days and all that. Wow, you been all
uh-oh.
right, Kitty? Pop. I gotta always say her name like that.
Get it pop.
I done spit all on my phone and stuff too. I ain't do it every time though. You hope you been all right, man. Hey, you see, I got me a boo now. Yeah, that's how long it's been, man. My baby she in the top left, Rachel up there. That's my baby.
Hi, kitty.
I give her
The
the
wife
world.
said it's
Let
time
me
to
not talk
go.
right now. I got
Oh, my baby.
I be.
Hey, Lily, dog, she be bringing all the smushy out of me, man.
That's a
I
period,
just
please. We
like
needed all
really,
the
I can say
smushiness.
so much about her for real, but I just don't. I be trying to stay professional though, but yeah, man.
Look, I'm gonna say it's written all over
Hey,
y'all
the,
face.
the
When I
love
see
is
y'all
real for
together,
it is, man. I don't because I'm
it's written
big
all
on
over
like
your
how
face.
people be doing that stuff though, but I don't be trying to be like that. But man, she got me. I ain't gonna lie though, like for real. For real, and it's for the right reasons. You know how all these people be in love and I like this and that. Nah, it's like this. Literally, this is what I've been wishing for. I ain't gonna even lie.
What you pray for?
Exactly
I
what you
prayed
pray
for. There you
for,
go.
Mr.
Yeah, see,
Kev.
there
There
you
you
go. I
go.
know Twin said it the right way. There you go. I most definitely pray for this for real. Like,
I
man,
told you, prayer works. That's how I got my husband. I made my
yeah.
little list, put it under my
Mm-hmm.
pillow. Ooh, sure, I ain't
Yeah.
leaving that
But
man.
it wasn't that desperate prayer though. Like I was desperate, you know what I mean? Obviously, because I waited, 4 years, I was just letting time fly. But I'm just saying, like, it's just I always been, and I got more. It's like
My
more.
prayer, Mr. Kev, don't be trying to undercut me. My prayer wasn't desperate either. I was waiting, but
Oh,
I had to
Right,
pray
right.
for a godly man to come
Cause
on in
prayers
here.
ain't gotta be desperate. It just gotta be
Oh
what you
shit!
No,
want.
it's people that be on there
That-
praying and looking every dang on day and stuff. Like, they chill. Take some
You're
time to
right. That's
yourself.
true.
Yeah, you got some
Yeah,
thirsty ones. It's like, oh
that
Lord,
is true.
please,
Yeah. Like,
please,
God,
can it
come
just be
on,
her?
answer
Can it
me
be
now.
her?
Is this one?
Please,
Is
God,
this
let
the
it work.
one? Is this one? Is
Is
this
it
one? Like,
her?
for
Can it be her?
real.
Yeah,
See how she
I
was
stay
walking, God, is it
single.
her?
Yeah,
Exactly. I
facts,
stay
facts.
single and stay
I'm
focused. So
saying, like, literally, man, whatever. It's the end of the night, but like, I can't be no secure with this. I ain't gonna even lie, for real. I just can't. Like, in every way, it's like that's why I don't know if y'all seen that post. I realize alignment is way stronger than love. It's not.
ooh,
It's not to say that
I have a video
because
on
like
that.
also you've been around the people that I probably talked to and all that, right? Whatever.
Hmm.
You've been through some stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard about some of the conversations. I had to talk like I gotta talk to my twin, man. So I gotta tell him stuff. That's why you laughing, because you didn't see this. But yeah, like, but that's when I realized like it wasn't like I didn't have a love for these people, but I've never met like someone I just aligned with in almost dang near every way. And even like with the conversation, like even though sometimes we might get heated moments. Even all of us got a heated moments before,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just like don't take it personal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I like everything I like literally asked for. Okay. All right, let me chill. But
Hey, no,
yeah.
that's your
Well, you
testimony. You
You
better
said
tell
don't
God for
say.
your gifts. What you mean? You talking about let
But
me
man,
shut up?
I ain't trying to
No,
get. I gotta keep my heavy mode. I'm a thug in this boy
I
though.
know.
That's why I said,
I
hey,
said it's
But
gotta take that one
this,
person who gonna get that
he
thug
went
out of him. He
up.
ain't no
yeah,
fool
that
thug. I
is.
just
No,
want to
You
hug
ain't
her.
he
lying.
tried so hard. He was like,
Dog.
"Chill, I'm a thug."
I
oh
have
no, he
never
didn't.
look. This is another thing. Like even with conversations, like I actually be looking forward to the conversation. Like she a bro or something. You know how when you talk to your boys and always, yeah, I'm a big salty now. She broke it. I can't believe this. I can't
that's
believe it.
that's what's gonna be the one. Saying whoever can get him to be soft, that's gonna be the one.
Yeah,
Dog, this
And
is
just humble and
yeah,
relax.
man. Man.
Yeah,
I,
it
yeah.
took that exact type of a person because I'm telling you, in
like
2025, that's a shocker to
I
find.
can literally talk to her about anything. Like it's just like, and it don't be like when people be with people and like okay yeah, but they just with them because they love them, right? They love them. They not really interested, and they feel like a job and stuff. It's like I actually be looking forward for conversations. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause we actually talk about stuff. How did I
Right,
find somebody that's into lives like me, host our own
right.
stuff, got good questions like. God couldn't have blessed me. You know what I'm saying? No better. Like
Hey,
this is most definitely God's work for real. Like
I
this,
feel the
if I
same
talk to
way.
her every day about this, that's like I can keep talking about it. It's wild though.
We
yeah.
always
Man,
keep
God,
talking about it.
man.
That's good, and that's something to treasure,
Is
and
Bernie?
that's something to work, with.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Miss Alton. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Cause sorry, I was off mute.
Oh yeah, no, I was I was just saying, yeah, that is something that's God sent. And in this time and age, definitely God sent. And I am so happy for you too. I haven't known Mr. Kev for too long, but for the moments that I haven't known him, I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy for you both. I love the when I see y'all, your smiles and how y'all interact with one another. I love, and I love to see how you guys do. It's like it's not it. I don't know. I can't explain it, but the way I see you all when you're all together, like I love it, and it makes me so happy because for the short period, like the period of time I've been on Mr. Kev's live. I've heard him talk about the love that he want, the love, this, and that. And to see him actually find it, I hear the change in his voice. He don't get too hot and bothered when the wifey is in there. Cause I'm gonna call you the wife because we gonna talk it into existence. Cause baby, I can't
That's
wait.
his wife.
Look,
Hey,
'cause, hey,
Kevin, do you ever tell her this? Kevin, do you ever say, when you done off these lives, you done talked to all these females and you done heard everything, you be like, dang, you just a breath of fresh air. Man, I'm so happy. I'm
right,
so
Man.
right.
happy. Look,
Look,
look. Hey, that right there. Woo, that man. You know what? I'm so glad I ain't got to deal with da 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 da. Boy, I'm so glad I don't gotta do it that because sometimes we do have a little when we have knowledge as women too, we don't clash, but it's just okay. I'm not saying you're wrong, but can you look at it this way? You know what I mean? So those moments like that will be kind of like, because I saw y'all today in like fan base, and I saw how there was a bit of a disagreement, but you
Oh,
guys
me and
handled
her,
it
yeah.
well. You
Yeah.
guys, yeah, you did clash a bit, but that's to be said when you have two people coming together, what they know and what you know, or whatever, and that may happen. But it's like it's over. It's done. Okay, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I got to dwell on it, be mad about it, and I don't like the way you think, and da, 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 But you guys handle that very well in front of people. Now, I don't recommend you do that often, but I do like the way that you guys handle that in front of everybody. So good job with that.
yeah, I was
That's
gonna
I mean,
say
I ain't
that.
gonna lie, I ain't act like I ain't feel no way, but it's just like it take time. You know how we are though. Like
yeah.
I know.
it take time though, but
But
it's
that's
like
but that's why, if you notice though, Kevin, that's why I came with the assist and I said, Kevin, I understand what you're saying because I was trying to back her when she probably didn't see that, but I didn't want you to feel unheard. But she was in, what I mean? She was in her trying to explain to you the therapy, da, da, da. So I was trying to help y'all stay mended and not be so, you know what I'm saying? That's what
Oh yeah.
friends do.
We
But I don't
That's
know if
that's
y'all
what
saw
good.
that, but
That's what good
I
aunties
did
do.
see that. Yeah, I definitely said
Yeah.
but we always like we understand that we're gonna clash sometimes.
right,
Yeah, and we it will never be something we
Yeah.
dwell on because I will still cook for you. I'm still gonna hold your hand. I'm
Right. I
still
know
gonna
that's
hug
right.
you. I'm
I
still
know
gonna
that's
exactly,
right.
exactly.
sleep.
See, that's
I'm
and
still
that's
gonna be
I'm about
like,
to say that's the
"My
difference.
baby, are
I'm
you
still
doing
gonna
your
be
live
me. Right.
tomorrow?" Yeah,
Yep.
I'm not gonna come to
There
him
you
with no
go.
harsh voice like
Not
There
that.
holding
you
no
go.
grudges over something
hmm
simple. I don't
Yeah.
do that.
Exactly. That's good job because a lot of people don't know how to do that and put because just like we're saying the question is lust a choice. Well, you know what? Everything is a choice. Being mad at your partner is a choice.
yeah,
Being mad, period, is a choice. Being angry, having an argument, it's a choice.
yeah.
Everything is a choice. You don't have to argue. You just
That's
choose
true.
to. You don't
That's
have to
true.
have a broken heart a long time. You just choose to. You don't have to feel guilt. You just choose to. And you really haven't gotten it to the point where you've learned to work out the weaknesses out of you. And we're all human, but we don't even see that that is a part of the gym that we need to be in within ourselves to get better, right? So good job if you're doing that because a lot of people don't know how to do that, especially with somebody they love. You gotta be mad. I gotta have an attitude. Yeah, I have just for a little bit, but I'm gonna turn back over, kiss you, love you, and it's all good, baby. We ain't gotta place no blame. We ain't gotta do all that. It's all good. I'm I'm not.
Amen.
That's good. Yes,
I
ma'am.
we love
This
I
you
love
Hey,
more
I
important
had to
than
give her that
you
heart
are
because if it
more
wasn't
important
for
to
my
me.
TT, I wouldn't have met her.
You are more
Aw.
important. You are more important to me than an argument. You are more important to me than staying mad. You more important to me. I'm not losing you
over something so minute. But now, if you are the type of person that like to sabotage, don't take accountability, and when something go wrong, you want to place blame, that's a problem. You know what I mean?
That
Because
is,
I'm not
yes.
tripping off of that. Just let me work, let me work through
Hmm.
my situation, and we good. That's all
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I say. When people are in a relationship and even in a marriage, you're gonna have eyes. It's not about what. It's not about the eyes that you. It's how you handle it. It's how you mature. Your maturity in the situation. You can't, like Miss Kana said, you go to bed mad. All this other, like, no, because look, you made vows. Look, hey. I'm still like Miss Rachel said, I'm still gonna cook your meals. I'm still gonna wash your clothes. I'm still gonna do all that stuff. I might be
Yeah,
mad for
just
the
don't spit
moment,
in
but
it.
I still love you, boo. I ain't doing that. That's crazy. Not no Miss Celia shit. That's nasty. Look, no, we ain't doing that. But because that's the only thing I remember. She never mind. Anyways,
And you know what? And no partner's gonna be perfect. You perfect for one another, but
right.
nobody's gonna be perfect. And that's why I brought that
Right.
up, because I
Yes,
want
ma'am.
y'all to understand that, glory to God, you find an alignment. But we do have those moments, where we
Fall out
get
of line.
there. And clash does come. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And so, and I'm glad she said that, because that's rare. Look, let me tell you something. That behavior right there, that's rare. That's not, you don't find people saying that. And I'm gonna say something, Rachel. I don't really hear people talk like that. And you probably one of the first women that I've heard say that. One of the first women I heard say that. Just say it verbally. Not that they don't do it, but just to say it out
Hmm.
loud like that. And I don't, that's a virtuous woman. That woman, that's a rarity.
And
That
to say it in a loving
push
way.
right. Yeah,
I'ma
still
still
cook,
cook for
still
him.
clean, still go to the bedroom, still do, and you ain't got the attitude. I ain't touching you today. You don't get no sex for 6 months. What? What? So,
Yeah.
Told you I hit gold.
that's rare. Yeah, that's rare. But
Yeah.
what you say, I helped you get the girl. I didn't help you with that.
Now I'm
That came to
saying if
you.
it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on this journey though. Cause I was the Joker before I came Laugh or Learn though, and I eventually later down the line I decided to be doing inspiration things and stuff, and then you made me start doing these lives. You had me start
Oh,
doing lives, man. That
okay.
was,
Well, I didn't want to take no
I
credit,
wouldn't have
because I
met
think
all.
I
I would have
think
met a lot of people though, cause you.
well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, you deserve, Kevin. You have a pure heart.
Mm.
God loves you, and because you don't do things like a lot of men do. You understand? You don't, and that's not to take away from everybody else, but you have integrity in the department of being a man, and that's real talk. I know that you have something that a lot of grown men older than you need to learn. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you see that, but I see it. I know what's in you as a man, in terms of, I know why God would reward you with a good woman. You know what I mean? You deserve that. You worked for that. You know what I mean? You was patient with that. You know, you was patient. You was patient. You did the work. You did the work, and and I hope you guys keep going. But everybody don't have those qualities, Kevin. Just like a virtuous woman is rare, well, so is a mighty man of valor. Okay? You don't
Mhm.
find those type of men every day that love God, that love people, that have forgiveness, that want people to get along, want the best for
Mhm.
everybody, want to prosper, want to grow with somebody. You know what I mean? You don't see that all the time. And you don't see a man that's always just solid, just solid. And you haven't changed. You haven't changed. You haven't made people feel confused about what you say. You see what I'm saying? You
Mhm.
straightforward. You straight. You know what I mean? We can listen to you, and you gonna say what you gotta say, and that's the way it is. You ain't confused about what it is you stand on. Now, if you don't understand something, you'll say, "Hey, wait a minute. Let me check it out." Just like you did today. Okay, now I see it. But
Mhm.
I don't know. You a good brother, and you not my real nephew, but in my heart, I feel that you are, and that is because I am protective of you. and like a brother. You know what I mean? Like more so like a brother. But you know, you do have a good guy over there, Miss Rachel, and I want you to know that. And a lot of times we don't have people to protect the men. You know what I mean? When they are good men. But I'm a type of sister that will protect the good man as well as a good woman. And so both of y'all are cool with me, but I like if my brother, I'm very protected by my brother. But don't you hurt my nephew. I will come and I will find you. And you better not hurt her either. But I got to charge you, because sometimes we don't charge one another with what God gives us as gems. You know, we don't want to hurt the givers. You know, you got a giver, not a taker, and that's a blessing. We got to find the givers. That's all.
Mr. Cass, I'm sorry. I meant to click on Miss Rachel's name, but then I
Nah,
clicked on
too
your
late.
name.
Nah, I'm
So
a
go ahead.
ma'am
I
now.
said, oh snap, my
I'm a
bad.
ma'am now.
Oh, I meant to say yes, ma'am. You're welcome, Miss Rachel. Well, you
Let's
know.
start that back up.
And
I
I'm
knew
gonna tell you,
I
I'm
knew
gonna
she was
give
gonna come in
and
and say
Kevin,
something. I'm glad she wasn't here
Kevin,
earlier.
I'm gonna give you one more piece of wisdom that I always hear Brother Bert say in one of another wise man, right? You know, Bert is very, very wise. One thing that he said about women, when women say, "Well, you gotta submit to," you know, a woman too, and this is what Bert says. Bert says a man submits to his God and his obligations. I will never forget that. That
That's why he my
that's like
number one mind.
that.
Every time I say that,
I gotta say that to you so that when you go on your journey, you understand your role. You submit to your God and your obligations, and your obligation to your family, your wife, and all that. But women got it confused that men supposed to submit to women. That is not natural. That's not how that goes. So I don't know what women are thinking, but there's nowhere in the Bible, nowhere where Bible says that men submit to women. And some
yeah,
men like to
don't.
coddle their women and let that go. And no, that's not what the Bible says. There's two scriptures that point out two times that it still doesn't say that a man submits to a woman. No, he can serve her to take care, duty, all of that. But that's still not I'm submitting to you. You know what I mean?
They want to
That's
be
not.
submitted to so bad today.
They do, and
Need a
but
ton-
there's a beauty in that. I don't know. I just like that Bert says that, and I want to put that out there. You know what I mean? Because that's probably one of the very most important things that I heard on this app from one of the wisest men on here, and that takes me far, because I'm a woman and I don't even forget that. That's one of the only quotes from Bert that I remember, and I take that to heart. Don't no man submit to no woman. He submits to his God and his obligations. And if he does that, ladies, y'all ain't got to worry about nothing. You ain't got to worry about somebody bowing down to you. If he bowing down to God, that's great.
right. That's facts.
Exactly.
They ain't trying to hear that though.
Yeah, there's so many
Go,
things
baby.
that we do. It's unspoken. Like we don't even have to have these type of discussions. It's just flows naturally because we both are givers and we're both have a heart. We have the same heart. And so like we speak the same language.
Yeah, Miss
Yep.
Miss Rachel, I didn't know if you go
If she
live
got
on
to give me
TikTok.
mine back, she done stole my. Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't know you go live or not on TikTok. But send me an invite because I've never been to one of your
No,
lives on
I
TikTok.
go live on Fanbase. I
fan
used to
base.
go live on TikTok, but TikTok's
Okay.
a little too addicting for me. It's hard to get off. You see, we're supposed to get off
Yeah,
at 10.
Right, we
yeah.
supposed to get off too,
I'm
right?
sorry. She been fair warned you. I ain't gonna lie. I saw
She
it. She
did.
said
She
time to
did.
get off.
Yeah, all the dopamine from sending gifts and all that stuff. Nah, it's too much for me. So
Yeah, I need to set my notifications on Fanbase then. Because I be on there, but nobody be on there. I be like, oh,
We
nobody's
was
on.
just
So then
over
I come to
there.
TikTok.
I was over there
Everybody in the
all
panel
day,
was over there
Kev.
except for Alton.
I was over there
Sasuke was over.
all day today.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
See,
today. Hey, I ain't go
What?
today though. I went yesterday. I went searching yesterday. I ain't see nobody. I was like, what?
Yeah, the people on the panel, they were like, "What? Who is this woman?"
Oh yeah.
yeah, they was loving her.
I'm the
Yes.
boss. So
I was about to be the protective one after that. Like, no, y'all gotta get through me.
Y'all gotta help me create a room and so help me with a name or something. I don't know what to call it. I said,
The
"Who I ain't
virtuous
gonna do?"
women.
Huh?
Something to do with virtuous women. I don't know.
Oh nah, them women ain't coming in there.
Nah, I need something that's going.
You gonna see crickets in there.
You gotta trick them. You gotta trick them.
Oh, you know,
Virtuous
I
women.
gotta put something with some honey on it.
You gotta have
yeah,
some
you gotta.
snacks. You gotta have some snacks.
They know they don't want
Yeah.
that room. They
You
gonna see a
started
bunch
off
of
with
men in there.
these
That's
men
it.
got us messed up, and then they be
Come
like,
on.
"What? I know
A
that's
bunch
right,
of men
girl."
in there. Why I say virtuous
They gonna be
women.
like, why y'all over here being virtual men, virtual women? You men still cheating, nigga.
We
Right.
need that
Exactly.
conversation. I really
Exactly.
do.
Exactly. Why do they do that
But I
Sidekicks
don't
is
though?
know why they
winning.
gotta go there
I
every
don't
time.
understand.
Why do
All
they
the
do
time. We go
that?
back
I
to
don't
this
get
topic
it.
right here. That's why this gotta get talked about again though. For real.
She doing all
Yeah,
this submitting and he don't even like her. Like what? Why
exactly.
everybody gotta
What?
hate each
Why is
other?
it get
You don't
extreme?
get
He
your
still
bitter
go
self up
through.
out of there.
And
I be
you know what else
listening.
they say? Alter they be like, I cook and I clean and I did this all night
He
and he
still
still
left me.
cheated. He still left me with the kids. He
He
still
still left me
he
with the
still
kid.
took the house from me.
Yeah, because they go based off what they
And that,
do instead
yep,
of
they go
what the
back to your
person
point that
is.
you were saying. Like he did all, like how you gonna say that everybody's situation is the same now because your situation happened like that?
Mm-hmm.
Right,
That's
exactly.
crazy.
Taking advice from bro, yeah. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy. And then the reason is they I don't know, I don't they think that they when they call the people they call when they go through situations within their relationship or marriage, they call the wrong people. So those wrong people give them the wrong advice.
Yeah.
Other than telling them to work it out and do this, do that, they be like, if I was you, I would give them that. If I was you, I
See,
wouldn't
that's
took no
you just made
marriage.
See,
my point from
see.
earlier. She's made my point from earlier with Kanai. I said, see, you need people like that who would say, hey, y'all don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's work this out. Let's see what we can come and have a common ground. You need people like that because other people like, hey, well, she is, they'll
Exactly.
try to divide y'all. So that was, you need people like
Exactly.
that.
I was so blessed to have the people I had in my life. But me, when we was going through rocky times, I had somebody to get me in line because I was so out of order. And, I'm so happy to have that in my life. My godmom, my grandma has passed away. I still got my dad, but they had passed away. But when the honeymoon phase was over, stuff got real. That about 5 year mark, yeah, stuff got real. And I was like, I don't think I could do this. They were like, you need to get yourself together, whip yourself in shape. So hey, I ain't man, but I'm happy I had those ones to get me together and tell me what was what and not cater to me and be like, it's okay. You did nothing wrong. They're like, I don't know who you think you is.
And you know another thing though, Kevin, too though, you not jaded.
Dang,
Mm.
you see, I'm about to say one thing about
You not jaded. That's I
that.
see a lot of that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever was that.
No, I was just saying like that's funny you said about him. He not jaded, but I was about to say about Rachel. I said because she ain't no type of pushover type of woman either. So some people can be like, oh, she's submissive, like, but she know
No,
who
that's what I was
she
talking
is.
about.
She
Yeah,
know
I
the
was talking.
strength and the confidence that she has, right? But she still knows how to be what she needs to be and everything
But
like
Mm-hmm.
they
that.
don't know. They don't know what that means, though. See, they think submission is, a slave.
Right.
You can't talk. You don't have a voice.
Facts.
No healthy man of God is going to take his voice away from his mom, his woman. That's
That's
not
true.
how that works. He don't do that because he understands that his wife, he needs her counsel, so he's not taking away her voice. He just don't want her to be disrespectful when she using her voice. But no, they don't do that. That's not.
Right. That's the point you trying to make, Kev. He about to say that, like, she not, I don't like that. You're right.
No, I was just about what you had said too. I literally just talked to Rachel about that. Man, that's crazy. We be talking about everything. Well, it was like a couple of days ago. I was like, yeah, I said nobody can't say because I know if they look at some people that know of me and all that stuff, they probably think Rachel. I like no. I said that's what I said. That's one thing I love about her because she stand on what she stand on. I stand on what I stand on and stuff, and then but we just align on so many core things.
Yeah, it's a lot
You
of
know,
other stuff
that's
y'all agree with.
yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
it's that alignment or our belief. So that's why we can kind of prevail in a lot of things, even if we think two different ways. And that's rarely, you know what I'm saying? A lot of it's rare things that but most of the time we understand a lot of things though. Sometimes I think we did that this morning. I try to understand her and she trying to understand me. I was
About
some funny
lust?
stuff. I was
Talk about lust?
like, I was like, hold on, I'm supposed to try to understand you. You ain't supposed to be trying to understand me. We both was trying to just get that little debate out the way so we can understand each other. Well, I get your point. Well, I get your point. I'm like,
I know. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's what a lot of people be
Yo,
missing
we
too.
be fighting to give each other like, wait,
yeah,
let
and
me
that's what
help you.
that's what I
What did
love
you have to
about her
do?
because it's like she don't. And this is another thing that I said that's rare because like a majority, I was talking about, dang, this sounds crazy, but like I was saying that majority, like the women, a lot of women that I know of, they prioritize their feelings over anything. So just like when I was in her live talking about that today, is that a lot of them they can't love or can't show love until they are loved. You know what I'm saying? Then they be like, okay, now I can show the love. Now that I can rub
But
my
that's not
hands
love
back.
though. But that's not
Yeah,
love.
exactly. It's right, exactly.
No,
And
that's not
and she,
love.
yes, and she rare because I'm like, it's so many women that you got to make sure you do them right before they can do anything for anybody else. And I'm like, man, that is
I
like she
always
really
tell
just
the
got to make
women,
sure I'm all right.
that you give the gift first. Because if you
Mm-hmm.
go back and you look at the women in the Bible, right? When Isaac and his servant, Abraham's servant, went to go look for Rebecca, right? When they found Rebecca, the first thing Rebecca did was serve the men on the camel when they came in. She offered them water. And that's how Isaac found his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Because the man asked for a sign, and then the first sign, brothers, let me tell you something. The woman serves you. She serves you, and she ain't looking for nothing back. She just asked. She didn't even ask. She just said, you know what? They came from a long journey on camels. Let me go get not only the men something to drink, but she also gave some water to the camels. That moved on the heart of Isaac, and he chose that woman to be his wife. And not only did she do that, she covered up her body and she covered up her beauty. She didn't squander her beauty around. I showing my breast, because the Bible says that Rebecca was fair, meaning that she was beautiful. Anytime the Bible say that a woman is fair, that means she's beautiful. And so she covered up her beauty, the Bible says. So that meant that she ain't trying to show all out. She's presenting herself as a wife. So everybody that's on the internet with everything out, that's not wife material. I don't care if you are a Christian women. If you got your behind out, you're not a wife. I'm sorry. You're not a wife. You have something missing and something broken in you that you got to have your breast out. You got to have your behind out. No, the Bible commands you to be modest. Cover your behind up. That is not wife material. Period. It's not.
Yeah, that's
Oh, we about
true.
to have a strong week. This is my
Yeah,
first live back. We about to have a strong week. I can smell it already.
yeah, well, I wanted to say too, I wanted to say that the things that y'all strongly y'all have in common, like I feel like that's the building of the foundation right there, like the things, like the what you believe in, what you stand for. That is what a lot of people miss when they try to jump into these relationships. And I'm happy to hear that you all have that thing you fall back on, even if you may not see eye to eye on something, but you see eye to eye on the major things. It's like that foundation. That's why I be telling people, like, you got to build that foundation, because you're not gonna always, like we was just talking about not so long ago, you're not gonna always like each other, but you're
Yeah.
gonna you come back to love. You can come back to that, because like is temporary, you
This
know.
yeah, and it's another thing too though. Like
No, like is
y'all about to y'all got
temporary.
me about to spill everything. But
Like I said earlier, you know what? The best thing you could do, what's everybody want to be in this? Oh, I don't mind love, being in love, but love is action. Love is something that you do, right? And it's also a feeling. But I also believe that me liking you, I like your company, I like who you are, I like this is those little feelings of that I didn't like what you said, or I didn't like what you do. That's not saying I don't like you. That's just saying I don't, that behavior right there, that I didn't like that. But that's not
Right,
saying I don't like you. So when we
right.
say you're not always gonna like each other, be careful with those words, because that's
Yeah, I
also a
misspoke.
choice.
You're
You
right. My
you
dad
you
corrected me on that. You're right, Miss
yeah,
Clown. You're right.
because you have a choice. I like my man all the time, even if I got an attitude, I still like him. You know what I mean? Even if he still likes me. You know what I mean? So we work through these things, and we got to stop confessing or saying, well, we don't have to have that. We don't have to. Even if it's
Yeah.
just for a moment, okay, but we don't have to have that. It's still a choice. But yes, you will go through times when you want to be by yourself. You might need some space. Maybe that's what that is. But that doesn't mean that I need space from you. I just need time to think. I need time to process. I need that time. Give me some
Yeah.
space. You know what I
You're
mean?
right. Yeah.
And
Yes,
don't give
ma'am.
me
You're
no space
absolutely
long,
right.
long time. But I
Yeah,
come
no.
right back to you when I'm done getting this, Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because my dad, he explained that to me, and I always do. I'm happy you said that, Miss Kanai, because I always do get that misconfused. So the way that he explained it to me is similar, like what you just said. But he was telling me like, well, I don't even want to say it because I'm gonna say it wrong again. Sorry, forgive me. But yeah, what you just said is absolutely true, though. My dad explained to me a lot. He always had to go back and be like, "No, baby girl." But yeah, he's like, "Yeah," but I do.
Baby
Yes,
girl.
yeah. But I love my dad. I gotta call him. But yeah, tonight. But yes, Miss Kanai, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's not that you might dislike the behavior, but you don't not
Just
like the
like the
person.
person. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And that's all it is. That's why women say when we just up here talking, well, they hate women. Can I hate? I don't hate women. I hate the behavior. I don't like the behavior that's displaying from our women. That's what I don't like. I don't like that. But you as a person, I don't know you, but I don't like the behavior and I don't like the attitude. That's not sound like you. I don't know you like that, but I do see something that's being displayed that I'd rather not be involved with, around, and make a part of my company. You know what I mean? But if ever you need, help or whatever, I'm always here. Even for, a person that I might not normally, prefer to be around, but you gotta be willing though, but I don't disregard anybody, and I don't turn away nobody. Okay. I'm not perfect, so that's not what it is. It's just that women gotta understand that we have not been held accountable for our behavior, as some of us as our behavior, and you haven't even done the work yet, and you don't plan on doing the work. You don't even plan on it. So you expect me to coddle you and say what makes you feel good. Oh, that's the way you said. Okay, I can be a little harsh sometimes. I admit that. Yes, I can be. But the thing about it is you're harsh too. Because when you start talking and you start putting down black men, and you start talking about, women who want to be feminine, and you speak against women who want to be wives, they want to serve their men. I don't tolerate that. I don't want to tolerate that. Because why are you say you for the women, but when women is doing something good for a man, all of a sudden it's, oh nah, she a pick me, she this, she that. It's like, okay, all right, whatever, whatever,
That's fact.
whatever.
Maybe the most harshest talking they want to tell you about your tone. That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Yo, mama, I'm like, all right. Okay.
Yeah, you get mad at somebody's preferences. You get to do it, and ladies, we gotta watch certain things. Like we female all day, we women all day. You know what I mean? And we do live and absorb a lot of this female nature. Well, we can easily, we'll see some things that we need to pay attention to men, but sometimes
4 minutes,
you
y'all.
just you blindsided with some of this feminine stuff. This female stuff. You know what I mean? You'll catch yourself sometimes in being caught up in the social construct. But as long as you can catch it, you know what I mean? Or your man can catch it and he points it out to you, you be like, dang, I don't see that. And you be like, okay, now I can see it. But sometimes you won't see it because you busy being a woman. Yeah, and you do partake, and you do benefit from society still. Even if you're a good woman, you still benefit from privilege. So you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
3 minutes, y'all. I'm way past it.
You need to go to bed.
I know. I
And
will
shut
take
it
that.
down. Shut it
I
down.
agree. No, this the time I'm but
Yeah, go to
listen.
bed, y'all. All right, you guys. Look, I
I'll
didn't
be on
spend all
tomorrow.
my time and all my
Yes. Thank
time
you all
today.
for all your support. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I want to be able to look. I might not be able to make it to the wedding and all that. I just want to see pictures. Make sure I get pictures. That's all I want.
I better give me an invitation. At least by stream. I gotta
That's
get.
right.
Hey, yeah, that'd be nice too. We all get the stream of an invitation. That'd be nice. But yes.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah.
well, love
All
you
right, y'all.
all.
Well, y'all take care. Good
Have a good
night,
night.
All
Kevin.
right,
Good
appreciate it.
Bye,
night.
Rach.
All
Bye,
right.
Alter. Bye, CC.
All
Bye, Miss
right.
Kanai.
Good night.
See you, babe.
I see y'all tomorrow. Yep, I said tomorrow. I'm gonna call y'all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did they go to sleep too? Alter and Sasuke. I know nobody ain't hanging on our pillows like that.
Nah, I know on pillows. We doing PC work.
Okay. I was about to say.
You out of here though. I'm just letting you leave it.
All right, so y'all, we out tomorrow. I mean, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Catch y'all.